carretero tira su carreta, que recuerda donde viviste. Contemplarte en la sierra, contemplarte en los valles, y lo hacemos juntos para capturar los detalles. Tierra, tierra, muéstrame tu tierra, mamá. Tierra, tierra, muéstrame tu tierra, mamita. Tierra, 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 tierra. Bueno, mira de nuevo, estamos viajando lejos, pero vale la pena.
What up, Kevin?
Cogemos recuerdos,
Hater.
siempre buscamos terrena. Esto es tuyo y siempre lo será. Siempre será tu tierra y siempre lo recordarás. Óyelo. Tierra, tierra, siempre lo recordarás. Tierra, 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 mami.
Now, this is a storm that will also bring with it significant amounts of precipitation. It will carry a cold front as well. And that is why we have enacted a code blue, now in effect, which has been in effect since last night. This means that
That's
homeless
my
services,
Weatherman Mayor.
outreach workers have been and will continue to canvass the 5 boroughs so that we are connecting homeless New Yorkers to shelter and bringing them out of the cold. DHS is going to be bypassing the intake operation procedures just to ensure that we are getting people into these shelters.
Siempre la recordarás. Tierra y siempre la será. Vamos para allá, mamita linda. Siempre la
Depends if Trump is alive, if he resigned to get a pardon. Siempre la será.
Tierra, 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 tierra. Vamos para allá, para tu tierra, mamita. Tierra, tierra, siempre será tu tierra. Tierra, tierra. Camina para allá, camina. Siempre aquí estará. La, 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 la. Oye, siempre aquí estará.
Tom, no, not the Tom text. On the last day? Also, if a Republican wins, they're going to pardon him / not prosecute. Wait, is Ogre Boy going after my boy? Is Ogre Boy... Is he attacking my boy? They're attacking my boy Hutch. Ba-da-da-bow. Is your boy attacking ogre boy? I don't know. I think this is First Blood. Talk like one of them, you're not. Oh shit, is my mic on? Oops. Leave his bald head alone. Yo, what up, Timothy? Timothy. Oh yeah, sure. Damn, I didn't know tea was so good for that post-nasal drip. This is the first time in my life, like usually I get sick and I just am resigned to having post-nasal drip for like 5 months. But I like went all out and the tea helps. And I actually feel good. Look how they massacred my boy. I think it's just black tea. Yo, what up, Mindwaves? The original Mindwaves TV. Guys, you have to understand about Mindwaves TV. He's the original, okay? This is the actual Mindwaves. The original Mindwaves TV. Hello, everybody. Hope you guys are doing well. What are these nasal drips you speak of? I'm sick now. Post-nasal drip. If you've never had it before, you're lucky. You're lucky. If you've never had it before. But it's basically where you're either after a sickness or allergies or something, your sinuses get like super active and they like drip mucus down your throat. I'm sorry for making it gross, but unfortunately that's just the way the news goes. But if you haven't had that, then congratulations. Look how they massacred my boy. I'm going to defend my boy Hutch a little bit here in a second, but first I want to address Arian Collin. And I think Arian Collin usually has some insightful questions and comments, so thank you guys. I'm going to be more attentive to chat today, so just be aware of that. I know I've been a little bit neglectful when I've had all these collabs recently. Haven't even looked at chat for some periods of time, for a short period of time. So definitely, I don't have tonsil stones. Shut up. Dude, this guy is... This guy is in all of my comments. He's obsessed. If I get killed, it's this guy's obsession with me. Jesus Christ. Wait, I just missed the comment. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the warrant stuff. And it relates because we were talking about it on Crystal and Kyle. And it's funny. And I want people to know my position on it so that they don't think that I'm like some MAGA supporter. Not that they would ever think that. Not that they would ever think that. But first, housekeeping. I just did a segment on breaking points on their Friday show, talking about the FACE Act and discussing with Emily, Ryan Grimm, with Crystal, and with their producer. So I think that should go out today. And we'll clip up my segment just to be on the channel. Just my segment. It was pretty fun. Emily asked some good questions. And yeah, everyone was super nice. So that was fun. So that's housekeeping number 1. Housekeeping number 2, this Sunday, conversation with the Vanguard and their socialist ways. Then other housekeeping, let me think. Oh yeah, we're getting videos for the Richard Hanania conversation, the Counterpoints conversation. So it would mean the world to me if you liked the video. If you liked the videos that come out, means the world to me. Means the world to me. And other housekeeping. No, everything is cool, guys. Stay safe in the winter storm. In the winter storm, stay safe. Stay very safe. All right, let's talk about warrants, then we'll get into my boy. And then we're going to do a little segment. Whenever I feel like it, I'm going to do this. A little segment called, let's look at the most clickbaity Pondering Politics video to open up our day. And let's just make little commentary and observations just to needle him a little bit. That'll be the little segment that we do in a second. But we're going to do 2 things first. We're first going to talk about the warrants, and then we're going to talk about my boy and his interaction with the ogre boy. Okay. The warrant stuff. So I made a mistake on the Kyle and Crystal show talking about the warrants. And I don't want people to misinterpret me. So it is technically the case. I don't know if I technically made an error. I think I did. Will you tell me? The Supreme Court has never definitively ruled on whether or not administrative warrants in the context of search plus arrest and search in order to arrest for immigration is allowed. So I think that that's correct. So when I say I don't know, and I need to get back to you on that, I think that technically the Supreme Court hasn't yet squarely dealt with that issue before. But I still think I'm wrong because I kind of initially misunderstood the question and was confusing case law about administrative warrants and searches in other contexts and not just administrative arrest warrants. So the I-200s, the administrative arrest warrants, those aren't allowed to be used to go into the house. And Kyle is almost certainly right about that. And that's because there's a distinction between an arrest warrant and a search warrant. And that's from Scotus as well. So just because you have the arrest warrant doesn't mean that you're allowed to go into a house to execute it. And if there's someone in a house that's not coming out that you need to arrest, you'll need to get a search warrant to go get them, in addition to the arrest warrant. That the linkage between the thing that you need to seize and the search that needs to be there, right? You need to not just have the basis to seize them, but now also to cross the threshold into the home. So I was confusing in my head the Supreme Court case law on administrative searches and warrants and not realizing that the answer is a little bit more simple. It's just, these are arrest warrants. You can't use them to get into the house. But there's a more foundational issue, which has to do with the administrative aspect to it. The fact that it's not done by a judge. Okay. So like a neutral third-party arbiter. Now, in some contexts in administrative searches, that's been allowed in certain inspections contexts. And that's what I was kind of looking towards. But it's not clear to what extent that would apply to what's happening now with ICE. And it's funny that I kind of like flubbed that up a little bit. I did eventually say, like, I'm not sure, let me get back to you. And I'm like, oh yeah, of course, I-200s can't be used to do X, Y, Z. But then we get this leak about ICE creating this new warrant I-205, where they're purporting to take the position that you are allowed to use the I-205 to breach into the home to effectuate the arrest. Okay. And I want to be clear about where I stand on that. I think that that's unconstitutional. And don't let my mistake in saying, I think that that's okay, on Kyle, and then let me get back to you. Don't let that. I was confusing an issue. I was confusing the administrative search case law in the context of like inspections with what Kyle was asking about the I-200s arrest warrants. But the new issue is the I-205s, is these new warrants where they're claiming the authority to go and get you in your home. Does that make sense? And why that's an issue is because A, it's all within the executive branch, number one. Two, not only is it all within the executive branch, I believe the I-205 isn't even signed off by the Executive Office for Immigration Review, which is under the DOJ. So I believe it's all under DHS. So it's not just all in executive branch, it's all in DHS. So in no sense do you have the neutral arbiter part, which has been kind of an assumed aspect of these home searches, absent certain exceptions. And I don't think that there ought to be an exception for like immigration warrants that you're able to do it either warrantlessly or through an administrative warrant. And I think that it's okay for you to be pissed about that. And it's okay for you to say this is unconstitutional as fuck. But just know that the Supreme Court has never like squarely dealt with this context because no administration has ever like really done it that way. The administrations have used the I-200s, have used the arrest warrants, and have apprehended people in public places. So that's just clearing the air a little bit on that. You can be mad about the I-205s, about that leak. You're allowed to be like, this is unconstitutional as fuck. It's a search without a warrant. And to the extent that a warrant is anything, it's not overseen by a neutral arbiter to determine probable cause. It's all DHS determining probable cause for themselves. And you can be mad about that. And don't let my confusion and my little slip up on the Kyle Crystal thing that you might have watched or not, like put any doubt on that. That was just me messing up the administrative searches in the previous context of like inspections versus the arrest warrants and what Kyle was asking. Okay. Does everyone get it? You can be mad. Be mad. Yeah, that's what I have to say. But the warrants, horrible, right? Horrible and ripe for abuse. Can you imagine? Like, it's okay for ICE to decide for themselves whether there's probable cause to search like any home on their word about whether there's a removable or arrestable alien in the home on their word alone. And they decide for themselves whether there's probable cause. That is a bad state of affairs. And obviously the Fourth Amendment is supposed to protect the home most of all. Most of all. Like, it protects other stuff too, your papers, persons, effects, but the house is considered like the most sacred of things in the Fourth Amendment jurisprudence and case law. So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Be mad. Be mad. All right. That's it for warrants. That's it for me clearing the air on warrants. Hopefully there's no questions on that. Moving on to my boy. My boy. Look how they massacred my boy. Jared Golden is one of those ultra-conservative Dems that Hutch drools over and wishes there were more of. Just FYI. I think that this is unfair to Hutch. I think it's unfair to Hutch because of the following. I know that Hutch gets frustrated when we have a Jared Golden or Manchin that like doesn't vote the way we think that they ought to vote. I think that that's true. And I can remember like asking him certain questions that does it bother you, etc. I think he is bothered by it. All I think that what is Hutch's point is that he wants to win. And he has a particular view on what is necessary to win and the risk calculus of winning. Now, I often disagree with that. And for me, Jared Golden went too far. That's my own view, that Jared Golden went too far. And I think that that's okay to disagree on. But I don't think that you can fairly characterize Hutch as drooling in the sense of like wanting more obstruction of the democratic aims. And I think that this post might wrongly give that impression. I don't agree with Hutch on some strategy and tactic stuff, but I don't think that we should misconstrue his aim. I don't think his aim is to like get more ultra conservatives. I think his aim is to provide a winning caucus that is able to do things and not do nothing. Now, obviously, that can feel very bad when the do nothing people, when Democrats hold majorities, are like the Jared Goldens and the Mansions of the world. But you have to understand it from his perspective, not just from ours. And so yeah, I think that Hutch, this is has the danger of misconstruing. Like what you want to say, Ogre, is we don't need a Jared Golden type to win the Lewiston district in Maine. I think that's District 2. That's what you would want to say. And I might even agree with that. I don't think you need Jared Golden to win the Maine 2nd district. But that's what you need to say instead of Hutch drools over conservative Democrats. I think what he does is he drools over victory, and he thinks that some people are needed to win certain places. And at some level of generality, that's a true statement. Like, for example, West Virginia, I believe that that's a true statement. Just to be clear, I did not write that song. There were some comments I wanted to see. Kevin Ader says, I was confused about what Connor said. 1 N in Connor, guys. Get it right. Christineth! Say her name right. I was confused about what Connor said. It's true that there's no case law about the Renee Good shooting. But if we look at case law prior to that, there was no case law, so why should we care? This is also something, I think it's been leaked already that I'm talking with XQC in DMs. And this is something that XQC recognizes, and I think we all should. It's really, really important. Any use of force case in self-defense cases, they are very fact-bound. All right? They're very fact-bound. What you need to do with respect to case law is apply the principles that the courts give us. What do we look towards to determine the resolution of a given answer? Understanding that we're not just looking for the most analogous thing all the time and we're going to find it. Sometimes you can, right? But you shouldn't have an expectation that you're going to get something that's on all fours. That's on all fours with the case in front of you. And there could be key things that distinguish it that would lead to a different determination. So that's the first thing to note. And even X realized that. And I think if what you mean by case law is a 1-to-1 or like essentially 1-to-1 case comparison, it's hard. It's hard to find that exactly. And even if you did, that doesn't determine the outcome, right? Even if you found a 1-to-1 where some district court or some state court ruled it and it was never appealed, that doesn't mean that they got it right. So just keep that in mind. You know, you don't have to agree with every trial determination on these fact-specific issues. So what's more important is to apply the binding precedent of appellate courts, the principles in these kinds of very fact-bound situations. So that's what I do. I apply Gardner, I apply Graham v. Connor, I apply Plumhoff, Scott v. Harris, the principles of those cases. Now, there is no case law necessarily that's binding regarding the officer-created jeopardy, but that was a situation where Connor thought that that is what the court should recognize as part of the totality of circumstances. And I totally agree with Connor on that. That's what I think is like self-defeating about Connor's position. What's self-defeating in my opinion about Connor's position is he thinks that the law does in fact include officer-created jeopardy, and at least the Supreme Court should recognize that. He would be in favor of that. He thinks this was a recklessly created officer hazard. He thinks that this person should be held civilly liable in some respect, but not criminally. But I don't think that follows. I think if you think that this was an unreasonable application of force because of officer-created jeopardy, or officer create a dangerous situation. I think you think it's unreasonable in every respect under the Fourth Amendment. That's the kind of thing that I was looking at. But it is true that we don't have binding precedent on that. I hope that more or less answered some of the things you were asking or saying. Ew, I just got here. I need to leave. Hutch is blue MAGA, not a good person. Yeah, I don't know why you guys are such haters. Everyone be hating. Are Dems going to cave on DHS funding? I think that they will. I've predicted that they're not going to choose to not fund the government, in my opinion. Hutch has a complete blind spot on strategy and tactics. I just agree with him on some tactics and strategy. What up, Davos? I'm going through your comments. Can we not get bogged down in Connor bullshit? We'll try not to. Yeah, well, I'm trying to focus on the chat today, on you guys. Arnold Palmer alert. Pew. This is so good. Bro, we just need Bernie to go to West Virginia and yell about billionaires and then progress. Hey now. Are you going to invite Connor to an in-person cuddle? No, I'm going to focus on the chat. What's the law that was passed post-Civil War that can be expanded to limit ICE practices? So it's the KKK Act. That's the one that they charged Trump with. It's the conspiracy to violate rights. That's the law. And it's actually by some courts been expanded to to limit ICE practices. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I was talking about something else. Well, there is Section 1983, which can be applied to ICE. Didn't know XQC. Oh, well, someone from DGG is helping me talk to X, I think. I don't know if it's going to happen, though. What was happening when you and Soy repeated yourself 6 times and Hutch continued to ask you the same question? Did he truly not understand or make the connection? I think that there was just a communication issue there. I have to assume. Because I think he was continuing to think that we didn't provide... Vasadaka, yeah, I do plan to go through oral arguments on Scotus. Yep. He was continuing to say, like, you want them to fight for nothing. And I think that he either didn't hear or wasn't clicking that we thought the political benefit was worth it in this case. I'm not sure what happened there. But do you think that he's like intentionally not trying to understand? Was that a joke? We're DMing. That's been revealed, so I don't feel bad about leaking that. I won't like leak what is said, but yeah. Do you get adrenaline thinking of bad interactions you had? No. Hutch is right. Connor is wrong. Are you a moral realist? No. Isn't case law just a subjective interpretation of the law? Even that could change based on the judicial review at the moment? Yeah, I mean, like, everything's subject to change, but if you go down that route, then, like, nothing matters. Everything's... It's all a game. And it kind of is, but at the same time, we have to work with what we have. Tea sucks, coffee is better. I usually prefer coffee, yeah. Hutch is fine. Hutch blue MAGA. Hutch is my boy. Hutch is base. They did cave already. I think on some stuff. They funded some things until September. Mindwave says Hutch's dog shit political instincts, but calling him blue MAGA is crazy, not gonna lie. I use blue MAGA as like a positive sometimes. It's just like, oh, he's blue MAGA. But I guess different contexts mean different things. Like, we have the little blue MAGA emotes to sometimes being base, but also sometimes being like Trump, but just Democrats. So it depends on what you mean by blue MAGA. Our chat, our offline, like, Lib and Learn text group is literally called blue MAGA. Hutch is fine. He's just captured by Poland and crazy risk averse. Yeah, I think that's more my sense, is that he and Schumer are insanely risk averse on some things, and like basically scared. It's not going to end when you think it will end as a rich person, because it never over until justice is had. I don't know what's meant by that. Hunches base, don't get so left you lose the plot. Guys, chill. Will you have a translator for your XQC convo? Maybe the Meat Canyon guy? I saw the video that he made of XQC. It was hilarious. Why do you think Hassan is a Marxist-Leninist? He described himself as such. I saw a clip of him referring to himself as a Marxist-Leninist. You think that's pretty good evidence? And so ever since I saw that clip, I said, yeah, if someone calls themselves a Marxist-Leninist, I assume they're a Marxist-Leninist. And this was what was so, I think, deceptive about what Destiny did in that conversation with me when he said communism, which I conceded with respect to Aaron, but the conversation was about Marxist-Leninist, and then he tried to act as though that was a big own. That really pissed me off. That really pissed me off. Super annoying. And everyone knew on that panel what we were talking about, and to act like it was an own that was a dirty little trick. But I did see Hassan refer to himself as a Marxist-Leninist. Now, maybe I am misremembering, but that is just what I saw and recall seeing, and recall having someone show me that clip on stream in real time. And so that's why I call him Marxist-Leninist. You were wrong, though. I was wrong about what? You shouldn't rely on Hassan clips as evidence on him saying he's a Marxist-Leninist? Oh my God. Are we going to find the clip now? Oh my God, I almost just dropped. All right, I'm going to play a Pondering Politics video while I search for the clip, okay? And everyone just make some funny comments.
Joe Rogan, the biggest podcaster in the world, who personally interviewed, supported, and ultimately endorsed Donald Trump during the 2024 election, continues to suffer from a perfectly legitimate case of Trump buyer's remorse. And he's continuing to call out Trump's cover-up of the Epstein files, this time by pointing out what Trump is doing with ICE and the Minnesota fraud allegations. And we have to talk about this. But before we do, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, got a couple of clips to play here. As I said before, we're continuing to track this because Joe Rogan, Andrew Schultz of the Flagrant Podcast, Tim Dillon, so many, Theo Vaughn, so many MAGA-coded, MAGA-adjacent comedians and influencers helped sanitize Donald Trump and create a permission structure for everyday Americans to ignore his corruption, his narcissism, his dishonesty, his abuse of power, to put him back in the White House.
True.
I'm not going to sit here and say that Rogan himself was necessarily outcome determinative, but I do think collectively they played a major role. And there's no question that the Democratic Party really screwed the pooch in terms of not seizing these moments and going on these platforms. And even now they're still struggling to try to catch up to the moment and meet the moment. In some cases, they're succeeding, but for the most part, they're not. But all that aside, it's important to track this progression because by the time of the next presidential election, or indeed even this year's midterm elections, Joe Rogan and others like him could indeed play a pivotal role.
It could be.
So with that in mind, I want to play some clips, starting with this one.
Yeah, so I recorded my special on the 25th of October, and I have a bunch of Epstein jokes in there. And in the meantime, they said they released the files, and I was like, oh no, but they still haven't released them. And I was like, oh, thank God, the jokes still work.
Wow.
I was like, oh my God, thank God, because I have like at least 2 separate times where I bring them up because it was even bigger back then.
Well, it's going to go on for a long time, I suspect. I mean, they said they released them, but what did they release?
No, they're still not all out yet.
But what did they release?
Yeah.
Like, it's weird. The whole thing's weird.
It reminds me of that Onion article where they're like, oh, CIA realizes they've been using a black highlighter this entire time. Like, it's like that.
Lol.
It's like, oh, okay, you just blacked out pages.
Redacted the shit out of everything.
Yeah.
It's like, what did they release? Did they release something recently?
No, they haven't released anything in a minute. They had that initial release where everything was blacked out, and it was that picture of Winnie the Pooh, which was hilarious.
But isn't there talk about some new releases that are happening soon?
There was supposed to be full, like the Epstein files were supposed to be released in their entirety by now, as to comply with the federal law that Donald Trump himself signed into law, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which again, as I've said before, it was really not only just a huge political and optics defeat for Trump, but also wildly unnecessary because he's ultimately giving the Justice Department their orders. He could have just snapped his fingers on day one and ordered them to comply with his campaign promise to release the Epstein files. There was no law that was necessary to compel him to do that, unless, of course, he did want to do it in the first place. Then, of course, a law was necessary. And when it became politically untenable, he allowed Republican holdouts in the House and the Senate to vote for the Epstein Files Transparency Act. He signed it into law, but they're already flagrantly violating that law. The cover-up is continuing. And remember, the polling on this is atrocious for Trump. But yes, it's been weeks and weeks and weeks since a major disclosure by the Justice Department. And understand, even if they release all of it now, they've still broken the law. They were supposed to turn this shit over day one.
Where's
they
the
missed
clip?
The deadline. They broke the law knowingly. But let's hear more.
Which was hilarious.
But isn't there talk about some new releases that are happening soon?
Wait a second.
Have they? It feels
this
like
is
everything's-
true. Like, this was Destiny's point, right? The point is that not all communists are Marxist-Leninists. It's not pedantry, especially when we're in the weeds discussing it. You guys are pathetic. The whole point is that this is the case. And what kind of communist was Econoboy? I just don't understand why people are like immune to having a conversation about specific things. They want to keep things vague. And it's just trivially true that not all communists are Marxist-Leninists by definition. It's just definitionally true. But people think that they're like doing some insightful, oh, it's a pedantry. Like, you're wrong. It's not pedantry to say that not all communists are Marxist-Leninists because it's true by definition. Another way of saying that is it's analytically true. I have the clip somewhere. I'm going to find it. Sorry.
It's been drowned out by everything else been going on with like the Somalians and the ICE shooting. It feels like that's completely drowned out anything about it.
I think some of that's on purpose.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, 27 minutes ago, update story. A federal judge blocked the effort to force the release of more files.
Oh.
Trying to get that off there.
Okay. The federal judge, we said it a little bit wrong. It's the federal judge blocked the lawmakers' effort to force the DOJ to release the Epstein file. So they're trying to force the DOJ.
They already were forced to.
No, it's where he
And a
refers to
federal
himself as a Marxist-Leninist. He refers to himself as a Marxist-Leninist, or at least subscribing to Marxist-Leninism. I'll find it for you, Missy, but it exists. Someone showed it to me. I had this like big whole thing about people come in to show me where this happens, where that happens, show me on the and people did show me that clip. But I'm getting one guide. All right. Where were we? Holy shit. I will find that for you. If you're in the Discord, I'll put it there. Or someone else can find it and put it in the Discord. But he does refer to himself as such. And if he does, I think it's fair to construe him as it, unless he says, I'm actually not that. In which case, we would have to assess whether or not we believe him according to the policies. Okay. What is the post-Civil War law that Congress can use to rein in ICE practices? Well, individuals can sue under Section 1983 for violations of rights. That's not really Congress using it to rein in ICE practices. But Congress should just abolish ICE. I think all Marxist-Leninists are communists, but not all communists are Marxist-Leninists. I don't think it works both ways. It's like a square rectangle type thing. You get it? Yeah, I agree it's fair. I just haven't seen the clip. Okay, yeah, I've seen the clip. That's why I refer to him as such. Okay. That's why I do it. I don't do it because I think that it's like unfair to do. I do it because I think it's fair to do. Maybe he's changed though, right? I mean, it's possible, but again, I think there needs to be evidence for that if it's the case. Okay, where were we? Shit, I was gonna do something fun with Josiah's, and I just used it as like filler content. Okay, that's a boring thing. That's Joe Rogan shit. We're gonna do a little thing, do a little dance here, and we're gonna pick a Josiah video with good shit. Fox News humiliates Trump. Trump desperate, makes insane threat. Trump confronted by fed up MAGA host. Caroline Leavitt keeps getting publicly humiliated. Screaming Hannity kicks off guests for mocking Trump. Trump folds on Greenland. Caroline Levitt mocked for her dumbest fucking lie yet. Trump admits on stage and screws himself. The fucking Josiah Midas touch people. I love this shit, by the way. It's hilarious. Let's look at Englazed Gavin for a second.
Donald Trump desperately tried to prevent Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom from speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos last night. And though his initial attempt succeeded, ultimately Governor Newsom was able to speak to assembled businessmen from around the world at the World Economic Forum. And what he said,
that was an intense little look there. See this?
Businessmen
what a handsome man, this Josiah, by the way.
World at the World Economic Forum. And what he said.
Look at this. Oh, Josiah. I miss him every week. I miss him on Live and Learn. I want to be honest. We should invite him at some point. Not that I love IRI and Soy Pill. I just want to be clear. I think that they're great. But there's something about when Josiah gets triggered. I'll never forget how triggered he got at the Vanguard conversation. I mean, I was scared.
Said we have to talk about it. But before we do, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, as Gavin Newsom's press office noted tonight around 11:30 p.m., of course, this was last night, Pacific time, the conversation Trump tried to cancel, don't miss it, World Economic Forum event. And this came after reporting under pressure from the White House and State Department, USA House, a church.
Look at Harry Sisson in the replies. Just glazing Newsom. Jesus, he's terrified of you.
Acting as the
this
official
show person
US pavilion, is now denying entry to Governor Gavin Newsom to speak with media after Fortune, the official media partner, invited him to speak. In other words, there was an official pre-planned, agreed-upon meeting or an event that Governor Newsom...
This is one of my favorite Josiah-isms. But before we unpack all that, I'm going to need you to like, comment, and subscribe.
He was invited. They agreed to let him speak. And then under pressure from Trump to try to silence Newsom from criticizing him and humiliating him, they withdrew the invitation. But then he was able to sit down with Ben Smith, who I believe is from Semaphore, in front of a room of
a little bit
both
there.
Domestic and international businessmen.
But he's doing well.
And there's a lot to go through.
And you know, Josiah just does like one cut. Josiah does no editing. This is a one-man show. So he just does it all in one take. They call him One Take Jake.
Through here. But what Newsom had to say was incredibly important. And then at the end, we're going to actually circle back to a confrontation I had on Twitter with a...
His Twitter interactions are news now. I love that, by the way. There are accounts who like review their own Twitters as content. And guess what? I'm one of them.
Progressive political commentator Nina Turner. And it gets a little heated, but let's start with Governor Newsom.
Boy, wait, that is spicy. This is a good episode to pick.
What happens with Nina Turner is relevant to that.
In fact, this is a different conversation in the
I think Josiah hates Nina Turner.
West's defense. It was the
and I am not unsympathetic to Josiah's position.
the privately run USA House, which is endorsed by the State Department, funded by big
What a nerd voice.
American companies.
Look at Gavin, bro.
Which did
Listen, I want to make my position on Gavin crystal clear for the audience. I don't fully trust Gavin Newsom, but man, does the guy have aura. He has stage presence. He has charisma. And I agree with Richard Hanania that is like a very important element these days. So say what you want about everything you want to say. All the lefties in the chat can do their nose, but he does have that riz.
pull an event with you with Fortune yesterday.
Yeah.
And I guess I wondered to begin with,
Look at him. He's like flirting.
what does that tell you about the way the U.S. private
Look at that look. That's like a little coy look.
sector, which is really very heavily represented here,
So you're going to get me in
is
trouble right
addressing
off the
this
bat.
political
Oh, he does sound sick.
moment.
I looked at I admit, looking at the list, McKinsey
And it makes him, unfortunately, that much more charismatic.
and Microsoft and a few California companies. So have you, what the hell are they even talking about? But it's indicative, I think, of America.
Guys, what do you think about this gray suit, dude? Press 1 if you would ever fuck with a gray suit. A little off gray, I don't know what you would call this. I don't think you would call it charcoal. Would you? This guy looks like a fucking clown. Look at his shoes. What is this? What the hell? Are they like in winter or something?
Yeah, for those of you who are not American.
Palmrock says, who cares about his suit and his aura? Who cares about it? Well, you know what? The American people care. I wish they didn't. I wish you were... I wish you were right. I wish I was the monster you want me to be. I wish I had enough poison for the lot of you.
It gives you a sense of what we're up against and what's happening across my country and what happened here in Davos. I was going to speak last night. It was a well-established event at the USA
Well
House.
established.
Simple conversation, discussion. After Trump's speech, they made sure that I didn't. They made sure it was canceled.
Not a fan of the
And that's
leg
what's happening in the United
cross.
States of America. Freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, freedom of speech. It's America in reverse.
Interesting from Jen. I'm a gray suit fanatic, but that specific color gray is not my favorite. All right, we have the Jen report. Do you care who gets elected? Duh. Do you mean for the primary? Gavin would not be my first choice. My first choice in my ideal world would be Chris Murphy or AOC.
They're censoring historical facts. They're rewriting history. They're censoring books, 4,340 books, libraries, and in schools, banned in the United States of America. You're watching institutions. Any institution of independent thinking is under assault and attack by the Trump administration. You're seeing what's playing out in the streets of American cities, what played out in California, the second largest city in the United States of America, 4,000.
Yeah, not Jon Stewart for me. Not Jon Stewart. And I know that this is something that Crystal and Kyle have pushed a little bit. Like, oh, wouldn't it be cool? And listen, would I support Jon Stewart? Yeah, if he was the nominee. Do I think Jon Stewart is a really good communicator, funny as fuck? I really like Jon Stewart. Do I think that he gives a fuck? I do. I do think that Jon Stewart gives a fuck. But I think there's too much of that both sides bullshit on him. And how he handled the initial stuff about Trump and being like, it's not so bad. This isn't impeachable, whatever. I'm like, you're not made for the moment, dude. Now, ultimately, if he decides to run, I reserve the right to put that behind him and be like, all right, you know what? Fuck it. If he comes out strong against Trumpism. But if he starts to do this kind of whatever, I'm not having that. But obviously I would support him if he won the nomination. And then I would make a Twitter post and be like, we all should support Jon Stewart, obviously. Because what I'm talking about here with the primary stuff, I think that there are a bunch of honorable choices. I think Gavin Newsom is an honorable choice. I think Jon Stewart is an honorable choice. I think Josh Shapiro, AOC, Chris Murphy, these people are all honorable choices. I'm ranking them against each other for my preferences. And for me, Jon Stewart would not have my vote as of yet as a preferred candidate. Now, that might change depending on who's actually in the race.
National Guard were federalized. 700 active duty Marines were not sent overseas. They were sent to my largest city in the state of California. Masked men. Guy Greg Bovino, dressed up. It's as if he literally went on eBay and purchased SS garb. Greg Bovino, secret police, private army, masked men, people disappearing quite literally. No due.
See, this rhetoric is the shit that I love because I think that this is meeting the moment in terms of the rhetoric against Trump. This is the kind of shit I want to hear from every Democrat. This is what should unite us against Trump. But the kind of both sides garbage shit where they're not doing this, or people who don't speak like this referring to the administration, that pisses me off. And maybe Gavin Newsom is doing this selectively to try to like win the resistance liberal support and love. Then everyone should start acting like Gavin is then. Because I will support people who want justice and accountability. Those are my main issues in a primary. Justice, accountability, structure, defense of the Constitution. And so when I have someone talking tough on Trump, I'm going to reward that. I'm not going to punish that. What I am going to punish is weakness. That's what I'm going to punish.
Process. Windows being smashed. Seatbelts on, being, literally just sort of cut off, people dragged in the streets, kids separated from families, knocking on doors, racially profiling American citizens. So is it surprising the Trump administration didn't like my commentary and wanted to make sure that I was not allowed to speak? No. It's consistent with this administration and their authority.
Great soundbite, great clip, and it's in line with Newsom's litigation strategy. Newsom has been active on the litigation front with his attorney general. And so, yeah, I think this is fantastic. And I think every Democrat needs to sound like that, starting with congressional leadership. Why don't they sound like this?
Authoritarian tendencies. Forgive me. These are objective facts.
And he's better at delivering it than any Republican politician. It is. It's incredibly embarrassing, and it betrays a profound insecurity from Donald Trump and the Trump administration that they attempted to silence Governor Newsom. And I will point out, he's referring to Gregory Bovino, who's basically like the ICE field commander or whatever. And he looks like an SS field commander. Look at this. This is straight from like Hugo Boss famously designed the Nazi overcoats or whatever. But this is just like straight up. Apparently the guy's really short. He overcompensates, very Freudian. Anytime like he walks into a place, he has to have an armed entourage marching with him of like half a dozen or a dozen ICE agents. And that's just like to take a piss in a Target bag.
All right, someone comment on something behind Josiah. X heart. Really? Really, Josiah? How big is that globe? Doesn't seem standard to me. 2 globes in one shot? Some sort of pagan idol? Can't even read the book names.
Bathroom. I mean, profoundly insecure. Day 1, by the way, one of the first firings that a next Democratic administration should make should be to Brendan Carr of the FCC and Gregory Bovino.
100%. Good base points by Josiah.
So let's continue with what Governor Newsom had to say.
Endorsed by the State Department, but these are a lot of decisions are being made by private companies right now. This is a capital. This is probably the central global gathering of CEOs. And I guess I wonder.
Bro, are you trying to get fucked by Gavin? Why are you like flirting with him? This is insane.
Give me a review of how you see these folks, and you know your way around this world. How you see those people behaving.
Society.
Look at him, like just now he's trying to mimic language, body like matching.
It becomes how we behave. We are our behaviors. We're not bystanders in this world. The world we're experiencing happened on our watch. So in the
look at that look.
Relationship to your question, yeah, they're complicit in some respects to this moment. You know, and forgive me, you brought.
I just want to say right there. So Gavin Newsom is telling world business leaders, both again in America and abroad, to their faces, that they are complicit in Trump's authoritarian abuses.
And of course they are. Of course they're complicit, right? When we talk about accountability, it'll be important to suss out among the private actors who are the victims and who are the perpetrators. Because some of these people are being coerced, some of these private actors are being coerced, and they should be treated as victims. Okay? I'm fair and balanced. Some are complying far too much and too enthusiastically. And I think have crossed the line from being a victim of coercion to being some sort of parasite, some sort of opportunist. But he is doing that, and that's good.
Power. It's factually true, and it's bold of him to say.
Up a tweet, but
what a story, Gavin. Anyway, how's your sex life? I used to know a girl. I had 2 guys. They got so jealous, she ended up on a hospital on Guerrero Street. Haha, what a story, Mark.
Part of my approach has been a little more aggressive than perhaps a lot of American politicians. I created a Patriot site.
Hell yeah.
On the site, you can go there.
And I also love that shit, that he embraces Patriot language. He embraces pro-Americaism. If there's one thing that will drive me personally away from more left-wing progressive optics / candidates, it is a kind of America bad mentality. Now, I understand it in the current era. I understand it with Trump now and in the sort of historical assessments of different interventions, etc. But I like this notion of having a new birth of freedom, of living up to America's ideal and holding that up as valuable as a patriot, as supporting the country and the Constitution. I don't much like this reflexive, we're the biggest evil in the world type shit. That will turn me off.
That are available to purchase.
You tell me if you disagree. If you disagree, chat, you think that that's too parochial? Is that a word? Too provincial? Too? There's like a word I'm trying. Too hokey? Too something? There's something there. Or too like particular or kind of like gross American exceptionalism? You can put that too. You don't have to agree with me.
The last round of knee pads sold out.
Knee
just as
pads.
our law firms.
So do you know what Gavin Newsom is referring to there with knee pads? Actually, I don't know if he is. Is he referring to bowing or economic actors sucking Trump's dick?
Are selling out. Many American universities are selling out. And yes, many corporate leaders are selling out to this administration.
True. Yeah, that's true. And that is important to say out loud.
Selling out our values, selling out our future, selling out what makes America great. And it breaks my heart. And people need to stand up. People need to, courage of their damn convictions. We're the 250th anniversary. The United States of America this year. It's the 250th anniversary. The best of the Roman Republic, Greek democracy, co-equal branches of government, the rule of law, popular sovereignty.
Base Roman enjoyer.
Tell me that reflects the America you read about today.
It doesn't.
There's no rule of law. It's the rule of dawn. I hope for Europeans, it's dawning on you.
Damn. Pokemon Go to the polls, but done better. Well done.
It's not the rule of law.
Oh, no, he's smitten. He's smitten.
You don't have co-equal branches of government.
Oh.
You have a supine Congress. You don't have
supine Congress. The guy's a wordsmith. You have a supine Congress.
Speaker of the House. It doesn't exist. Popular sovereignty be
That's
challenged
true.
every
There is no
single day
speaker.
by voter suppression, trying to rig elections. I mean, heck, Donald Trump tried to steal the election, the last election, tried to light democracy on fire, and then pardoned everyone that participated in that.
This is good. This is what we want to see. Yes.
Anyone paying attention to what the hell is going on in the United States of America?
He learns. This is the thing, right? You might laugh at when Ezra did this thing. He's like, Gavin, you were talking to Charlie and I could tell you were listening. Now, I think Gavin was far too easy on Charlie Kirk, far too easy on Bannon, etc. But I don't think that Ezra is wrong at Gavin Newsom. I think is more teachable, more learnable. He's trying to see what fits. He's trying to understand.
America. So my state of mind is a little different, perhaps, than many others. I won't be complicit at this moment. I won't. I can't. I can't look my kids in the eyes. And so I'm...
My kid, who's a fucking Charlie Kirk supporter, probably a groiper now.
I'm just blessed that I get to represent a state that's larger than the size of 21 U.S. states combined. Where 27% of us are foreign-born.
And the thing is, Gavin sometimes does flub up a line or two, but he's very good at like smoothing into it and making it seem like no big deal. Right? I'm not worried because he will sometimes mix up his words or whatever, or he'll like flub a line or something or mispronounce, but he's just very smooth with it.
Practice pluralism, that's a word you haven't heard in America in a year, where we dominate in every critical category in terms of energy and daring and entrepreneurialism and innovation. Look, give me a category. In California outperforms, fourth largest economy in the world. And so we can punch above our weight. We can come here with formal authority and a little moral authority.
And I also think this is the right approach from the Newsom perspective of being like proud of California, not shying away from it. Because trying to be like, oh yeah, we have problems, oh this or that, I think it's not the right message. I think he needs to like wear it on his sleeve that he loves California.
I love it. And I love how he goes to bat for California. California.
Wow, holy shit. I promise I did not pre-watch. I swear to you. Swear to me.
has its issues. California has legitimate issues that's perfectly fair to criticize. Every state does.
God damn, we're on the same. God, who is this guy? Who the fuck is this?
But California also has advantages and assets that most other states don't. It is economically superior to every other.
For Josiah, it's always like trying to get some objective. I did not pre-watch. I swear to you. Everything is for Jai's always like objectively. Objectively, it's better. he needs that. He needs the objectivity. He needs that.
And assets that most other states don't. It is economically superior to every other state.
All Democrats, even the worst Democrat, is objectively, morally superior than the best Republican
in this country. There is no red state that compares. The best of the red states do half as well as California. Texas is the most powerful, most economically powerful state, and it's doing half as well, economically speaking, as California.
Just by GDP, you fucking elite. You elite.
California is the 5th largest.
Oh, and now we're gonna get into the Josiah, the little Twitter beef, huh, with Nina Turner.
Economy. Texas is number 8, right? And that's the best of the red states. So the point is, and he'll get into it later, we can start throwing around accusations and insults and criticisms, but red states have a hell of a lot more than blue states. I want to, before I go to the next couple of clips, David Axelrod, former President Obama advisor, responded to this. He goes, boy, I'll tell you what, I have a completely different cut on.
Wow. I saw this clip. It was an unfortunate clip, but yeah, no. It's wild.
On this. Newsom is whip-smart, charismatic politician. His critiques of Trump are right, but this, why can't people be as courageous as me? Routine is tedious. Haven't we seen enough self-puffery in our leaders? And this is why I said, no. The feckless cowardice of Obama and Biden-era Democrats, and I am referring in part to David Axelrod and his ilk here, are deeply...
Damn. So this is an interesting line that Josiah has taken, okay? So get this. Josiah doesn't shy away from sometimes criticizing Democrats, which I appreciate, which I definitely appreciate. And this is the kind of stuff that I think is okay to do. As long as you tell your audience, which I feel like I do when I criticize Democrats, when I criticize Biden, I feel like I always couch it in, there's no comparison. I mean, one world is like the equivalent of a paper cut. The other world is the equivalent of the laser from Resident Evil that puts you up into a trillion pieces. Okay, so I feel like I couch it. But look at the line that Josiah is drawing here. He's saying Obama and Biden era Dems, their feckless cowardice was frustrated and partially responsible for where we find ourselves today. The base wants brave fighters. This is my line. And it's so nice to, Josiah, few things make me more aroused than basking in MAGA's inferiority. Oh, dude, we're enjoying your video. This is a great video. It's really good stuff. And we were on the same wavelength. But this is kind of like the critique line that I love of Democrats. Feckless cowardice, weakness. This is the kind of critique of Democrats that I will always embrace. There's another line that I also sometimes do, which is on certain discrete actions as either corrupt or as stupid. That's how but the strongest by far line that I like to follow in terms of Democratic criticism is fecklessness, weakness, lack of spine. And so I really love that Josiah pushed that on Axelrod, because Obama did have some feckless cowardice about him. Biden as well on some stuff. I would actually think that, frankly, Biden's issue, although he didn't say Biden, he said Biden era Dems. Oh, but very interesting there. I'm misreading it. He said Obama and Biden era Dems. So Obama and Biden is modifying era Dems. And so on that, I much more agree. Because I actually think that Biden was willing to do things, willing to try things. And I don't think it was fecklessness or cowardice with respect to the problems they specifically caused, or at least, Biden. And that Biden's was more like arrogance and selfishness at times. And Biden can be a very selfless person, but he can also be a very selfish person. but I agree with this as properly understood. I think that's a correct reading. Bro, what did you think of Nina calling your boy out? Well, I think we're going to get to it, right? I think you mentioned that you're going to talk about Nina Turner. So we're getting to it.
Frustrating because and partially responsible for where we find ourselves today. The base wants brave fighters who will force accountability and boldly wield power.
God,
must also live up to the
we're
hype.
on the
So
exact same wavelength.
Democrats and the base wants Democrats to have a more
100%,
aggressive posture,
100%.
be more self-assertive, to
Yes.
talk about how fucking awesome
Yes.
they are and how much their opponents suck.
Yes.
It worked for Trump. Why don't we give it a try and see if it
Yes, and look at what Axelrod is saying here. Like, why can't people be as courageous as me? Routine is tedious. Haven't we seen enough self-puffery? Like, bro, first of all, Gavin can be totally thankful and gracious in a way that, like, Trump and the Republicans of that era never are, except to Trump himself. Like, I don't understand that at all. You need to back yourself, man. Back yourself. Yes. Yes, actually, it is courageous to even speak out as a prominent person. Look at what Mark Carney did. Mark Carney gives a speech. Great speech. Accurate speech. And just to say that alone, he's risking a bunch of shit for his country and his approval rating. Gavin does this and he risks Trump deploying ICE again, or to deploy, I should say, like the National Guard military again in California. And I understand that that is not just a risk to Newsom, it's also California, but that would affect Newsom's like potentially popularity in the state, as well as he could indict Newsom for some bullshit pretext, as he's planning to do for other state officials, has already done with the Attorney General of New York. So I actually think it is courageous, even though it's Newsom, and even though there's some self-serving aspect to it. I actually do think it's courageous to do that. And I actually do think that the actors that he called out for cowardice are, in fact, a lot of those actors, not all of them, but a lot of them are cowards in the private sector, etc. And I have no problem strategically with backing yourself and doing self-puffery, especially when it's not nearly as obnoxious as the Republicans do. And it's what we want. So Axelrod just pisses me off sometimes, man.
Democrats and the base wants Democrats to have a more aggressive posture, to be more self-assertive, to talk about how fucking awesome they are and how much their opponents suck.
Yes.
It worked for Trump. Why don't we give it a try and see if it works for us instead of this bullshit false humility? Newsom shouldn't lie. Newsom shouldn't pretend that he's perfect.
Of course.
Newsom shouldn't pretend the blue states are perfect and red states are, just absolute shitholes. But he should throw his weight around more. I would like to see more of that swagger.
By the way, I'm not kidding. They're the new Trump signature series knee pads. Yeah, and they are available.
Hell
online.
yeah,
I told you, the
based.
last one sold out.
Based. I love the prop. I love the prop humor. Can we bring this back? This is good.
It actually, but we laugh. Anyway, these are.
I love the fact that he got a laugh. That's good.
Yeah, that's good. It's good. It's actually good to make people laugh, actually. Can you believe? Next actor, I was like, this is not a time for humor, Gavin. Why are you making people laugh?
Good. That means even these business leaders, some of whom he's just telling off, are actually cheering him on, and they like the cut of his jib.
Available and in bulk, too.
But I want to read you a couple of things.
Lol, throws it out, Chad, into the crowd.
The U.S. government has said about you in the last 24.
I think Dems being homophobic is pathetic, kind of. All right. How do I address this? Do I understand the position that referring to blowjobs in the prerogatory, oh my God, prerogatory. What am I saying? Pejorative has as its root some sort of homophobia and sexism. That is to say, to do this act is to behave as a woman does, and to behave as a woman does is to be servile. Something like that. Do I understand that analytically? Yes. Do I think that that's the necessary interpretation here? No. I think being on your knees also refers to like monarchies and bowing down and paying reverence. It's not just blowjobs. And also, even with respect to the blowjob stuff, most people aren't putting that in their head one and one together. Maybe it's in their subconscious. But in this case, I think the greater overall benefit of mocking Trump, even if there are some ancillary intuitive cognitive bias effects, is unfortunately worth it. And we'll deal with the cognitive bias in the future. But again, I don't think that's a necessary interpretation. I think being on your knees can also refer to other things besides fellatio.
4 hours or so. The
U.S. government.
The Treasury Secretary.
Bro, just own it. All right, I'll own it. Yeah, sucking Trump's cock.
The Treasury Secretary described you as Patrick Bateman meets Sparkle Beach Ken. The White House Communications Director.
That was the U.S. Secretary of Treasury.
I have a couple more, and then you can respond. The White House Communications Director called you Gavin Newscomb, and an official White House account, a federal government account, described you with I'd say, very online sexual slur that people hear.
Listen, I don't think it's homophobic or sexist. Come on, guys. I'm just saying I understand the logic of someone who says that. The logic is you're implying that sucking someone's penis is some sort of negative act, some act that is like beneath what a man would do. And that's because to do that is to act as a woman, and to be and therefore it makes you servile and beneath. I'm not saying I agree with that interpretation. I understand it. That's all I'm saying.
Probably don't want to hear at 8:30 in the morning.
I know it doesn't necessarily mean blowjobs. I've said that.
Fire with fire.
Do you think? Should you? I mean, is that kind of discourse from them good for America?
No, it's deeply unbecoming. Come on, of course it is. It's not what we should be doing. But you've got to point out the absurdity. You got to put a mirror up to this. This is madness. President, you see what he...
And what is so great about this, it's like Brazilian jiu-jitsu or whatever. Not that I know anything about that. But he can just claim that any insane shit he's doing is holding up a mirror to the degenerates on the other side. So I think that like people didn't realize the utility of that. And they're just now starting to realize that we can do things with this. We can actually have tactics. And when people try to be like, well, didn't you say that Trump did? Like, we can just say, yeah, it's just a mirror, bro. It's a mirror.
Saying about European leaders, you talking down to people, talking past people. I mean, look, the comments he made yesterday we're not even discussing because you're discussing all the other comments about windmills or whatever else that was happening. Well, he talked about Somalia's community. This is not normal. It's a deviation of normalcy. We've got to call it out. So I put a mirror up to Trump and Trumpism in all caps. And it was ironic because Pravda, Fox News in America, others, they got offended by it. They said, well, where's his mother to wash his mouth out with soap?
I know, it's so crazy.
You've never said a word about Trump dressing up as the Pope, tweeting out and cosplaying on the world stage. And so the Treasury Secretary talked about a Barbie doll. It was as if he was reading a diary and had just broken up with someone. I mean, that was the Secretary of Treasury using valuable time yesterday on the world stage. Some sexual, thank you for not sharing that on the official White House account. We're deeply in their head. I think the affordability agenda appears to be, I'm living rent-free in the Trump administration.
Hey,
he gets applause for that. But listen, I love the fact that he's unapologetically willing to fight fire with fire.
Hell yeah, Josiah.
The days of civility politics are over.
Click.
I'd love to go back to them to the extent that we ever had them in the first place, but they require reciprocity. And Donald Trump's Republican Party...
That's another big theme of Josiah's show. Is Democrats are objectively better and norms require reciprocity and also political support and getting things done, that there's a reciprocity relationship there. This kind of like mutual obligation is like a huge theme of Josiah's outlook of stuff.
Will refuse to reciprocate. So why should we? Why should we play by a different set of rules?
Prime Minister Mark Carney the day before, who talked about, I don't know, in large terms, the middle powers, everybody except for China and the U.S., really had to adapt permanently to a world without American leadership. I guess I wonder, I mean, that's in some sense a pretty anti-American.
What do we think of these boots, guys? No one's commenting on the boots. Just please, someone say something. And then we can continue.
point of view. That's a view that America is gone from the world stage, that whether the next president is J.D. Vance, Gavin Newsom, somebody else, this isn't a deviation, as you said. This is permanent.
Well,
do you buy that? Do you buy Carney's point of view?
I felt there was moments, and forgive me, I should be cautious making this statement. I don't want it to be overanalyzed, but when I was listening to the EU president speak, there were moments where I said, that used to be us. I remember that. So am I surprised?
That's fucking based.
By what?
Yeah, because it used to be America claiming moral superiority. America claiming international principles and rules-based order. And so I totally understand what Gavin is saying, that we've fallen in esteem and that what we represent under Trump isn't the same. And you see the nice little dodge. I don't know if he'll go back to answering the question about Carney and whether the changes are permanent. I hope he does. I hope that he gives a hopeful and optimistic message that under a Newsom presidency, perhaps, that we'll see or expect to see America return to its rightful role, being involved as a world player in coordination with our alliances, not against our alliance, working hand in hand with our friends, not spitting in their face.
He did quite the contrary. I thought it was. I had more leaders from the United States quietly send me, not publicly, not enough standing up publicly, the transcript of that speech saying, wow. They were, got in Trump said yesterday, he brought it up. You know everything about Trump because it's what's not in the teleprompter. It tells you everything you need to know about where Trump's head is on things. It was incredibly effective. The markets were more effective. Markets. It's not Mother Nature. Thought of most powerful force.
Some damage is permanent. Yeah, no, 100%. I totally agree with this. Some damage is permanent, right? Because, and it's kind of similar to how the old empires used to view democracies as fickle. Oh, they could just have a no confidence vote and install someone else, and all of a sudden these alliances mean nothing that we've created, and so they can't be relied upon, right? America can't be relied upon. So I don't know to what extent that will be always around, but I think that there has been some permanent damage, that they can't rely on America further than like a 4-year horizon, which is unfortunate because, of course, some relationships, some deals need to be longer than 4 years. And even like, forget about it. If you're 2 years or 3 years into a presidency, everything could fundamentally change in a year, like all preconceived notions. So that is like a huge problem, because it means that our word doesn't mean anything. It's jack shit. That's why it's important to like, let's keep the last bit of reliability that we have. Things like the Federal Reserve, the stability of American markets. Those things are like pretty important to maintain. The international stuff is cucked. The domestic liberty stuff is also waning. Rule of law, whatever the Supreme Court deigns to offer us on any given day. So whatever we have left, we need to jealously guard, and we need to try to do some triage. And unfortunately, just as Biden's role, I would say 50-60% was to triage from the first Trump administration, I think any future Democratic administration is going to be triage, is going to be 50, 60, 70% of what they are doing, is rebuilding things that we've lost, reconstructing things. Now, that will give opportunities for new possibilities, right? Think about the Civil War. That was also a cataclysm. I think this is not the same kind of cataclysm. I think Civil War was worse than what we're going through right now. Like for me, Civil War is like number one existential threat we've ever had as a country. But there were opportunities that emerged out of the Civil War. So I'm not saying that it will all be bad, but so much of the next agenda needs to be reconstructing, putting up guardrails, and tearing down everything that Trump has done in the second term.
Nature, but it's the markets, particularly the Trump administration. Combine that with the comments of Macron, combine that with the EU commissioner, but the clarity that came from Prime Minister of Canada. But the fact that he went to China, came back with a deal, started introducing low-cost, high-quality electric vehicles, not made in Michigan, Detroit, but overseas into Canada. It says everything you know about the recklessness of a
Pretty bad to be down to the Federal Reserve. It's getting there, man. And we'll get to the oral arguments on the Federal Reserve today, hopefully today, yeah. But yeah, it's pretty bad.
America's foreign policy.
Like we have the stability of the dollar. We have like our markets. We have, I think certain institutional actors are still like gold standard in America. We obviously, regardless of our stage in the moral or international or legal or rights-based frameworks of the world, our economic might is still like a necessary thing for so many countries.
Everything you need to know. You know it intimately, but it's a remarkable thing to break down 80 plus years of alliances. It takes decades and decades to build trust in organizations.
True, Newsom. We were just talking about that.
Weeks, tweaks,
to destroy
hours, minutes sometimes, to destroy it.
Yeah.
Destruction is not strength. The Trump administration is weakness masquerading as strength. And people need to understand that. That's reflected in the tweets. That's reflected in canceling people. That's reflected in sending masked men into the American cities. It's reflected at this moment. So I respect what Carney did because he had courage of convictions. He stood up.
He's braver than a lot of American politicians.
We need to stand up in America and call
I think it's
this out
based.
with
I think
courage.
it's based.
We can lose our republic as we know it. Our country become unrecognizable in a matter of months, just not years. It is code red, blinking red.
100%.
In the United States of America. So forgive me, I feel this with passion, some indignancy.
And you should. And yeah, Prime Minister Mark Carney, I mean, it's going to hurt America. Ultimately, it's business. But I mean, Carney made the right decision for Canadians. If the United States is going to be an unstable...
And every Democrat should act like that when it comes to Trump, when it comes to international prestige. I want everyone to act like that. I'm glad that a lot of the progressive people are also doing that. I think that that's good. That's really important. But anyone who's not, anyone who's kind of doing this more middle ground, think Governor Polis in Colorado, think, like I said, some of these commentators who we referenced before, Jon Stewart in the early days, this kind of stuff of like, oh, it's not so bad. Oh, like it's both sides. Like that shit needs to go. It needs to be strong rhetoric. It needs to be code red. It needs to be Trump is the threat and Trump is the enemy. I mean, it really needs to be that, yeah.
Bully or an unpredictable bully rather than, predictable ally and friend, you might as well go to China if you're in Carney's shoes. And that's all Trump's fault.
I feel this with passion, some indignancy.
More energy.
Someone, frankly, has taken it for granted all of these years. And it's why I came here to Davos to call it out. And I wish there were more of us doing the same because there are more of us. And on that, forgive me.
He's at the World Economic Forum. He's not giving that
Trump
policy
is
prescription.
An historic president. That's absolutely correct. He's historically unpopular.
Oh, I didn't watch the Ben Shapiro interview. Will that trigger me if I watch it?
In the United States of America, in every category, he's underwater. He will be remembered in years, not decades. He's not going to run again. Time of life denies that. Not a state of mind, but time of life. But we need to manifest that. And we need to do the hard work. And that hard work includes the difficult work of coming to Davos.
Oh, was this on Shapiro's podcast or Newsom's podcast? Because I think Newsom like copyright strikes everything or copyright claims everything. I think it was like even pretty severe. Like you couldn't even watch it or something when I watched it before. So I'll definitely take a look at it if it's Shapiro. But I'm not sure if I'll do it if it's Newsom's podcast.
Calling that out. This is not where I want to be spending, I love you all, my time. And
again, I appreciate that. Donald Trump is an historically bad president. I think he will be remembered for decades and if not centuries as a transformative president, but again, in the very worst possible way. The guy who totally betrayed, he was the end of the Washingtonian ethic of the U.S. presidency. And who knows what will follow him. But he himself has been a force of destruction for the United States civic structure. But let's continue.
And there's no going back. And do you think that,
Yeah, see, I want him to go hard in these one-on-ones. I don't want him to just go hard when he's like able to speak uninterrupted and has the stage and is able, because that's all good, but I want someone who gets in the face of MAGA, points at them in their face and say, what you are saying is evil. What you are defending is unconscionable. That's what I want. So that's going to piss me off. I'll watch it privately, but that's where I'm like, keep that energy though, dude. Keep it when you're in the one-on-ones.
Do you think a different American leader can bring?
I think these relationships are in dormancy. They're not dead. I don't use those binary terms. Don't fall prey to that.
So he did answer the question.
That's a bit hyperbolic, and I'm prone to a little of that at times. Dormancy. We can he's an invasive species, Donald Trump. He's not. He is. He took over the Republican Party. They're just. I mean, he's got, a few of them.
All right, why is he doing this shit? All right, he had aura before, but now he's just kind of being cringe.
Lindsey Graham. I mean, speaking of the knee pads.
Did his brain just malfunction?
I'm sorry. This is tough
what? Huh?
stuff. It's tough stuff. I don't recognize these people any longer. I used to respect Lindsey. I mean, Lindsey, you think...
Lindsey Graham. You used to respect Lindsey Graham. All right, this is stupid.
What I'm saying about Trump's tough. How about what Lindsey Graham said about Trump? How about the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio?
Why are you defending Lindsey Graham? The dude is an eel. Is that a term? I don't know what that... that might be... I need to not do animal comparisons anymore because I'll never know if I'm like walking into some like slur or something. But I think that... I don't think that that's hateful, right?
Do you think...
these are the same people.
Weasel.
And this is why for things to change, we need to change.
Do you think...
Okay, that went from like an A little bit to keeping that in, made that like a B, bro. I didn't like that.
I'm changing my approach. And again, I'm grateful you all took the
Yeah, Lindsey Graham and Marco Rubio famously condemned Trump, famously said that he would be the end of the Republican Party. And they totally capitulated because at the end of the day, they're unprincipled hypocrites and losers who care only about political expediency.
This is my president.
Principle. I want to wrap up
from
as far as
Politics
Newsom is concerned with him calling out Trump corruption, which needs to be talked about a hell of a lot more.
Yes, it does.
Drew a line in the sand. And I think that's what's required at this moment. And he susses out weakness like
susses
no one else.
out?
That's his great strength.
Susses out or susses out?
But you punch back.
He's sick. He's sick, right, chat?
You display conviction and strength. It's a different relationship. And so my relationship...
Graham was horrible in the past. I don't know why we are having these rose-colored glasses of Republicans in the past. Now, he's doing the whole, like, the good old days, the good old boys type stuff, whatever. But I don't know, man. I would not.
At this moment is reflected in that. I'm not naive. These guys are going to try to take me down, not just my state. I'm not naive about what I've said this morning and how that will be reflected in the official White House account. I'm not naive about the fact.
All right, he's winning me back over.
To prosecute the Fed chief in the United States of America.
All right, there we go.
That has subpoena against another sitting governor, Tim Walz.
True.
Who's literally going after his enemies.
True.
The FBI and the DOJ, and these power ministries.
True.
I'm not naive about
I love that. Power ministries.
I'm not naive about the corruption and the graft at a scale we've never seen in American history.
We've never seen it.
I'm not naive about folks writing billion-dollar checks to Witkoff, to Jared Kushner.
True.
For this new peace deal they're announcing today. I'm not
the Gaza
naive
shit.
About the fact the President of the United States made $1.5 billion+ in the last 12 months.
The coins.
Personally, how the hell are we putting up with this?
True.
We have to call this out. Unprecedented in American history. Happening in real time on our watch. We have to be
all right, you won me over again.
Higher level. All of us, myself notably.
Oh, this is so stressful. Pisco. All right, calm down. Listen. All right. I am rewarding good rhetoric. I am rewarding people who refer to the corruption, the graft, who talk about the administration the way it ought to be talked about. I'm open that I don't fully trust Gavin Newsom. He's not my first choice. But when people do things and say things in a manner that I think is appropriate on my most important issues, I am going to reward that. I'm going to reward it. And I want everyone to talk like this on the corruption.
Of accountability.
Yeah, I appreciate him calling that out. I mean, again, Donald Trump is just objectively the most corrupt president in
Objectively, he loves objectively.
American history. Not just modern American history. We've never seen anything like it. And MAGA knows it, and they love it, and they celebrate it because they hate the libs more than they hate corruption. And
where's the Nina Turner
stuff? As long as Donald Trump, owns the libs, he can be. They don't care. He can be as corrupt as humanly possible, even if they're suffering under his rule. And unfortunately, so many independents don't know and don't.
Oh, here we go.
But
I think it's coming.
It is. It's a huge indictment of our culture. I said that was the last clip, but actually, I want to end on
one
this
more.
With Gavin sticking it one last time to red states and defending California.
Well, I'm proud of my state. We have more.
How is this strong rhetoric from the middle down with gerontocracy? No more president for people who are close to or beyond retirement age for offices. No more career politicians. Oh, how is this for strong rhetoric from the middle? Yeah, I like the age stuff. Although I wouldn't be so. I would kind of more phrase it like you're phrasing it, where it's beyond retirement age type stuff. We want people who are closer to the median age of the country.
Fortune 500 companies in any other state in America, more scientists, engineers, more Nobel.
No, this super chat guy's not referring to Newsom. He's just saying something else.
Laureates, my state than any state in America, the finest system of higher public education in the world. We have 18% of the world's R&D. China, 22%. Germany, 21%. California, 18% of the world's R&D. We're the center of the universe as it relates to AI.
I mean, California is wonderful, but what about the governance?
Well, the governance, we're one of the lowest uninsured rates in America. You mentioned healthcare. We just did our State of Education report, which showed in every category, every classroom, making progress with our test scores. Our investments are paying off. Just did a big State of the State.
The idea that these blue states have trouble, are spending more for less results?
I don't know. Higher life expectancy, lower infant.
He's sick. That's why he's messing up.
Mortality, lower
copium
gun death rates, more productivity, higher wages, higher quality of life. $83.1 billion. That was the net contribution that we provided to the federal government versus red state like Texas. That was a taker state of $73.1 billion. So we're producing.
That really hit with Josiah. They're taking our money.
More,
that hit with him.
Are, I think, creating more opportunities. So.
Again, I love that. And I'm happy that Newsom and other Democrats are talking like this. Again, it's not to say that blue states still have their problems. It's not to say that you can't criticize them. It's not to say that you can't criticize California. But in many ways, blue states kick the ass out of red states. Red states, in many ways, have more problems than blue states. Red states are...
I'm not splitting hairs. I'm praising Newsom. Chill.
Poorer, less educated, fatter, more unhealthy, more violent. So if we're going to throw stones, we could be making fun of red states every god.
But you forgot the response, Josiah. It's because certain populations live there. That's what the Republicans say.
Damn day. So
if you account for race, that fixes everything.
Let's not do that. Either if we're going to shit talk blue states, then we get to shit talk red states, or maybe we should all stop shit talking. But I love the cut of Newsom's jib there and pointing out that California, for all its faults, subsidizes red states. Red states could not exist without California. California is more necessary for red states. Red states need California more than California needs red states. So, and that's usually the case.
See, that really landed with him. I want to see the Nina Turner
states,
stuff.
Generally speaking, the hub of economic output. So, having said all this, I said that I was going to end with Nina Turner. Nina Turner is a progressive commentator. She's a Young Turks contributor. She was a state senator, and I think it was.
She tried to run for something.
She attacked Gavin Newsom
federally
for,
I think,
not heckling Donald Trump during his Davos speech when Trump name dropped Newsom. And by the way, even by Trump standards, it wasn't particularly disrespectful. He was actually pretty tame as far as Newsom was concerned. But Newsom was in attendance, and Nina Turner, I'll just go back to it. He's like, all that tough talk, and he just stood there and took that from President Trump. Gavin Twitter fingers Newsom.
What was he supposed to do?
I responded and said, yeah, you're right, Nina. I guess he should have jumped up on stage and thrown hands. That, of course, went viral. She responded this morning and says, you are all so close to the point.
What? So this is just Nina Turner saying she wants like Gavin Newsom to be like killed by Secret Service. What are you even saying? He should have jumped on stage and thrown hands.
And to which I responded, we wish you were close to one.
Oh, yeah. And Josiah's right about this. She was against the gerrymandering effort.
But you do nothing but whine about Dems no matter what they do. When Gavin fights, you clutch pearls and complain. Don't pass Proposition 50, which is what California did to redraw its maps. Nina Turner famously complained about it. She said, don't do it. It's unfair. It's unconstitutional. Don't do it. Don't fight. Just roll over and take the gerrymandering from Republicans. Don't retaliate. Don't fight. And then I said, when he doesn't fight, you clutch pearls and complain. Where's the fight?
Yeah, here's the other thing that I hate is when it's like an unwinnable standard. There's like nothing you can do that would earn the praise of certain people. That, I think, shows certain bad faith.
You're just a bad faith contrarian, and she is. She bitches when he fights. She bitches when he doesn't fight. It's a no-win situation. She just hates Democrats. It doesn't matter what they do, when they do it. She just hates them. And
I take issue with that because prior to the ChatGPT thing, I used M dashes in a lot of my comms because I just prefer M dashes. And so there have been times when I've like written to a friend or someone and used M dashes. Like, did you like do this with ChatGPT? I'm like, no.
Tolerance for that.
It's like a very personal thing. And I use M dashes and they're like, did you just do this? Like, what kind of person do you think I am?
Bullshit. I have no problem with people criticizing the Democratic Party. I criticize the Democratic Party.
You sure
I think
do.
It's good, but you should be consistent and you should offer a path to success. If the notion is the notion is you want fight, then you need to acknowledge and celebrate it when they fight. Mehdi Hassan does this. Mehdi Hassan, be a Mehdi. If you're going to complain about the Democratic Party, be Mehdi Hassan. Don't be Nina Turner. Mehdi Hassan will praise Democrats when they fight, including Governor Newsom.
And when
Governor Newsom doesn't fight or screw
win.
something up, Mehdi Hassan will publicly criticize him. He's principled, he's consistent because he wants to win. Nina Turner is just a bad faith contrarian. So there you have it, folks. Governor Newsom leading a master class after Donald Trump had canceled him. It was a relatively long segment, but I felt it was worth it. In the meantime, let me know what you think in the comments.
What a great video from friend of the show, Josiah Pondering, Mr. Pondering. And we love that, Okay, folks, we are going to move on. And I want to take a look. I don't know what I should do first. Either Scotus oral arguments or Jack Smith. Just give me a little bit of a vibe. What are you guys thinking? You want my take on some of the Jack Smith stuff? We're not going to watch the whole thing, all right, folks? Don't worry. You're not going to be here forever. I definitely want to listen to his opening statement if he has one. And then some ranges of questions. We'll probably put at 1.25. But I'm just going to gauge the room here. Would you guys prefer to hear the oral arguments right now? Or would you prefer to see some Jack Smith? Jack, Scotus. Jack. Secular talk or breaking points cover the Gavin Shapiro interview. Oh, interesting. So this will be an opportunity for me to either agree or disagree with Kyle Kalinske. I've seen it thrice already. Jack Smith, Jack, Scotus, in my opinion. All right, what we'll do is I'm seeing more. Oh, Scotus, either fine, but Scotus. Ooh, give me that Jack. All right, here's what I'll do. I think I saw a little. The Scotus decision is, or oral arguments are on the tariffs. Sorry, no, not tariffs. Oh my God. Federal Reserve. What I'll do, because I'm a lawyer, can I pull? All right, I'll pull. The YouTube chat will decide it, all right? The YouTube chat will decide it. The poll's going to come. That's probably the fairest way to do it. That's probably the fairest. I'm not going to watch probably the full of either, but I do think the poll will tell us what to do. And this will just be for the YouTubes. Sorry, Twitch. Twitch, you guys can have your own fake informal poll if you want. But because they suggested it, I'm going to go with engage, start a poll. Okay. And the poll is going to be what to cover first. Scotus, Jack. All right. And that should be going. Got Scotus or Jack. And Scotus is on Federal Reserve. The firing. It is close. It is fucking close. Oh, wow. Scotus takes a little bit of lead. And we'll stop in, I'll time it in a minute and a half. So get your votes in. Stopwatch. All right. In the meantime, you guys can listen to some samplings of music while the poll runs. YouTube. Scotus or Jack? Scotus or Jack? Wow. All right, minute left. Narrow lead for Scotus. All right, we're about 30 seconds away. Scotus 52, Jack 48. Very close. Oh, you've probably seen people cover Jack already. Oh, it's damn close. 51 Scotus. We are now 10 seconds away. Get your votes in. I need you to find me 11,000. That's it. And Scotus has won 51%, 49. Incredible. That was close, yo. All right. I think this will be very interesting though. So you guys haven't picked unwisely. Okay. So some background here, folks. Trump is attempting to stretch the limits of his executive authority regarding removal. He wants to bring the executive branch to heel. Okay? And that was one of the Project 2025 agendas. And it's rooted both in terms of his immediate goals of trying to institute his little version of authoritarianism and undermine opposition. But it's also rooted in this ideological unitary executive theory, which essentially states that all power, executive that is vested in just the person of the president, and that's it. They're unfortunate for the country, I guess. The appetite from the Supreme Court seems to be to overturn a lot of like storied precedent that kids learn about or I get adults, but law students, I don't know why I think like law students are kids. Adults, fully grown adults that have graduated college and gone to law school, learn some of these seminal cases. And one of the cases, or at least like a series of cases, deals with the limits on the president's removal authority. Trump's removal authority and any president's removal authority isn't found directly in the Constitution itself, right? There's this whole like appointment process that's detailed for inferior officers. It's different than for the principal officers of the United States. That basically there's this very different set of rules and considerations for appointments, but there's nothing specifically about removal. And so early cases kind of suggested, well, the president has this implied power of removal, and you don't need to go to Congress to remove an officer who's been appointed congressionally. But the question started to become like more narrow, like what limits can Congress themselves put in that limit the president's removal authority? And in this case, Humphrey's executor, there was a determination by Congress to insulate the FTC from the direct removal authority of the president, that he couldn't just remove him because of policy. Had to be because of some other like reason that relates to not just policy. Some kind of basis having to do with like misconduct or from the position or perspective of like employee, not just like what they're doing. And additionally, there was decisions on how to structure the agency to reinforce that independence. There's a split in terms of political allegiance. You can't have them all from the same party. You appoint them to like staggered terms that don't coincide with the election. So doing things to try to insulate this agency from review. And so the question was asked in Humphrey's executor, well, how much can you do, right? How much can you do? But the court sustained the structure of the FTC there. And from that decision, there was the more explosion of these independent agencies, so-called independent agencies, with some removal protections. I say explosion, there just have been more of them. It coincides with the increase in the bureaucratic state. That's where the explosion happened with respect to executive power, is that more power was being delegated by Congress to executive agencies. But you also had a clutch of agencies that had purported protections from removal from the president. And I would say the high watermark of this is Morrison v. Olson. This is a case from, I believe, the 80s, part of Scalia's Great Dissent, where there were protections from removal sustained for an independent counsel, which is clearly part of the executive branch. But the court sustained the protections on the independent counsel's removal in that case. After Morrison v. Olson, the Scalias of the world kind of won the day in the Academy of Conservative Legal Thought. And they started to become more and more this feeling of the different branches as more or less hermetically sealed. And as all of the executive power being vested in a president of the United States. So that's why we've had decisions involving the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, where some of the structure of it has been found unconstitutional or not improper. And a little bit of a chipping away here, a little slice there, but always maintaining, at least facially, Humphrey's executor as good law. So in comes Trump in term 2 with Project 2025, with the goal to try to grab as much of the pie. Think of the executive power as the pie. Trump wants to eat all the pie. So he wants to grab as much of the pie as possible. And he fires people who, according to the statutes of Congress, have protection from removal. He does so with the special counsel office. This is different than a special counsel assigned for the DOJ. This is like a separate office, which is supposed to review different things. He did it with other agencies, which traditionally have been protected, even the FTC itself, to challenge Humphrey's executor directly. And the court sided with Trump every time, except probably this time. And the question is why? On the shadow docket, the court seems willing and eager to overturn Humphrey's executor, this seminal case that stands for the general proposition that Congress is allowed to structure agencies with some protection from removal. Thank you for the super chat. Of these conservative Supreme Court justices, how many do you think are fully Team Trump versus trying to make rulings Trump won't brazenly violate and thus create a crisis? I think that you have Alito, and Thomas as fully partisan hacks. Gorsuch has probably 80% leftist audio. Is my audio bad? Is my audio okay? You guys tell me. Please. Testing as 1 to 3. Hello, hello, hello. Son? Bueller, someone say something. Otherwise, I'm just going to be doing this and testing audio to make sure you can hear me. Okay, good. Got it. Thanks. Cool. All right, audio's fine. Yeah, and I think that really the big question marks are Amy Coney Barrett, John Roberts and Brett Kavanaugh on a good day when he's had breakfast and a beer, a nice cold domestic. That's my take on that. So the question is why? Why is the court, on the one hand, so eager to get rid of Humphrey's executor, but protect the Federal Reserve? Because as you might have gathered by reading this little summary and by looking at the news in the last 2 weeks, that Trump is trying to do these kind of like pretext criminal investigations into Jerome Powell and Lisa Cook and other people who are part of the Federal Reserve because he wants to exert influence over it. And so like the question is like, why does the removal authority get so much deference, except in the case of the Federal Reserve? You get me? Because there's not really a nice, clean, analytical reason why the Constitution, which says fucking nothing really about the removal authority, would impliedly contain a proviso that says unlimited removal authority except for Federal Reserve. And so we saw in the litigation regarding the FTC and Special Counsel and all that stuff, the court said this should not call into the question the protections that the Federal Reserve gets because of its quasi structure and its historical pedigree. And I'm like, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. It is an ad hoc rationale. So what I think you're about to hear are some conservative justices, including Kavanaugh, sounding like somewhat based in questioning the Solicitor General on the possibility that the president could, given Congress's intent with the Federal Reserve, just fire people without any review for any purpose, like all the time, any member of the Board of Governors. And the Federal Reserve Board of Governors is just like a government agency. Now, the Federal Reserve banks are this kind of weird structure thing, but the Board of Governors, that is like a straight up agency. Not the reserve banks, but the Board of Governors. And that's some of the people that they're trying to remove. So query why this is different than those other things. And try to see if you can find a rationale here.
25A 312, Trump versus Cook. General Sauer.
Mr. Chief Justice, may I please report? Deceit or gross negligence by a financial regulator in financial transactions is cause for removal. In a 2-week period in 2021, Lisa Cook submitted mortgage applications for 2 properties.
By the way, they're going to use this mortgage thing for every pretext. It's actually hilarious how often they use this mortgage application shit for a pretext bullshit. I'm half expecting them to say Maduro filed like 2 inconsistent mortgage applications at some point in Venezuela, and that's why they're arresting him. It's pretty hilarious.
Properties in Michigan and Georgia. In both, she told the lender that within 60 days.
And so the first argument, as you can tell, is Trump saying there is basis for cause removal. So that there actually is a basis for removal for cause. So this would be working within the framework of Humphrey's executor, which would allow for this. Now, there's another question, which is who decides if this is for cause removal or not? The who decides question is almost omnipresent in every single Trump case. Because what Trump is arguing is I alone decide and none of you bozos decide.
She would occupy that property for 1 year as her principal residence. As President Trump stated in removing her, it is inconceivable that she was unaware of the first commitment when making the second, and it is impossible that she intended to honor both. Such behavior impugns Cook's conduct, fitness, ability, or competence to serve as a governor of the Federal Reserve. The American people should not have their interest rates determined by someone who was, at best, grossly negligent in obtaining favorable interest rates for herself. Cook's conception of cause contradicts the term's longstanding meaning and overrides Congress's deliberate decision not to impose the inefficiency, neglect, or malfeasance standard here.
So Cook is saying, listen, this, even if it were true, isn't enough for cause removal under the statute. And for cause removal relates to things other than, off-the-job alleged misconduct.
Her claim that she has a property interest in her public office was roundly rejected by the founding generation as pernicious in a Republican system of government. Her claim that the statute grants her notice in a hearing contradicts this court's cases requiring very clear and explicit language to restrict the president's removal power. And any such process would be futile because for months she has never personally disputed the substantial truth of the material in question. Finally, the remedy she obtained, a preliminary injunction countermanding the president's decision and reinstating her to office, violates longstanding principles of equity and was conspicuously non-existent in our nation's history from 1789 until 2025. I welcome the court's questions.
And so look at what Thomas is about to ask. I mean, this entire thing is so preposterous. Look at what Thomas is about to ask.
General Sauer, this isn't central to the case, but it is an antecedent point. On what basis are we to conclude that the Federal Reserve is an executive branch agency and hence that the president does have a removal authority?
So now you can start to see how the justices, the conservative hack justices, are going to try to signal, or they're going to try to justify this Federal Reserve exceptionalism. And they're like, oh, you see, the Federal Reserve isn't an executive branch agency at all. They're not executing the executive power of the United States. And I'm just like, well, then what are they doing? Right? Oh, this is just some non-branch of government exercising what exactly? Remember, the Federal Reserve banks, when they have surpluses, when they have at the end of the year money, it's deposited directly into the U.S. Treasury. Okay? Yes, they have this like quasi, the stock system, and there's different members of different institutions have to be a part of the Federal Reserve Bank's various different boards, etc. But that's, first of all, not what we're talking about. We're talking about the Board of Governors, not the whole Federal Reserve System. And then second, on what basis do we have to conclude that the Federal Reserve is not exercising the law of the United States? Huh? So it's just like in this, we can just create a new branch of government through statute? What are they doing then? We've given this like non-state actor completely divorced from the executive branch the authority to set monetary policy in the United States? And the answer is no. When people say that the Federal Reserve is a private institution, that's just a misnomer. The Federal Reserve banks have some elements quasi-private to them, but the Federal Reserve System is one designed by Congress to set monetary policy of the United States where the overall flows go to the Treasury, where the oversight is done by a board of governors, which acts and is a federal agency. And so in no sense is it a private bank. Okay? It's 12 reserve banks with this weird structure that are overseen by an agency. But how does that, could we structure every single thing like that? Oh, the Department of Justice, we're going to structure it as 12 attorney generals and a bunch of like private AGs working in private law firms. And somehow we're not executing the law of the United States. I think that that's insane.
Justice Thomas, an excellent question. I would say two things about that. The first one is, of course, that the Federal Reserve, there's an academic dispute about whether or not the Federal Reserve's open market operations constitute executive power or something else, essentially private.
And Sauer, of course, doesn't want to concede on this point and he has kind of two interests here. He wants to win. He doesn't want to concede that Trump doesn't have overall authority over the Federal Reserve. He wants the Federal Reserve to be under the president's purview, and therefore that it's an executive branch. But the fact that it might be private or aspects of it are private might give him some basis to distinguish some of the other firings that they want to do and maintain this, because he knows that's where, like, they know largely where the court is heading. And so it's telling that Sauer starts on the conduct point, which is kind of assuming that they're going to lose on the no protection for cause removal.
Conduct. However, Congress has, over the years, kind of packed on traditional executive powers on the Federal Reserve.
Right. So they've packed on traditional executive powers. They can issue regulations, et cetera, right? And Sauer is correct here. The Federal Reserve regulates, in addition to what they do with the open market transactions or open market committee, and what they do with respect to the selling of U.S. Treasuries, the buying of U.S. Treasuries. In addition to that, the Federal Reserve regulates. So, of course, they are using executive power.
So the Federal Reserve can issue regulations about reserve requirements and banks.
And of course, and if they're issuing executive power under their own theory, and Thomas, who is a hack, presumably buys this theory, that executive power is vested in a president.
And even credit card fees and so forth. So even if the court were to think that some of what the Federal Reserve does isn't executive at all, certainly there are traditional executive powers at issue here, and therefore we contend that this, even though we haven't disputed the validity of the Article 2 removal restriction here, this case is not transparent to Article 2. And certainly there's a statutory authority that's very plain here because it says removable for cause by the president. So the statute is unambiguous, giving the president removal power, and we contend that at least there's what's kind of been packed onto the Federal Reserve over the years by Congress.
So the reason he's not directly disputing the Article 2 removal restriction is because the court has already signaled its hand. And that's why he's about to reference this case called Wilcox. That's the case what I talked about where in dicta, even though no one asked, the court's like, yeah, we're going to decide the Federal Reserve has special protections.
Congress is clearly quintessential executive power. And we acknowledge what the court said in Wilcox, which is that it's a quasi-private, uniquely structured entity that stands in the distinct historical tradition of the first and second banks of the United States. And therefore, we have not changed.
It's so stupid, the distinctive sort of tradition of the first and second banks of the United States. How do we know, A, that those were constitutional with respect to, not constitutional with respect to Commerce Clause or Necessary and Proper Clause legislative authority, but from the perspective of like removal authorities, if that wasn't ever raised in any case. And second, so the fuck what? The first and second banks of the United States have nothing to do with the Federal Reserve. They're different things. They operate in different frameworks, and they were meant to do different things. Federal Reserve is just not the first or second bank in the United States, which expired, by the way.
Challenge the removal restriction in this case.
Counsel, I want to, before we get back to the legal questions, I want to start with a little factual one. You began by talking about deceit. Is what you said after that apply in the case of an inadvertent mistake contradicted by other documents in the record?
We would say yes. For example, the president's removal order says either this is deceit or at least it's gross negligence. And now, obviously, they've released a letter of counsel, not from Cook herself, 2 days before the close of briefing here, where they contended that it was an inadvertent notation. But of course, it's the sort of inadvertent notation that people could be indicted for, or at least the federal regulators are forced.
Look at this chin, by the way. This guy's like the Crimson Chin. This guy's clavicular.
To buy back their loans. It's a very significant representation that to the lender, this is going to be my principal residence, because obviously you get a better interest rate if that is in fact your principal residence. So it suffices from our perspective, and therefore there's really no material facts in dispute, that the president determined that this is at least gross negligence. Even if it was inadvertent or mistake, it's quite a big mistake, so to speak, in a key financial representation made in the context of interest rates.
Well, I mean, I suppose we can debate that, how significant it is in a stack of papers you have to fill out when you're buying real estate. But I gather under your position it doesn't make a difference, right? In other words, the determination of cause is unreviewable, right?
And that's what they say about everything. I'm not lying when I tell you that the Trump administration's position is the president decides like all of this shit, whether it's a war, whether it's an invasion, whether there's cause to believe that you have an inability to enforce the laws for purposes of federalized National Guard, whether or not you are able to do posse comitatus, probably on insurrection if they ever get to the Insurrection Act. And now it's like, oh, and you guys don't get to weigh in on whether or not it's actually for cause removal. It's only the president's decision to make. Everywhere they're making that argument. So it always rears its head. It's disgraceful, man.
So it doesn't make a difference whether this was an inadvertent mistake or whether it was a devious way to get a better interest rate. Doesn't matter for you, right?
Let me put it this way. We would contend there's judicial...
Understand what the question is that Roberts is asking there. He's saying, it doesn't matter if this is just protectual because we want interest rates. It doesn't matter if Trump is doing this as a lie, which he clearly is, right? Because he wouldn't go after her if she wasn't playing, if she would play ball. So what Roberts is asking is like, so if Trump is just doing this because he's a liar, Would that change anything? No.
To review kind of at the outer perimeters of cause, whether that something goes to conduct, fitness, ability, or competence.
There's judicial review kind of at the outer perimeters of cause, whether something goes to conduct, fitness, ability, or competence at all. But once you're within that, and we clearly are here, then you would be deferent. So basically, all that a president would have to do is just say, this is about conduct, fitness, or ability, or competence. So long as you put that category, you just have to do a checkbox. We are saying conduct, fitness, ability, or competence. And if you're in that checkbox, no review. So it's essentially no review. You just write the memo, you read the opinion, and you say conduct, and then you do the check mark, and then you're in the clear.
At all. But once you're within that, and we clearly are here, then there would be deference to the president. We derive that from at least three sources. First of all, the statutory language, cause without further qualification, is itself in its plain language a broad, control of authority on the president himself. Secondly, we think that places within the line of cases going from Martin against Mott through Dalton.
Martin v. Mott is that case that they were bringing up in the context of the National Guard in Section 12406. And that case, I think, has been read, I don't want to say incredibly, by the Trump administration to basically say that anything that Trump does in certain areas is unreviewable. But that was in the context of like whether or not the president determines questions of invasion, etc.
Specter and beyond pain and so forth, where the president has broad discretion, and the court has consistently held in those cases where the president's granted this broad discretion, and that's not judicially reviewable. And there's statements to that effect, obviously, in Marbury itself, that they disregard pages 165 and 166 of Marbury. But even if the court doesn't accept that, there's a further layer here, which is that they've conceded this is an ultra vires challenge, and this court held last term that the standard of review in an ultra vires challenge is very, very high for them and very deferential to the president itself. It kind of dovetails with our Dalton and Martin argument as well. In an ultra vires challenge, the burden would be on them to show that what the president did is entirely in excess of his delegated powers and contrary to a specific prohibition in the statute. So there's kind of three ways to get to the same conclusion there, which is that once the president's made a determination, it clearly does relate to conduct, fitness, ability, or competence for that office, then at that point there's no work for the reviewing court to do. The traditional discretion to the president's determination would kick in.
Counsel, were any of these questions, except the constitutional question, decided by the D.C. Circuit?
The D.C. Circuit, in its stay opinion, relied exclusively on the sort of
notice and an opportunity to be heard. That's what it said the Constitution required, correct?
It said that, yes. It said there's a property interest in this office allowed to mill.
That's the only issue it addressed. It did not address all of the things you've talked about today. What the definition of cause is, including whether it includes pre-office conduct and how much or what nexus there has to be between pre-office conduct and post-office conduct. One could imagine that what would constitute for cause during office would be different than what would happen pre-office. Even yourself below said if something was known before confirmation, you likely can't rely on it. You haven't quite said that up here. But logically, pre-office has a different temporal connection. Then the court didn't address whether the president's determination of cause is reviewable and under what standard. Ultra-virus seems to me to be whether or not another, and that's what all our cases have ever said about ultra-virus situations, whether another entity, another adjudicatory entity, has jurisdiction or we do. And three, whether Cook has a right to notice and hearing under the statute and what that means, and what remedy, if any, Cook can seek now or finally in the case. You ask us today in this emergency application to provide to finally decide these issues. I want to know why. Meaning, the president, by your own admission, cannot fire someone for disagreeing with his policy choices. You've conceded that, correct?
Correct.
All right? So it's not as if keeping her is going to thwart any right he has to run the department, because he has none. He's conceded that. On policy, he does not. Now, it's not as if she's been incompetent, negligent, or committed malfeasance while in office.
So Sotomayor Nahir is focusing on the standard for emergency relief related to like factors other than the merits. So basically suggesting, why should we grant this emergency relief? You've conceded that Trump doesn't have an interest with respect to the Federal Reserve because of what the court said in the Wilcox application and the Wilcox decision, I should say. You've conceded there's no policy reason for why this is so urgent that you need emergency relief. And what you're alleging with respect to malfeasance has to do with pre-office stuff. And so with respect to the non-merits bases that are required to offer these kinds of like emergency relief type situations, what is the big hurry? Why should this be resolved by the Supreme Court right now, as opposed to letting this percolate in the lower courts, especially in the lower DC Circuit Court, where they didn't decide many of the issues that are being raised by Sauer? Basically, why are you asking for an emergency stay on this posture? It relates to pre-office conduct. There's not some like imminent harm need. And you already concede that the interest with respect to policy doesn't map on in the context of the Federal Reserve, at least.
This is something pre-office. So keeping her in office is not causing an immediate harm to the agency. Number 3, we know that the independence of the agency is very important, and that independence is harmed if we decide these issues too quickly and with not due consideration. So waiting, to me, to have at least the lower courts look at these issues first makes the most sense to the public's confidence and to the world's confidence about the due process of law. Explain to me why the president's harm is greater than the public's, greater than the Federal Reserve, who deserves to have people acting that have been in office. And number 3, why we should disrupt, as we said in Wilcott, the disruptive effect of repeated removals and reinstatement of officers.
Right, like, shouldn't we wait? I mean, we're just starting on just the due process stuff. Like, before we elaborate all these other standards, why do you get an emergency relief right now? There's like, doesn't seem like there's anything urgent. That's what she's getting at.
Why shouldn't we wait till the end of this case, where all the issues are clear and where we make a final decision as to whether she should have been removed or not?
Let me start by addressing that last point. We are seeking a stay of an unprecedented preliminary injunction restoring a principal officer of the United States after being removed by the President of the United States.
112 years, and it's unprecedented that any Federal Reserve.
And notice what he said there, Sauer. It's his view. It's the Trump administration's view that, unlike what Thomas was implying, that a member of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve is a principal officer of the United States. Therefore, right, principal officers execute. They're executive officials. So it is an executive branch. That is at least the Board of Governors. So this whole Thomas bullshit, they're going to invent some garbage to overturn Humphrey's executor, when it's not. You cannot make this categorical distinction that the Federal Reserve Board of Governors is not an agency or it's not executive. It's just pure nonsense. This is why Thomas and Alito are hacks.
Reserve officer has ever been removed. So the unprecedented nature of this case is a part of what the president did, not what Ms. Cook did.
I think that statement has to be qualified by the recognition that there have been situations where governors have been credibly accused or found to have engaged in financial improprieties, and those governors have resigned for financial improprieties that are quite analogous to what is at issue in this particular case. But I want to make a fundamental point that in Sawyer, this court held that a preliminary injunction was not available to restore an officer. Sawyer was a preliminary injunction. It's a preliminary injunction against the...
That's true, but weeks later in Drago, we permitted an officer who was still there to stay. So that was a case of reinstating someone. We have plenty of cases that say keeping someone in place who hasn't left yet is different than issuing a preliminary injunction.
I think the court's referring to the Delgado case, and in that particular case, it was a writ of mandamus to an inferior there, the clerk, to recognize the de facto officers when there was a dispute about who had been validly elected to be the city commissioner or whatever the statute was. And this court said to grant a final judgment in mandamus to say you have a ministerial duty to recognize the de facto officer. That is totally different than issuing a preliminary injunction. Keep in mind, there is no such thing as final mandamus. And in fact, Judge Friendly once described that as the starkest of solecisms. Sorry, there is no such thing as preliminary writ of mandamus. Judge Friendly described that as the starkest of solecisms. What this court held in Sawyer is there.
So Sauer is saying that the particular remedy of a preliminary injunction, this kind of procedural point, isn't available for these kinds of reinstatement things. That in order for the reinstatement things, you need to have a writ of mandamus, and that is like a question about which writ is needed. And whether or not it, with respect to reinstatements, and you can buy it or not, the Supreme Court has held that it can't be done through preliminary injunctions as opposed to mandamus.
Is no jurisdiction to issue a preliminary injunction restoring a public officer to office. And that's
never
a
left.
Why don't they change the words to modern English and stop with this lame ass Latin shit? It's because it's part of the courts and legal history, and they're not going to change it.
She never left. She's still there.
She has reinstated what the court framed its holding as. There is no
And Sotomayor is saying she was never fired. She actually never was fired, as opposed to she was fired.
jurisdiction over the appointment or removal of inequity of public officers. So it does not turn on whether or not she's sort of, stoutly staying in office or whether or not she's gone and then sued later. Nothing turns
General
out.
Sauer, can I ask you a question that's also related to the stay factors? Justice Sotomayor brought up the public interest here. And we have amicus briefs from economists who tell us that if Governor Cook if we grant you your stay, that it could trigger a recession. How should we think about the public interest in a case like this?
Good question.
Two things to say about that. One is, if you look at what actually happened here, she was removed on August 25th in the stock market.
Right, because the stay factors include the equitable considerations to the public, interests of the public versus interests of the particular litigants here, the president. And there are economists who say that this could cause a recession. How should we weigh that in determining the equitable factors for the stay?
Went up for the next 3 days. So we've already had a kind of natural experiment, so to speak, about whether or not the predictions of doom will really be implemented. And surely that if investors are jittery or whatever the argument is, you would have seen that on August 25th, and you did not see that. In fact, you have to be surprised.
Well, I'll interrupt you there to say that I don't want to be in the business of predicting exactly what the market's going to do.
I agree, and that's why I think the court ought to consider all those amicus briefs and their sort of, predictions of doom with a fairly jaundiced eye. What the court has to do is weigh. Essentially, you have those amicus briefs a reflection of very elite opinion.
But there's a risk, General Sauer.
Yes.
I don't want to be responsible for quantifying that risk. I'm a judge, not an economist. But if there is a risk, doesn't that counsel in the stay posture when the equities are at stake caution on our part?
I think the court has to weigh that risk against the risk that there will be a permanent damage to the Federal Reserve's credibility from allowing
come
an
on.
officer, a governor, to remain in office who's engaged in this.
That is laughable. That is laughable. So the public will, or the markets will take. This is so ridiculous, right? They'll permanently be upset at the reputation of the Federal Reserve because the court doesn't issue a stay here and lets it percolate in the courts for a year or two. And that will determine as though the public has any fucking awareness of the Federal Reserve's inner workings like this, such that it would damage the credibility, or even frankly that the American people know what the Federal Reserve fucking is or does. And to the extent that we're talking about market actors, how many of them are going to be oh yeah, we can't trust the Fed because they're allowing Lisa Cook to stay on, when that's what they are jittery about is the potential for executive overreach with the Federal Reserve. And they trust Jerome Powell. This is just bad faith, man. I mean, it is laughable.
The behavior before she
Well,
takes
do we
office.
also engage in some weighing of our own about how serious we think the misbehavior was in the stay posture? And I'm not talking about once the case was here on the merits, but if
it's just the fucking mortgage thing. What this isn't an accusation of being a schmedophile or something, right? This is some document that the government only alleges that they messed up an interest rate or that they was trying to do mortgage fraud or whatever, right? But we're not talking about something that shocks the conscience.
she were accused of murder or something like that, if we're talking about something that was really an infamous crime, I mean, should we take the nature of the crime into account in
of course you should,
the stay posture in the weighing of the equities?
I think what the court ought to take into account is the close nexus between the conduct at issue here and the duties of this incredibly powerful position that has.
Hey, why don't you answer the question? Just answer the
sweeping, powerful authority over the entire United States economy. The governor said.
Yeah, essentially, Timothy. It's so crazy. He'd be like, yeah, the reputation of the Fed will be harmed by the denial of a stay on and letting the case proceed in the normal course. That will permanently damage the reputation of the court. And Barrett's asking a very sensible question. Like, if we're going to even buy that, shouldn't we consider the severity of the crime? And we're not really having an answer here.
Interest rates for ordinary Americans all across the country. And here, there's the appearance of having played fast and loose, or at least been grossly negligent in getting favorable interest rates for herself.
And what is Trump doing by trying to interfere with interest rates? He obviously is trying to politically set interest rates to benefit himself. That's so clearly what he's going to try to do. if he had the power to do. That's why he's going after Powell. Who's playing fast and loose with interest rates? This garbage about the mortgage thing, or Trump himself?
So it's appropriate
What's the
to take
message to
notice.
ordinary Americans that comes out of that is the question for the court. And how do you weigh that against the elite opinion that's reflected in the amicus briefs? Obviously, President Trump's voice
as though Trump is not an elite.
Speaks to that concern of ordinary Americans. I think with the balance of the equities, what the court ought to do is look at the merits, which are extremely strong for us, and then look at its traditional and can stay factors. The court says when the government is a party, the irreparable harm to the government merges with the public interest. And here we have traditional irreparable harms, injuries to the president's ability to remove a principal officer of the United States. When you look at, for example, the original evidence we've talked about in the decision of 1789, when everybody said, or both camps were saying, of course the president can engage in suspensory removals, and we have a preliminary injunction that is conspicuously non-existent, in your words, in CASA, for 225 years of American history.
Mr. Sauer,
that's how it should be balanced.
General Sauer, excuse me. I guess I think you may have to be a little bit more specific with respect to the irreparable harm that you are alleging.
So they're still talking about the stay factors. So they're not talking about the merits. They're still talking about the stay factors. So don't get confused. That's why they're talking about harms to the public, irreparable harm to the plaintiff in this case, right? So that's what's going on here.
Because really, as Justice Barrett sort of indicated, we are in a stay posture here. So the question is, to what extent do we believe that the president or the public is harmed by allowing Ms. Cook to remain in her position for the pendency of this case? I'm not sure that we have evidence here that Ms. Cook is an immediate threat to the public, that she's been in this position for a long time. The kinds of things that you're pointing to, as Justice Sotomayor indicates, are not related to conduct while in office. So it would seem to me that on the stay factors, you would have to say more about the harm of leaving her there for the next however many months.
So understand the point that it's a great point by Justice Jackson, that it's not really about the harm of her staying. It's the marginal harm of her staying for like however long this case is litigated for the months, right? It's not just her being there. It's the harm of allowing her to stay there while and only while the case is pending. That's the proper scope of the harm. And I think it's important to take in mind that we're not talking about the permanent, her position on it. It's just whether or not there will be damage to her staying there in the posture of a stay while it's being litigated. Does that make sense?
While this case is being litigated.
We have a remedy here, which is a preliminary injunction. This court squarely held in Sawyer there was no jurisdiction to issue.
Yeah,
but she's going on the stay factors.
I'm not talking about the court's power to do it. I'm talking about assuming we have the power for the moment. I appreciate that you say we don't, but assuming that we do, the question is what is the harm of allowing that injunction to remain because she's in office now and would just continue?
Among other reasons, we assert grievous, irreparable injury to the public perception.
Yeah, in virtue of what? In virtue of what? What is the grievous injury to the public perception? Why would it be publicly hurt by allowing her to stay? Just because you say so?
To the Federal Reserve of allowing her to stay in office. They argue that this is going to cause the markets to tank.
You have evidence related?
They didn't tank.
You have evidence related to the public perception, or is this
It's just the president's view? The president has made the term, like, you couldn't make it up. So because Trump says, if we don't get rid of her, the public's going to hate the Fed, therefore that's evidence of irreparable harm because Trump says it. These guys are clowns. It is the most buffoonish, chaotic, evil bullshit imaginable. But with the loss of Count Dooku,
just the president's view?
The president has made that determination. It's reflected in the language of the dismissal order. And as I discussed,
did the president make that determination
based on anything or just his own fucking vibes?
Based on evidence presented to him in the context of some kind of hearing related to Ms. Cook's conduct.
The Federal Reserve governor who sets interest rates for the entire country appears to have engaged
Yeah, we want evidence.
Improper behavior.
No, I understand. You're repeating the allegation.
You're not supposed to talk over the justices, right? The justices are allowed to talk over you. You're not allowed to just talk over the judges, okay? In an oral argument. That's why Roberts is speaking up.
What I'm asking you is the evidence that supports that allegation. Traditionally, when an allegation is made about someone's misconduct.
That would be an interesting argument, Timothy. It honestly, it might in fact be true that my client will make sure that the Federal Reserve loses its prestige if you don't let. But I don't know if that. The thing is, that would be self-caused harm. That would be harm that the party itself is causing to, and so I don't think you can claim a harm that you have complete control to prevent by just not doing that.
Conduct or whatnot, there's an opportunity for that person to present evidence, for the other side to present evidence, and even if the president was—
Oh my God, calm down. We don't need to hold Sauer in contempt for that kind of disrespect. Hold on. Wait, actually, hold on a ticket. Hold on.
the final arbiter of this, one would expect that he would do so on the basis of evidence. So what I'm trying to understand is what is the evidence that has been presented and considered with respect to Ms. Cook's alleged misconduct?
Well, the removal order addresses that because it—
What is the removal order? The Truth Social post?
No, it's the August 25th letter. I think it's docket 1-4 in the district court. But the removal order addresses that. The evidence is you have mortgage applications within 2 weeks of each other that make clearly conflict.
That's just repeating the allegation. You're not talking about the harm. This guy's floundering, man. This is so pathetic. You can tell whenever they feel like they have a good legal argument on something. So he desperately wants to talk about anything but this. I mean, this is just floundering. You're just repeating the allegation, not repeating the harm of her staying in dependency of the litigation.
Was Ms. Cook given the opportunity in some sort of formal proceeding to contest that evidence or explain it?
Not a formal proceeding.
No, she wasn't. She was given an opportunity in public because she was notified. So she should have gone on a Twitter space to contest the findings. That's what all due process requires, and that's how she's able to contest it formally, is for Lisa Cook to open up on Twitter and to engage in the public debate.
Was given an opportunity in public because
in the world, like she was supposed to post about it, and that was the
yeah. And the answer is yes. Holy shit, we are in bizarro land. We are in a different world. Everything is not as it seems. Okay, this is a simulation. That, as far as the official government's position, that her opportunity to contest the facts with respect to a finding of for-cause removal was to post about it on Twitter. I'm not making this up. You're seeing it, dude. You're seeing it.
That you're saying was afforded to her in this case?
Yes, and she's had plenty of opportunities in the ensuing months where we've had ongoing litigation where there's never been a personal statement.
There's never been a tweet about
addressing that or justifying it.
General, let's just.
Oh, I don't like Justice Gorsuch, but damn, is his voice smooth and relaxing. I will just say that. You got to call balls and strikes, okay?
Suppose with me, hypothetically, for the moment, that the court read the act to require notice and a hearing. I assume everybody has notice now. Here we are. What would that hearing look like?
I would point to what the court has said in Vermont Yankee, which this court is very reluctant to dictate procedures to even federal agencies. And here the court would be dictating, or a court would be dictating procedures to the president.
No, Sauer's smart. He just has an unfortunate, untenable position with respect to the equities on the stay factors. He's not dumb, though. He's a smart guy, unfortunately.
I think they rely heavily on Loudermill. Obviously, we dispute if there's any notice and hearing requirement, but Loudermill requires only very minimal, flexible procedures.
That'd be calling Ms. Cook into the Roosevelt room, sitting across a conference table, listening for I don't know how long, how much evidence is a lawyer required, and then making a decision. Could that suffice, you think? What would be required?
Thank you so much for the super chat from Ben Riley. This guy is so good at distracting from the court's main questions. It almost makes you forget what the justice asked. He seems like he's gaslighting the court. Yeah, like he very clearly did not answer I think it was one of Barrett's questions about the severity of the crime. And he loves just monologuing. He's a bit like Counterpoints in that respect. Much love to Connor.
It would probably be if the court were to conclude that, it would have to be entirely dependent on the executive to decide, and that's what the case law indicates. Certainly, I think the question points out a great weakness in their argument, which is that the word cause does not include notice in a hearing on its face. Congress knows how to provide notice in a hearing. It did so in the NLRA 1 month before it reenacted the for-cause restriction here in 1935, and because it's not there, the court has nothing to provide guidance on that point. And if the court were to conclude that, it would be up to the executive's discretion.
Just a meeting across a conference table finished with you're fired. I mean,
all Loudermill says is that you have to be told of what the basis is of the allegations against you and give a chance to tell your side of the story. We believe that was provided in the 5-day window between the Truth Social post and the
So we provided you an opportunity because there was a Truth Social post that gave you notice, and you could have provided your side of the story publicly on like Twitter.
And then you mentioned on remedy that there's no such thing as a preliminary injunction for mandamus, and I just wanted to hear you a little bit more on that. You mentioned Judge Friendly. Please, thoughts.
So the contention in the amicus briefs is that you could rely on Delgado to sort of bypass the holding of Sawyer and say that mandamus can provide essentially the same relief as a preliminary injunction. I guess the argument would be you'd have to mandamus everybody, so all the members of the board to treat her as if she's still a governor, all the staff to treat them as if they were still a governor, because Delgado held where there's the city clerk who can't decide who is validly elected city commissioner. The court held you could mandamus that clerk to recognize the de facto officer in the interim, and that doesn't work for a couple of reasons. First of all, this is a preliminary injunction. Mandamus would have to be a final judgment, and that's what Judge Friendly said. There is no preliminary mandamus. That's the starkest of solecisms.
Do I understand you, General, going back to Justice Gorsuch's first question, to continue to maintain that, in fact, there is no requirement for notice and opportunity for a hearing? Is that right?
Absolutely, yes.
And why is that? Just because it's not stated in the statute?
It's not stated explicitly in the statute, and Congress knows how to provide that because it did so a month earlier in a similar statute and has done so in many, many statutes.
It doesn't do that. Yeah, I thought that with respect to the neglect and efficiency standard, you do recognize notice in a hearing for that, but not in this statute. Why the difference? Because neither is stated.
Yeah, two reasons. In both Shirtliff and Reagan, this court expressly recognized that phrase INM or specified causes would bring with it notice in a hearing. And that's part of the court's holding in Shirtliff, as I read it, because there it was an INM standard. Right. And there's a removal with no notice or hearing, and the court held, well, clearly this wasn't for INM because it was notice in a hearing.
Your reasoning would be that was a mistaken holding, because since it's not stated in the statute, there's
Higgins
no need
smart.
for notice in the hearing.
Not exactly, because the old soil argument that we reject as to just simply cause is, we admit, much stronger when it comes to specified causes. So we don't think the court necessarily got it wrong in Reagan when it said specified.
So, but understand what he's saying here. He's saying, well, you don't need to give specific language about notice and opportunity to be heard when you just say for cause, but you do, when it's a specific cause as opposed to for cause. But when you just leave it for cause, no notice and opportunity to be heard, and then you do need to have explicit language for notice and opportunity to be heard in order to be given one, or for that to be required. So, I mean, I don't know why that's the case, that when you give a more specific definition of cause that intuitively and implicitly gives you notice and opportunity to be heard. Notice he says not exactly, but when you just say for cause without anything more specific, that the notice and opportunity to be heard aspect somehow changes. I'm not sure that I'm convinced by that.
Specified causes mean that notice and hearing are provided, because the case law, it's the one point in which the sort of background case law does seem to be unanimous. On the other issues where they contended, the case law all goes in one direction. You have their own sources saying they're all over the map, they're directly contradictory.
But the outcome of your position is that in this case, where you don't have the inefficiency neglect standard, the president need not provide any notice, the president need not provide any hearing. The president just really has to say, Ms. Cook, you're fired.
All he has to do is provide a cause, but he can just say neglect, or he could just say something like competency or something that would or conduct, fitness, efficiency, competence. He could just say that in a conclusory fashion, and once that happens, it's done, and there's no review. I mean, it's laughable. This is no protection at all.
He has to provide a cause. We contend that there has to be a cause, something that relates to conduct, fitness, sufficiency, or competence. We concede it cannot be for policy disagreement or for no reason at all or at will.
General Sauer, if you're correct that courts do not have the authority to reinstate a removed officer, why are we wasting our time wondering if there's cause or not? I mean, because even if we say, yes, there is cause, shouldn't have removed her, but we don't have the authority to order her reinstatement. How is that consistent with the time and energy being spent on determining if there's cause?
We agree that that's an alternative basis. As we say in our brief, that's reason enough to rule in our favor, and we have a holding of the court, Sawyer. We also have this tradition I was referring to earlier of recognition that runs from the decision of 1789 to all the opinions in Myers. It's alluded to in Wiener and so forth, recognizing the president's power of interim.
So Myers is the initial decision on the removal authority. I don't know this Wiener decision.
Or suspensory removals.
Or I forgot
So we agree that's an alternative. That's an independent basis for us to prevail.
Well, it's an independent basis. I guess it's not independent in the sense that if that's right, the other one is irrelevant. Right? It seems to me that if there is any level of cause, and you indicate that there is some level of cause, right, well, then you can't be right about the idea that courts can't order anybody who's been removed to be reinstated.
There is a traditional remedy to reinstate we don't dispute. There's a traditional remedy to reinstate wrongfully removed officers, which is mandamus.
So once again, right, when they start to lose on the merits of the actual opinion, they just go like they do in the CASA decision, say, oh, you filed the wrong form, or they did that in the Alien Enemies Act case where they're like, you can't use the Administrative Procedures Act to get relief. You need to do it through habeas corpus. It's always this bullshit. Like you need to, yes, we're wrong, but it doesn't matter here because the lower court should still be stayed on some like bullshit. And it's actually smart from Sauer and from the department because this Supreme Court is always chomping at the bit to have some kind of like bullshit proceduralism ground that oftentimes it's more likely wrong than right at times, as I thought the APA situation was in the Alien Enemies Act case. I thought it was ludicrous that they ruled that it had to be habeas corpus there. But they are always just loving to avoid and just delay and procrastinate this court in deciding shit on some like bullshit pretense. So that's why Sauer, I think, is putting that out. He wants to delay, and that's where they get a lot of their decisions in their favor.
But they don't argue mandamus here. The reason they don't argue mandamus is they face a number of insuperable obstacles to prevailing in mandamus. One is, of course, going all the way back to Marbury against Madison. You can't mandamus the president, his discretionary acts. In addition to that, there is no preliminary writ of mandamus, as Judge Friendly pointed out, and the Seventh Circuit has held. In other words, and keep in mind that the standard in mandamus would be clear and indisputable right to relief. And in fact, this is an ultra-virus challenge where the standard is exactly the opposite.
So there is a circumstance in which a court can order the reinstatement of a wrongly removed officer.
So Roberts hears from that. Oh, so sometimes you can.
But there is a traditional remedy, mandamus. Here, obviously, it'd be quo warranto if there were two competing claimants, but where there's just the one, that would be mandamus. And they have not argued mandamus. They're trying to find their way around mandamus because the standards to prevail under mandamus are insuperable, and they clearly cannot meet them.
But General,
thank you. I'm sorry, Justice Thomas, Justice Alito.
Is there any reason why this whole matter had to be handled by everybody? By the executive branch, by the district court, by the D.C. Circuit in such a hurried manner? You began by laying out what you claim to be the factual basis for the for-cause removal, but no court has ever explored those facts. Are the mortgage applications even in the record in this case?
I know that the text of the social media post screenshots to the mortgage applications is in the record, but I don't recall if the paperwork itself is in the record, in the district court's record.
So when this was before the executive branch, it was handled in a very cursory manner. The district court decided the case on the ground that for cause doesn't mean anything that happened before the person took office. And I'll question Mr. Clement about that when he.
Yeah, I'm sure you will, Justice Alito. I'm sure you will. So Paul Clement is he is the old Solicitor General. I think he was under Bush too, and he's a highly respected conservative, but by highly respected I mean among the academy. He wins. He gets wins, and I assume that he's representing Lisa Cook here, and so that's who he's referencing here. So he's like, "Don't worry, I'll fight for the Trump administration when Paul Clement steps up on the district court decision."
When he stands up, the D.C. Circuit decided it on two grounds: the same as the district court, and that there's a property interest in holding the position of governor of the Federal Reserve Board. Am I right on that?
Not exactly. The D.C. Circuit stay panel relied only on the property interest, did not rely on the pre-office misconduct, and that's insupportable.
Did it not hold that that's what for cause means?
And my recollection is that the D.C. Circuit, the Garcia opinion in the D.C. Circuit relied solely on Loudermill and the due process property interest, which is baseless for the reasons we say. And now the district court relied on the twin grounds, both that Loudermill rationale and also the...
Right, I stand corrected on that. But those are the only two issues that were decided by the lower courts.
That's correct.
Justice Sotomayor?
I have a couple of follow-ups on Reagan and Shirley. You're relying on those two cases for your proposition that cause could be whatever the authority decides. But Reagan and Shirley were very careful in holding that the only reason that was true was because there would be life tenure involved otherwise.
And obviously, the positions on Board of Governors expire. I think, is it like 10, 12 years? I think it's long, right? You guys correct me if I'm wrong. I think that the governor positions are pretty long.
It was very careful to distinguish its holding from cases in which there were a tenured position and there was a for-cause provision. So you're extrapolating, correct?
I disagree with that. We read Reagan differently. If you have those two key paragraphs,
we can both look at it.
Don't talk about fixed term at that point.
I think but the court recognized the rule, and I'm quoting from the case, quote, where causes of removal are specified by statute, as also where the term of office is for a fixed period, notice and hearing are essential.
Seems clear.
Here, you need for cause, and there's a fixed period of tenure. And Reagan very clearly said notice and hearing are required. So if I move on from that, I go back to Justice Alito's question of you. I thought, and the Chiefs, I thought there was a factual dispute. As I understood it, Ms. Cook's letter, her attorney's letter, and quite frankly, I've never understood that a letter from a lawyer wasn't a representation by a client.
By the way, that's what they were. So Sauer was suggesting that the attorney letter, it wasn't Lisa Cook who spoke. It was her attorney. Like, yeah, but clients speak through their attorney. And that's what, so this is kind of like a side tangent point that Sotomayor is calling him out for even like calling that distinction out, you know?
This is a new standard I've never heard of before.
Or 8 total years, my bad.
Proceeding. If the president can go by social media and one believes that that is adequate notice under law, I'm hard-pressed to think a letter from a lawyer is not notice from the adversary. But we can move on from that. The letter from Ms. Cook says, the Michigan bank gave me permission to rent because I got a job in Washington. I had to move from New York when I got my job in Washington, and frankly, I renovated my apartment the year before, thinking I would be in New York for the rest of my life. Things change, and the bank in Michigan, at least they represent, will say there was no deceit of them. As to the mortgage issue in Atlanta, Ms. Cook's lawyer represents that the paper submitted to the bank disclosed the fact that this was a vacation home. So they may not have experienced deceit.
By the way, I appreciate Justice Sotomayor laying out the facts. One thing that I think Sotomayor does that is good, that sometimes I really appreciate that she does, is like lay out the large, like the bigger, like what is this about? What is the bigger context here? And I really do appreciate oftentimes that factual background. Sometimes it can be a bit wordy and a deliberate pace, but I respect Justice Sotomayor for laying that out.
Inexperienced deceit, then you're left with gross negligence, and the question becomes, is it grossly negligent to make a mistake on a mortgage application? And I don't know that gross negligence has ever risen to the level of a mistake. So there is a factual issue. Now the question is who resolves that issue, the level of review of that decision, and those are all questions, as Justice Alito pointed to, have not been addressed below, correct?
What was addressed below is, I think, exactly what...
Just a due process right to notice in a hearing by the circuit court.
So we haven't really had an elaboration of the factual circumstances of this case. That's what Alito alluded to, and that's what Sotomayor is talking about right now. Of course, the Sauer doesn't really matter because you don't even have a right to notice an opportunity to be heard. You just need the president to state a reason, and that reason is entitled to mass deference or I think just like pure deference under the framework of like Martin v. Mott. So that's not an issue for Sauer, who thinks like you don't get anything. And to the extent that you need to, you had it with the exchange in public statements, excluding the statement from Cook, who I guess it was an attorney statement, not her statement.
And for cause being something, it has to be only what's at the time of in office. I do agree with you. Common law did permit pre-office conduct to be considered, but only if for an infamous crime. I don't think this rises to an infamous crime.
if I can say two things about that. First, on the narrow point about whether or not a letter of counsel can create a factual dispute in this context, that's the holding of this court in Codd against Velger, where the court said that suggestions of counsel are not enough. It's the party who has to do it. So there were representations of counsel there, and the court held that that wasn't.
That's in a legal proceeding. This is an informal proceeding. Legal proceeding.
Yeah, the point was there had never been any representation by the party in any context, formal or informal, and that's exactly what we have here. That's the one point. I can't remember the second point I was going to make in response to that.
Thank you.
Mrs. Kagan?
General, can I take you back to the Chief Justice's question, the remedial question, the last one? Because in response to him, you said kind of no worries because there's a traditional...
What Kagan is very effective at, and what I appreciate from Kagan, is breaking this down into like plain language. I think she's the most plain spoken of the justices by a long shot. And that's something that I think Scalia did as well. I thought Scalia was very plain spoken. And I do appreciate that in the context of legal writing. It can be very in the weeds and shit, but Kagan is, I think, accurately distilling what General Sauer, his whole tone was, which like Roberts was kind of intimating, are you really saying the courts can't do anything? And she is now taking, and Sauer's like, no, there's this mandamus thing, but not for preliminary injunction, whatever. And she's distilling and basically saying the response to Roberts in human terms that ordinary people can understand was, don't worry, there's some cases in which you'll have oversight or that you'll be able to order relief in the case and you'll actually be able to do something. Don't worry. And she is just very, very good at that and laying things out. If you read her opinions, I think in like plain terms, easy to read, simple, which I appreciate.
Of mandamus. But then, pretty much in the next sentence, you said, but of course mandamus doesn't apply here because
it's the president, yeah.
So, I mean, when we're talking...
So when it's the president's removal authority, and the president, of course, has unlimited removal authority according to these people, except, I guess, the Federal Reserve, where they're, I guess, conceding that they don't. Just have the president remove everybody. It doesn't really resolve Roberts' concern, or at least the question that Roberts raised. And that's, of course, Kagan's point, that you're not actually contending with the self-defeating nature of your argument, which is if there is a remedy, but the remedy can never be applied to the president, then it can never be applied if the president fires someone, and therefore it's just useless.
About the president's removal powers, you're essentially saying that the only remedy doesn't apply, and that brings you back to the Chief Justice's question, which is, well, if there's no way to reinstate, what does this cause requirement amount to?
Right? Like, so understand his position. Oh, don't worry. We're not saying that you can't reinstate. You just have to do mandamus. Oh, great. So can we order mandamus? No, because mandamus can't be applied to the president. Huh? So there's no relief. There's a remedy that you can't use. So it's not a remedy. Do you understand? Like, this is how insane the position is. And it's finding ways. This is what I really think is happening. Sauer et al., and they did this with Trump versus United States to success. They succeeded. They're trying to package ways of saying you can't review what the president does that are palatable. Oh, no, it's not this. It's just that it's mandamus. And oh, it's not that you can't have any remedy, never. It's just, you can't use mandamus against it. That's Marbury versus Madison. So it just really does feel like a self-defeating argument and a way to try to like put the veil over the justice's eyes, to not ignore the basics, right? The basics is what Kagan is bringing out. And what Kagan is bringing out is your remedy is no remedy at all. Because on your own view, the remedy can't be applied to the person who's doing all the firings, whose catchphrase is, you're fired.
Well, Congress adopted a policy choice to impose on the president a cause requirement and not an I&M requirement. As Justice Alito pointed out in the CFPB funding case, this was a hard-fought compromise.
No, but I think there's some
camps.
kind of cause. It doesn't have to be inefficiency, neglect, malfeasance. But there is some kind of cause that's necessary. You said that yourself in response to my last question, that the president has to state a cause. But if then you're saying, well,
if he flunks
even
it,
if he flunks whatever
right.
that requirement is.
And look at her terminology, whatever that requirement is. That requirement seems to be not the requirement that Kagan would impose, because that requirement just seems to be says the right memo, says for like just writes something down. And so that's why she's referring to it kind of loose, like whatever that requirement is. If he somehow were to flunk the easiest test in the world, even if he flunks whatever that requirement is, there's nothing to be done.
There's no way to reinstate the person. There's no way to use the mandamus route. What does it amount to? It seems pretty It seems non-effectual.
And again, I'm just, is the term gilding the lily? I don't know what the term is. I'm just repeating myself at this point. But she's saying, you're acknowledging that there's a protection here, but the protection can't be enforced by anything but one remedy, which can't be applied to the one person who makes the decision. And so that's what she means by ineffectual or non-effectual.
It is if it is non-effectual, which we dispute, we think it's very effectual, and it's proven to be effectual in history because it provides the governors with the most important protection, which is that Congress apparently wanted to give them, which is removal.
But it doesn't actually do that, right? That's what Kagan is getting at. It doesn't actually protect them. You just write on paper that you're protected from it, but it doesn't stop a president from actually doing it and just writing like a well-crafted memo, and for that memo to be taken and be unreviewable, and then even if they fail the memo, that you can't actually order the remedy.
For protection against removal for policy disagreements. And governors have not been removed for policy disagreements. That has been
Except
respected.
there's no way.
Except now, and except Jerome Powell being indicted or at least proposing to be investigated and might be indicted.
There's no way to test that. There's no way either that the person can come in and have that meeting in the...
And of course the justices are not fooled. I mean, they know what's going on here. They know. But it's not... Here's the problem, right? Here's the whole farce of it. The whole farce of it is, this applies to the FTC. This applies to the special counsel. This applies to all these officers that the court has held is not allowed to be protected. Congress had this vision for all of them. That's what's so absurd to me, is that the courts are... you say what you want about Sauer. At least he was consistent initially until he was... until they lost in dicta in a different case. But the court is being a party to hypocrisy, and they're asking good questions, and not Kagan, of course, who was into the dissent in that case, but I mean the others, by abiding the other situations for the other officers.
Officer, the Roosevelt Room or wherever else, saying, I think you're really getting rid of me for policy reasons. There's no way for a court to evaluate that. The president just has to say, I'm...
Yeah. So exactly what I said. All you have to say is, you committed gross negligence, no review.
Removing you for cause. You committed gross negligence.
And there's no question, for all the reasons we discussed in our briefing, that confers broad discretion on the...
So that's another way of saying yes. So Sauer, this is code for yes, you're right.
President. Now, there's an outer perimeter that is subject to policing by judicial review, policy disagreement, no cause at all, and so forth. But that is good, confers broad discretion on the president. But even if it was de novo review here, gross negligence in a very important...
So now Kagan's going to ask the question that I would ask, I think.
Transaction that has this close nexus with what a
does the
government
president
does
have to say
satisfy it.
Does the president have to say what the gross negligence is? Or can the president just say, I'm removing you, it's not for policy, it's for gross negligence?
This is exactly the question I would ask is it, if the president just said, I'm not removing you for policy, dear Ms. Cook, I'm not removing you for policy, I'm removing you because of gross negligence, sincerely, the president, would that be enough? And that seems like an absurd situation, right? That seems like that cannot be correct. So let's see how Sauer handles it.
So we have, I think, conceded in the briefing that sort of determination would be subject to judicial review because he hasn't specified the cause.
Of course he has. He said gross negligence.
Now, the case law, that's a borderline case. The case law goes in different directions on that. Garland, one of the cases that we cited in our brief, kind of goes the other way in a way that'd be stronger for us, but we haven't disputed that in this case, that if there was no cause provided at all, then that would be subject to judicial review and likely an invalid removal.
All right. So he's saying that if you just did a conclusory, it's gross negligence, that wouldn't be enough. Okay, so you need to specify what was grossly negligent. But once you've done that, even if it's a lie, even if it's false, so you just need to write a memo with one extra step, which is to allege something that in your mind, the president that is, constitutes gross negligence.
Thank you.
Justice Gorsuch?
Just to follow up on Justice Kagan's questions, I think in them was the question, if you think mandamus doesn't apply to the president at all, ever, how could you ever test the things you say can be tested?
And this is separate and apart from the test aspect, is like, let's say that they did write that memo. Could a court order mandamus with respect to not meeting this test? And Gorsuch is just trying to get clarity on that, which, again, good question.
He has to remove for cause. He can't remove for policy disagreements. That might be one. The president says, I remove you for policy disagreements. He's open about it, let's say. Could happen, right? You would say still mandamus is not available, I think, wouldn't you?
I think we would. Now, that might be
Yeah, I think we would. Oh, damn, these guys are brazen fascists.
a closer case because the mandamus standard is clear and indisputable right when we have conceded that policy disagreement would not be available. Actually, that might be a case where mandamus might be available with the
Why?
caveat that how would Marbury apply?
But all these would be discretionary decisions, wouldn't they, Sauer?
Marbury says you cannot mandamus the president.
Yeah, but that would be discretionary.
In a discretionary decision. And so baked into our jurisprudence.
Oh, look, and Gorsuch is going to ask you.
There can be some things the president does that you can't.
You say that's not a discretionary decision. If the president says, I fire you for...
Yeah, so why did you bring up this? Yeah, okay.
For policy reasons, that would be outside of his discretion and therefore subject to mandamus.
Essentially, the argument has to be that'd be ministerial within the meaning of Marbury. And then I think that standard in Marbury kind of gets ported into the standard in Cheney, clear and indisputable, right?
No, so it would be clear and indisputable and therefore could run against the president in that case.
Hypothetically, I'd have to do a lot more study for taking a firm position on that.
Justice Kavanaugh?
For present purposes, you accept the constitutionality of the four-cause removal provision for the Federal Reserve, and that is what protects the independence of the Federal Reserve. What, in your view, is the purpose of that independence?
So now we're going into the purpose of that independence. And by the way, so Kavanaugh, these are going to be great questions from Kavanaugh. I actually heard some of them. They're great questions by Kavanaugh. They just apply to every other agency that they're going to remove the protections for.
Protects the governor, exactly reflecting the plain text of the statute. It protects the governors for removal for policy disagreement or for no reason at all.
What is the broader purpose of that?
To preserve the independence of the Federal Reserve.
Why are they preserving the independence of the Federal Reserve? To preserve the independence. And what is the broader purpose of that?
What is the broader purpose of that?
Well, there's a number of reasons that are discussed by their amici, and I think not disputed by us, which is that there is a long tradition of having this exercise of monetary policy be exercised independent of executive influence, and we don't dispute that that's what Congress was doing in that statute. And again, we have not disputed the validity of the four.
And look at how many words he has to say for a very simple concept. To insulate the Federal Reserve from political influence. Boom. He has to do these words, to these caveats. Well, that's what Congress was doing. Independent of executive influence. By the way, he still thinks that this is an executive branch, and that all executive power is vested in the president. So just say the answer. We don't want political influence.
Removal restriction here.
And why is that independence important in your view?
We don't dispute the importance of that for many of the reasons that their amici say, but we emphasize that there's a balance struck here. This is not a ironclad, you can never be removed. There is a cause removal authorization.
But on that, your position that there's no judicial review, no process required, no remedy available, a very low bar for cause that the president alone determines, I mean, that would weaken, if not shatter, the independence of the Federal Reserve that we just discussed.
No doubt about that, right? And it's a nice little distillation of everything. No judicial review. Why no judicial review? Because they're, with respect to the executive determinations, Martin v. Mott, that's their case law. You don't get to re-question the president's determination as to whether or not there's for cause. And to the extent that it's in this outer perimeter of situations where he didn't even make a determination or it's just conclusory, there's no remedy available. No process required is the position that you don't need an opportunity to be heard. You just need to put out the reason. You don't actually have to have a hearing or anything. And the very low bar is the one that I just spoke about, that all it needs to do is state a reason, and it can't be, I guess, conclusory, and it can't be just nothing stated. And what kind of protection is that? And so that's what Kavanaugh's getting at. It's absolutely true.
I disagree with that, and I would point to the point that the point you made that this is a low bar for cause. In a sense, it's a very high bar. It's a very strong protection because it does protect them from the one thing that Congress was apparently most worried about, which is removal for policy disagreement.
But it would be in the view of the president who might have a policy disagreement, and there's no judicial review, and the president can just define it on his or her own. Right?
One of the strongest traditions in this court's jurisprudence is the sort of presumption of regularity to the president's action that has applied to this provision, I think, effectively for 100.
So, I mean, think about what Sauer is saying. It's saying Congress took a view to insulate the Federal Reserve from political influence and executive influence, effectively from the president. And therefore, we should read into that determination, that decision, or I guess the court's interpretation, a presumption that what the president is doing with respect to the Fed is regular? I mean, like, why would we do that here? In a case where Congress clearly... Oh, thank you. Pisco on Breaking Points as we speak. Yeah, I was on Breaking Points this morning. Appreciate you. Why would we do that? Why would we, in a situation where Congress explicitly wanted to question the president's determination as the policy, assume the regularity of the president's actions?
12 years, and it continues to do so.
Let's talk about the real-world downstream effects of this, because if this were set as a precedent, it seems to me, just thinking big picture, what goes around comes around.
Oh, here's the ultimate argument whenever you're trying to win with Republicans. Just ask, what if Democrats had this power? What if a Democrat did this? And that really convinces these people.
Current president's appointees would likely be removed for cause on January 20th, 2029, if there's a Democratic president, or January 20th, 2033. And then we're really at will removal. So what are we doing here? What is, we started, that's why I started with what's the purpose of the independence and the for-cause removal. If we accept all these, no procedure, no judicial review, no remedy, that's what's going to happen, I think.
These dirty Democrats are going to be just as corrupt and bad faith as Republicans. Is basically what Kavanaugh... So Kavanaugh's like, they're going to start doing what Trump is doing, which is misbehaving. Oh no, the Democrats are going to do exactly what the Republicans did. That would be horrible.
And then where are we? So do you dispute that is, the real world effect?
I cannot predict what future presidents may or may not do, but the argument strikes me as
history's a pretty good guide. Once these tools are unleashed, they are used by both sides.
Really? I don't seem to recall Biden doing insanely criminal shit on the expectation that Trump for the United States would protect him. But it seems like Trump is doing that now.
And usually more the second time.
Oh, you're in extreme disagreements. Oh, sick. Let's bring in our boy Josiah. We're going to talk real quick to our boy. Misbehaving.
Hey,
my brother, no, say your opening again, because that's always my favorite part. We didn't get it.
Said, what up, playa?
What up, playa? How you doing? I reviewed your video, bro. Very good.
Listen, I didn't get a chance to watch it all, but I'm sure it was excellent. Okay. I'm sure it was a sterling review. But I want to tell you real quick, I'm listening to your Breaking Points thing.
Yeah.
I feel like you're making a lot of progress being like the de facto representative of the lib-left coalition in the legal sphere. Like, who else? The only other person I know other than like Mark Elias and Glenn Kirshner is you. Like, what other, like, where's the left's version of Rakita and all these other people? Like, you're the left's law tube guy, and I see you on Breaking Points all the time. This is good shit.
I appreciate you so much saying that. I think that people like Elias and Kirshner, they have much more experience in doing legal shit than I do. So I think that I do something else, and I feel the niche more in the kind of like law/politics/streaming side. But no, it's really, it's awesome to hear you say that, man. It means the world to me. My mic is messed up.
Like that was
wait, my mic. They're saying my mic.
Yeah, you're scratchy on my end. I just assumed it was on my end, so I was gonna ignore it.
Is that any better?
And you sound like shit on my side, but I can't hear you in the stream. Oh, so it's a good point. Somebody in chat says legal, but he's not like participating in debates. He does like these mini video essays. Like I don't want to say that Pisco is the only representative of the lib-left coalition on social media, period. But like the one who's like the kind of go-to correspondent, like Crystal and Kyle pull him in a lot. He was on not just Breaking Points, but Crystal, Kyle, and Friends. He's going to these, like word war debates and shit. He's on Tim Pool all the time. Like, it's good. I feel like that niche, like that was a wide open field. And finally we have somebody.
And you did encourage me to do that. Can you hear me better now? Is that okay?
I can. You sound a lot better on my end.
Yeah, like that niche was, I think, available, and you encouraged me to do it, bro, on the debate stuff, because I think the way you sold it was exactly how I'm trying to do it, which is like debate more and law aspect to it, and that's exactly what I'm trying to do. And I am trying to like always improve my skills a little bit. So I'm trying to, I learned a lot of linearization, a lot of good stuff from the perspective of debate from a more formal sense. But now I want to try to do better at the rhetoric, which is kind of stuff that I think you can be very effective at, that other people who aren't as like, I don't know, single-minded as me do. And I think I'm just trying to improve my skills in different contexts. And the breaking point stuff is really interesting because it leans on skills that I'm not used to, namely like direct conversation in a more like objective tone.
Right.
Like just feeding information, not like from the streaming perspective, but like just cold. And that's like difficult for me, actually. I can get sometimes even more nervous doing it.
Well, especially, I mean, because I think those connections are really strong too. I mean, the more Breaking Points is covered by Mediaite and big Twitter figures and people like that as well, in ways like, that I'm certainly not, and a lot of other people in the space. So I feel like the more you appear on Breaking Points and the more you go on Crystal Kyle and Friends and stuff like that. But I was curious, like, what is this year? What's kind of the game plan? Because this is your second time on Crystal Kyle and Friends, or third time? It was your,
I think it's
your
third.
Third time.
Third time, yeah. And Breaking Points might be my fourth or fifth.
Yeah, it's got to be like fifth. It's got to be fifth. I thought it was at least half a dozen. So like, what's the plan as far as exposing you more to like elevate your profile?
Yeah. So here is my strat. I am going.
I threw your name out real quick. Just sidebar, real quick. I threw your name out. Do you know who Brad? You know Brad Palumbo, right? Because was he on Lib and Learn?
I reached out to him recently too to chat as well. So that fits. He's doing. By the way, folks, explain Brad Palumbo and then talk more. Sorry.
Oh no, so he's I think he's a relatively principled conservative. I like Brad. I've just like corresponded with him like through text and Twitter DM. A couple of like disagreements on social media. I think, if Philip Bunn, Eucharist, is the most principled conservative I've met in this space, I think Brad is probably second. But it's a very short list. It sounds like it's probably like two people on the fucking list.
It doesn't really include MAGA people, to be honest.
No, not at all. No, not at all. But he has a YouTube channel called Brad versus Everyone, or Brad versus the World. He's relatively high profile. He's been on CNN. He's been on News Nation, I think. He was just interviewed. He had a long form interview with Jillian Michaels.
Yes.
Yeah.
From,
so like
Her Take.
Exactly. Ex Her Take lead host. And so like he hosts like a lot of these regular debates, and I told him, I'm like, because he reached out to me to do like an abolish ICE debate, and I'm swamped with all my one man show shit, and I said, you should get Pisco on. I don't know if you know Pisco. He's like, I know Pisco. Yeah. So anyway, I'm sorry. So what's the plan for this year?
The game plan is as follows. I think I'm going to move to the boroughs potentially. In terms of go where potentially like the rent is cheaper. And in so doing, I won't feel as bad about traveling to do collabs, and to do things like that. I want to really just be able to network some more with individuals, but also be more consistent in terms of the hours of the stream. I have other like sort of obligations, responsibilities, but it's been a struggle for me to like maintain sometimes a schedule. Like recent weeks, I've been streaming a lot, but it's not like at a regular time interval like you do,
right?
Because of reasons. So that's one of my goals, and my goal is to also like work a bit more on my presentation, and to take the opportunity to like travel a bit more. I want to go to California to go see like Hutch and IRI. I would love to go like see you for like a few days or something. I would love to go see what's up in different places and just have that be incorporated more. But in general, my goal is to get ready for the midterms, to spread good narratives, to continue to debate and continue to push the liberal message. I'm trying to see what relationships make the most sense to make that happen. That's kind of my plan.
Do you think you'll be back on Tim Pool?
I think I might. I reached out some weeks ago, maybe a month or so ago, and it was like, at some point we'll make it happen or something. I'm not sure what their appetite right now is for like those kinds of debates, but I think I probably will at some point.
Let me ask
whenever
you.
they feel
So
the need, yeah.
you sparred a lot with Will Chamberlain, and I saw him on Piers Morgan a couple of weeks ago. I covered it. I think Kyle was on at the time. What is Chamberlain's clout like? Because my thought process is, because I the only way I know this guy is, I've insulted him a few times on Twitter, and I've seen you debate him a few times. I'm like, I don't know who the fuck he is, and he gets on Piers Morgan. Maybe that's something Pisco could do. So how is he pretty prominent? Like, does he have his own YouTube channel or shit like that? Like, who
I
is
don't know if
he?
he has his own YouTube channel. He worked for a big law firm. He worked for a very good firm. I found that out when I talked with him on. There was a Tim Pool event that we were both there where we debated. We didn't really debate that much. That's the thing, right? Like, we haven't really interacted that much other than like me being a reply guy a little bit until he blocked me. And we debated for all of like 15 minutes before it like opened up to the crowd on Tim Pool. So I didn't get really my teeth
Did he
wet
block
there.
you before Tim Pool or after Tim Pool?
After Tim Pool.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I was like, "This
Well,
is."
you dog walked him. You dog walked him
I thought I
at
did.
Tim
Yeah.
Pool. Yeah.
And he conceded that it was illegal, just not that illegal or something about the Kilmar stuff. And and I think he blocked me because I said, "Bro, like, why are you saying that Hassan violated? It was the material support for foreign terrorist organization with this Houthi interview before." The Houthis were designated as a foreign terrorist organization such that material support would like apply, and like you're being kind of a hack and you're advocating for like denaturalization of Mehdi Hassan and other people just because they disagree and because they're Muslim. It's like, it's fucked up. Right. And then he blocked me. He's like, we actually don't have to have a conversation with these people. It might have been in like the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk stuff where they're like, we're done debating anymore. Kirk was the debater, and so all that shit's gone out the window now. But he runs some kind of legal. He's like a Fed SOC person. He runs some sort of legal shit. I think he's probably still in practice at least somehow. But he makes a bunch of these appearances. He goes on Bannon's show. He goes on the Pisco thing. He interfaces with what's this woman's name? Kelly something, I forget. But yeah,
Megyn Kelly.
No, it's this other. She blocked me too. It's this other like legal commentator. Julie Kelly. That's it. That's right. Yeah,
she's the worst. Yeah,
she's the absolute worst. She's dog shit. She's like this guy's shipwrecked crew. All of the MAGA legal people are absolute dog shit. Except for like the people they hire in the department who are sometimes competent. Sauer is competent at his job. The SG, Todd Blanche is competent at his job from the perspective of like doing
when he's
no
longer Solicitor General. Something that occurred to me, and I just want to articulate this before I forget, because it occurred to me the other day. I'm going to run this by you. After Sauer is no longer Solicitor General, I think he and RFK Jr. should go into business together and do like ASMR videos. You know what I mean?
I don't know what is that like the smoker voice? I know that that RFK had like a pass with something. I don't know if it was like smoking shit.
I think it's when you deep throat Trump so much. Either as a personal attorney, which Sauer was before he became Solicitor General, is how he got the job, and RFK Jr. just betraying all his principles to throw in on the MAGA train. I think that's what your voice does to you.
It's absolutely fucked up. Did you see like the
abuses the vocal cords,
like the measles rate, how much it's increased?
And then to have Bill Cassidy, physician and Republican senator from Louisiana,
and then not endorsed, right?
About it. Yeah, so God, I love it. I love it so much. And people are like, well, Letlow will probably be worse because she's more. It's funny because I had a comment about this in my YouTube section because I celebrated this. I thought it was hilarious. The video, it was the one where the video, the thumbnail, you replied and it said, triggered you.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah. So I was cheering this. I'm like, listen, I think it's fucking awesome that Trump just politically shanked this guy. And one of the comments was like, wait a minute, I'm confused. How is it that you are upset that Marjorie Taylor Greene is no longer in Congress, but you're going to celebrate Bill Cassidy if they've both disagreed with Trump? And it's like the difference is Marjorie Taylor Greene began to defy Trump. Like when she left office, she was defying him. And so I think it's a net loss as opposed to having, a full-blown MAGA replacement take her spot. Cassidy used to defy Trump.
What is he doing now?
Right, exactly. He, for all intents and purposes, he's indistinguishable from a MAGA kiss ass, at least to my satisfaction. And so, if you're going to have a foot in both worlds, but the most recent foot you planted was to try to kiss Trump's ass, betraying your principles, betraying your Hippocratic oath by confirming RFK Jr., knowing full well that he is a threat to public health. then yeah, I think it's great. And I take enormous schadenfreude from your political misfortune in a way I don't with Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I almost think that you can make an argument that they're worse. These people like Rubio, these individuals like McConnell, et cetera, like they know exactly what demons the administration is filled to the brim with. And so, I almost think that you could make an argument that you take a negative inference on that knowledge. Like they've eaten from the tree of knowledge, and so they should know better, and there's no excuse.
They should. They should. They
obscene.
100%. So no, I love what's happening to him. Now Letlow has announced that she is running for Senate. So that was a precondition of her running. She told Trump, like, I'll run, but I need your endorsement first. And then she was kind of coy for a few days, and then she formally announced, yeah, fuck that guy. I think he's a fucking loser. But yeah.
Can I ask you a question or two?
Yeah.
What do you think about this Stewart stuff? Because on the one hand,
who?
Jon Stewart.
Stewart who? Oh, okay.
Stuart Little. So I like Jon Stewart for a lot of
Stewart
reasons.
Rhodes.
Stewart Rhodes.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
But at the same time, I'm not sold on him. He has this like whataboutism, double standardism that you and I hate, which is the kind of like Republicans do this and Democrats do this. And I know that he probably sees a humongous disparity, but early on in the administration where he was like talking shit like, oh no, Trump violated an order, like no big deal. Like that just put me off of him. So what's your take?
Yeah, he burned a lot of bridges with, I think, elements of the left during the 2024 election because he was shit-talking Biden a lot. He was shit-talking Trump too, but a lot of people felt he was like dipping his toes in the waters of false equivalence. And I think if you just took some of those things in a vacuum, I think that's a fair interpretation to walk away with that belief. But I've been following Jon Stewart for years, and I consume not just The Daily Show, but also he had a 2-season long Apple TV show called The Problem Is.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I watch all of his weekly show podcasts that he does. I think he drops them on Wednesdays. They go from an hour and a half to 2 hours. Like
with like some co-hosts, right? I forget who they are.
No, not. I mean, like he has guests. He has rotating guests. It's just him though. But like he made it abundantly clear that the Republicans and Trump were worse if you take the full body of his work. But yeah, like I understood why. And I'm blanking on the guy's name, but there's a Twitter user. I think his name is Chris Jackson, who is a big Biden stan. He's still the biggest Biden simp in the world. Like he's Biden's #1 fan. You should definitely check him out on Twitter. Like he defends. He's one of those guys who, whereas we all acknowledge to some extent that Biden was in a state of cognitive decline, Jackson is the guy who is like Biden sharper than ever. He's that guy. He was really pissed with Jon Stewart. He's like, how dare you? This is a false equivalence. Like, I understand why some people felt that way. But I give him the benefit of the doubt when you look at the full body of his work. At the same time, I think it's fair criticism to say, okay, John, I'm not sure why you're doing this. I know you have beef with the Democratic establishment. Like, John believes that Democrats, particularly Obama, and he was saying this at the time. I don't know if you ever watched Jon Stewart's interviews with President Obama when he was still on The Daily Show before he did his 10-year hiatus. Yeah. He gave Obama some of the hardest interviews of Obama's career. Like, I encourage you guys. I think the full interviews are available on YouTube on the Daily Show.
Which, by the way, I think is in normal circumstances and in general, I think it's fine. I still haven't watched that Breaking Points with Crystal and Alyssa Slotkin. But Democrats should be able to handle hard interviews. What I can't stand is this both sidesism. That's what I can't stand.
No, yeah, and listen, I mean, you know me. I'm at least as aggravated by that sort of stuff as you. But the reason I don't get worked up about John is, again, a couple of things. I think he comes from a position of good faith. I think his is also a position of, and he's held this for at least 10 years. Like his famous quote about President Obama was he campaigned as a visionary and governed as a functionary. And he basically said as much to the president's face, like you were about hope and change. And then as soon as you got in, you moved to the center. It was not about accountability for the Bush administration. It was all about reaching out to Republicans and all this shit. And so I don't think it's like a grift or whatever. And I don't think he's, whereas like a lot of more anti-establishment lefties are so obtuse and just hyper fixating on the Democratic Party. John doesn't do that. So I'm willing to cut him some slack in that respect. But yeah, like when he says shit that I feel like I feel like every person, including Jon Stewart, should make it clear anytime that they go in on the Democrats, there needs to be a disclaimer. And I think actually at the beginning and the end of whatever rant you have, which is that, of course, the Democratic Party is better. And he does not do that. And that is frustrating. But I do think he recognizes that Trump and the Republicans are worse.
There is something funny about some Biden dead enders. Biden will, like, unfortunately, let's say that he has terminal cancer, right? If he were to die in the next year or two, Biden dead enders would be like, the only reason he died is because he wasn't elected. He could have done the 4-year terms if he was elected because he would have had better doctors, this or that. No, I respect Biden. I feel like lately I've been saying a lot of Biden policies and trying to defend his good name on a lot of shit. But I will never understand the people who say it should have been him as the nominee. That will always cook me.
I think Wick's the only person I know in this space who still believes. I don't think Stephen. I don't know where he is. I know he said it, and I agreed at the time.
Yeah, but that was at the time.
It was always a risk. It was always a risk. I think it was a novel position that we were in. It was unprecedented, and we're so used to the incumbency enjoying some sort of advantage. And I want to say, because I can't remember the post-mortem breakdown of the election, I don't think Harris did better with any demographic than Biden did in 2020. I think she underperformed. Yeah,
I think that's true, but that's not the comparison.
But he would have performed,
yes,
right? But he likely would have underperformed compared to Biden 2020 as well. Yeah. So I think in hindsight, it was very clear that Hail Mary was absolutely the best we could do under the circumstances.
I totally agree with that. I think I was talking to someone who said they thought that Biden should have endorsed a kind of mini process and should have held back on endorsing Kamala. And I go back and forth about whether that would have been preferable. I think it probably would have.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's, again, one of those like novel things, right? I mean, like it would have generated more excitement, more attention. But yeah, I suppose, potentially jeopardized her in the, I mean, I think even in a mini primary, she basically had the whole thing wrapped up anyway. I think it would have been pro forma at that point and very performative. Like if he endorsed a contested election, she already was the heir apparent. She was on the ticket that secured the electoral votes in the first place, or not the electoral votes, but the delegate votes. Yeah. So I think she still would have prevailed anyway, but maybe just the attention alone would have helped. I don't know. I think we can go back and do this shit anyway. I will say I think it's a mistake of the DNC to not publish its
report or whatever.
Yeah.
There's some weird shit. Did you see? Speaking of Majority Report, everyone's gonna freak out. Majority Report, guys. There's some good Majority Report content. I know that you guys get triggered by them. I don't care. But there was
Majority Report. Sam Cedar
and Emma Vigeland. They get triggered.
Your audience get interesting. Okay, I would get the Young Turks.
This is not surprising for you. This can't be surprising.
No, it is actually. It is actually. I'm surprised because listen. I think Emma is no Sam Cedar. But Sam Cedar is still I think an inspiration for me in this space. Like, not somebody I want to emulate in all ways, but I think he's a net positive in ways that like certainly Anna Kasparian is not. Cenk, he goes from 0 to +1 to -2, depending on what it is. Like he barely cracks the net positive.
Oh, I have some. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. No, so I'm surprised that your audience doesn't like Majority Report.
I think a lot of them don't, but I will say that Sam Cedar's favorite appearances. My favorite appearances of Sam Cedar are his appearance in Sex and the City and him playing Fenton in home movies. These are deep cuts for people who care about it. And then also on the Cenk and Anna point, I want you to help me out with the following consideration. Like, I met her at Word War Debate. She recognized me and said hello to me and was like very, very nice and gracious. And it was like a great conversation or whatever. And I feel like either I'm an idiot for thinking that the same energy that we had on Twitter was going to like carry forward in our interpersonal whatever. But I also noticed that I was thinking more highly of Anna after that encounter, and I'm like, am I getting charmed? Am I gonna
possible? Yeah,
and that's the thing. Like, I don't want that to happen, and so as I'm encountering more people, because you have schmoozed up with politicians, etc., what do you do to keep yourself honest to avoid being charmed?
No, it's a real challenge for me because, like, dispositionally, I'm the sort of person, both offline and online, I really do like to get along with people. Now, I also enjoy banter, so I don't mind. Like, I use poor Lactoid. He's not a peer in this space because he's so much smaller, but like he's somebody that I use as an example because, I like to bully the shit Lactoid online, but like it's not because I dislike Lactoid. Like I'd grab a beer with Lactoid. His glow up, I mean, dude's really popping. He's peaking now, and I do think he's a smart guy. But like I grew up in a family and in a kind of a social environment where part of the love language is you banter and you talk shit and stuff like that, and then you fist bump and go your separate ways. Now with some people, my disdain and contempt it is truly genuine, and I can't shut it off. So like
Rob was a really affable guy in person, like a little bit more shy and reserved.
Not surprised at all.
And it was fun to get a beer with him.
Yeah, not surprised at all. He seems like a good dad. He seems like a good husband. It's just Trump has broken his brain. I mean, I spent most of my life in rural Kentucky, so that's the other thing too. Like, I have not had the benefit of being in an environment where I've been reinforced by people who share my priors and my political views. So I've always been in quote unquote enemy territory, and there's a survival mechanism there. You know what I mean? Like you have to learn to get along, and not just get along, but thrive in an environment that's politically and philosophically hostile to you. And here I am, not quite 35 years old, and I still struggle with that. Like my disposition is to try to get along with as many people as possible. Like when I went to Tim Pool, it was Tim Pool, Myron Gaines, and Andrew Wilson. And I'll be honest with you, like I was deeply concerned because I'd only seen a bit of Andrew, through interactions with you or with Rob or with Destiny, and I was thinking, oh my God, what is it? And then I meet Andrew, and like we're the same height, but like he's kind of scrawny compared to me. I'm like, like there's something like different. Like he had this aura online of being like he's this 6'4" Billy badass, and he's just gonna like be a total bullying asshole.
See, that was the opposite impression I had of Pearl Davis. I watched her meet my eye line. I was like, holy shit, you're tall. And then Pearl goes on a stream. She's like, I was thinking about beating Anna Kasparian up when she was talking.
I didn't realize she was that tall. I didn't realize she was that.
She might even be like an inch taller than me. She was tall.
Well, what's interesting was when I get there and I meet Andrew, Andrew's quiet. He's not rude at all. He was actually multiple times like he's not very gregarious or anything, but he was not rude. He was not combative off screen. He was kind of quiet, kind of shy. I said, invited us like, hey, why don't you stick around and eat with us or whatever? But I had to take a flight back to Charlotte, and it's out in bumfuck West Virginia, so you had like a 2-hour drive back to DC. And then hop a flight. I was like, I don't have the time. Myron stunned me because like my only experience with Myron was again watching some interactions with Steven and Aaron, and I thought the guy was a total psycho. But like in person, he was very affable, very friendly. Like he was very gregarious, very friendly, very much shaker.
Oh, this is before that song, so yeah.
Yeah, HH.
You don't know HH?
No. I don't know what that is. But anyway, he didn't play any music or anything. But
you don't know the Ye song? The Ye song called Heil Hitler?
No, I don't.
Have you seen the controversy? Did you see the controversy? Sneeko, Myron Gaines.
Is this like something like they were playing where
Nick Fuentes,
they were in a club somewhere?
They were in a club and they played
bus?
Yes, and they played that song.
Okay. I didn't listen.
Okay, don't worry, keep going. So Myron Gaines was like very nice in person.
Yeah. So yeah, that was surprising. So they both surprised me, but like I get it. I mean, these people are people. I think like I don't know what to tell you. That's something I struggle with because just like dispositionally, I try to get along with as many people as possible. That's certainly like my project on politics is like when I trying to wrestle like all these different factions on the left and try to avoid outright confrontation when and where I can. So I get it. I mean, if it started to influence your political opinions, that's where I think you cross the line. But I don't think you owe Anna Kasparian. I don't think you owe your audience or anybody to be an asshole to Anna Kasparian's face. I think you owe it to your audience to just.
The thing is, I'm highly critical of her positions on stuff, and I respect that she said the thing about I was wrong about Trump and I didn't think it would be this bad. And
she did, and she called him a fascist in a more recent episode of the Young Turks. It might have even been last night.
Sure, but then part of me is like, okay, that was good. We had she destroyed Pearl. She was very nice in person. She seemed like an easygoing person in person. And then I'm like, but are you doing the anti-Trump turn now because of like you realize that, or at least maybe Cenk realizes that like either A, the right-wing populist base that he was like trying to say is for real are lunatic psychos, or B, because the audience demands it and there's a little element of audience capture. I'm not sure. There's like these lingering doubts, and I'm just trying to be conscious of it. But I respect.
I don't know. I don't think it's that for Anna. I think she just got brain broken. Maybe I'm wrong. I can't imagine it's been to her material benefit, at least initially, because I think like it's cost the Young Turks subscribers and supporters. I know she catches a lot of shit in the comment section, as well she should. I mean, that's a good point. Maybe what she's doing with valuetainment, the juice is worth the squeeze. I don't know. I think what she said, her debate with Cenk was incredibly stupid, because what it came down to was a disagreement on 2 points. On fascism, because she said, it's an ideology you have to subscribe to, and I don't think it's just an ideology. It's also a bunch of characteristics.
Of conduct that,
right?
Yeah. No, I agree.
Because because one of the elements of fascism is it's ideologically inconsistent, right? I mean, like they'll talk shit about like how much they hate socialism, like fascism. If you look at like fascist, literature, Giovanni Gentile, and the writings of Hitler and stuff like that, like, they talk about how much they hate socialism, and yet there is, in almost every aspect of fascism, we see an unholy alliance between the state and the private sector, right? So it's like 6 of one, half a dozen of another. The whole point is it's hypocritical, it's inconsistent, and it's an amalgamation of characteristics. So I thought that was incredibly stupid for her to say, like, no, he's got to like be a member of the Church of Fascism or whatever. He's got to self-identify as a fascist. But the other thing that was stupid was when she said, but he didn't succeed. And it's like, what Cenk should have said is, okay, Anna, are neo-Nazis, like actual self-described neo-Nazis, fascist in 2025? And she would have said yes.
Yeah.
And he would have said, how are they successful? How are they successful, Anna? And she would have been like, she started to drool on herself, because of course they haven't overthrown the government. And so it's like, obviously you being a fascist has absolutely nothing to do whether or not you are successful in your fascist designs. I mean, you could make the argument, given that, Hitler ate a gun in 1945,
so he was unsuccessful in the long-term horizon.
Right.
Yeah.
So I guess Hitler and Mussolini weren't fascist either. So it was stupid. And I don't mind, like, Francesca Fiorentini, who I really like, the host of the Bituation podcast.
Yep. She used to be affiliated with 202. Yep.
Yeah, and she kind of read Anna the riot act after this concession. I think it's deserved. I think it's okay to say, Anna, moving forward, maybe you should be a bit more humble about resistance libs when they say this about Trump. Because listen, one of the things I really respect about Crystal, and Crystal has said this multiple times, Crystal Ball on Breaking Points, she said she was wrong and the resistance libs were right on Trump. Now, maybe you think libs are wrong on healthcare, on economic policy, but when it comes to Trump,
they make
the
that point.
hutches of the world should be leading the fucking way. You should shut the fuck up and do whatever the hutches of the world say when it comes to Trump. Maybe they're wrong in every other aspect of policy, but when we say, hey, Trump is a fascist, Trump's an authoritarian,
on the
I
assessment,
think at this point, the record,
on the assessment, because there are some things in terms of the strategic, like what we're going to do to fight, given the assessment, where I will disagree 100%, with
100%. Of course. Yeah. So I appreciate that sort of humility that Crystal adopted there. And I think that's what Anna should do. Like, listen, you didn't get it wrong on a minor detail. You got it wrong on an eminently predictable, extremely important, arguably the single most important thing in contemporary politics today, which is the fascism of the most powerful man in the world. So maybe you should be a bit less unaligned, a bit less, both sides, a bit less, well,
I can't say on the Tucker stuff. The Tucker stuff is just, I can't understand in what world it makes sense to align ourselves with Tucker, to align ourselves with someone like Candace in any respect. It really does seem that they live in two different worlds, and we don't occupy that world. No, I agree, and I respect what you're saying here about like everybody love everybody. You ever see that semi-pro thing? That I am also of the disposition in general that unless called upon in some situation where I really can't avoid it or where there really isn't, that I want to focus my attention on MAGA and Trump, etc. Given that, do you have any recommendations for my discussion with the Vanguard this Sunday?
No, I'm sure. Listen, I'm sure it's very good. Like I haven't been, I've not been keeping track just with my workload of what the boys have been up to. Zach and Gavin have when I was following their ship more closely, they were very much and this has been 9 months really since I've been paying attention to it, but they were very much on the, Trump is an existential threat. Trump, I saw that they were busting Dave Smith's balls just in the past couple of hours or just 24 hours because Dave Smith, libertarian comedian, he's been hot and cold on Trump, and they're roasting him for you called him the anti-war president, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I think what it needs to be is we just have to really stay true to our posture of look. There are going to be some minor disagreements. There are probably going to be some major disagreements depending on where we go. But my red line is Trump is worse. And if you can't fuck with that, I can't fuck with you. It doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to be rude to you behind your back or to your face, but just full cards on the table. It is an indefensible position to pretend that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are equally bad or equally good. This has been borne out in the past year. I think Trump has been worse in so many respects than a lot of people expected.
Not us. I feel like we fully expected this shit.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of the people who were naysayers or both siders or whatever. Yeah. And so then, and that's what I would say. If you were speaking to Anna, if you were speaking to Zach and Gavin, hey, listen.
But Zach and Gavin, they claim that they endorsed by Kamala.
I can't remember. I know they made it explicitly clear that she was the lesser of two evils, and I will stand on that characterization. But I like Zach and Gavin. So, but that's my thing. Is I would if you're speaking to them, and just be like, listen, I'm not going to necessarily be a dick to you when we're hanging out at the bar behind this thing, whatever, because we're adults here and we can get along. But just understand in terms of our public facing engagement, this is my red line. For you, it might be the genocide, right? Or it might be this, that, or the other thing. But for me, it's Trump is worse. And if you disagree, I'm going to push you on that because it's an indefensibly stupid position. That's been my red line. And I just don't feel that Zach and Gavin cross it. I feel like they recognize we're going to still bitch about the Democrats, but they recognize Trump is worse. And but I spend a lot of time bitching at Democrats these days. So do you. So
you do, yeah. And I want to mention also a couple other things before I lose you. The first is I expect that my discussion with the Vanguard this Sunday will have more scrutiny than 2 discussions I had this week. One with Richard Hanania, which was pretty friendly. I mean, I pushed back on some stuff, but he ranked Trump's foreign policy like a B-, and apart from the corruption and graft and all the other stuff, the domestic policy is kind of a wash. So immigration he gave a fail.
A wash
obviously.
with what?
That it's not that apart from immigration and corruption and graft and lying and all that stuff, which he gave an F- to.
But didn't he do a mea culpa saying
But he's saying in general, the policy stuff isn't that horrible from Trump domestically, apart from the areas I discussed, which are huge areas to be clear. And foreign policy, he rated it like a B- or whatever. I pushed back, but it was a friendly conversation. Same thing. I had a conversation with Drew Pavlou where I pushed back and stuff, but it was generally friendly with these Drew is he said a critical MAGA supporter. He is a critical Trump supporter. That's his characterization.
Right.
And Hanania obviously has the past he has and is conservative and is aligned with a lot of in supporting him of many of the international efforts that Trump is doing. But my intuition is, notwithstanding the friendly, spirited, at times challenging discussion I had with those people, more scrutiny will be placed on whether I'm competitive enough with respect to the Vanguard than those 2 figures. That's my intuition. What do you think?
I mean, it may be. I mean, I just remember that whole thing. God, it's exhausting even to think about. Look, people's dispositions are different. I think it's fully fair if your audience sees you as compromising on your red line, whatever those red lines are. but just being an adult in normal conversation, especially if you want to preserve the relationship either for future content or for future influence, you have to massage it a bit.
Well, here's my goal, Jai, and I think you can relate to it. We're coming up to elections this year, folks.
Yep.
Folks, we are 10 months, less than 10 months, right, away from the most important midterms of our lives up to date. And this is when I want to start turning the screws in preparation for 2028, because I am hearing some Gavin shouldn't do it. Gavin is cooked. Gavin is whatever language. And listen, Gavin is not my first choice, but this is where the metal meets the road. What's the fucking rubber meets the road? Holy shit. That I am going to push people to endorse Democrats in the coming election and to endorse whoever the Democratic nominee is when the time comes for that. And that is when the success or failure of this mutual, support with respect to channels and stuff will come to show its face. Are you willing to take the action that may disgruntle some of the purists in your community, as we have been disgruntled sometimes because people want, they feel that these people are too far left or too populist. They have been disgruntled. Are you now willing to disgruntle your audience by unequivocally supporting the harm reduction option in their perspective, and frankly, the only way to get our country back on track?
Yeah, I mean, like Gavin's interesting because I've been criticizing him a lot more here frequently too. Like I was not happy with his Ben Shapiro podcast interview.
Oh, I didn't see it. Yeah, people are talking about that.
It was better than his Charlie Kirk one or his Steve Bannon one, and he pushed back more.
Those were horrible.
Than he did in either of those. Yeah, and he pushed back more against Shapiro than he did in either of those conversations. But he also, the thing that just still astounds me, like there were a couple of big concessions that I think Gavin just coughed up way too much, and I do think it was a mistake. On ICE, number one. On number two, his Gavin Newsom press office account, he kind of threw them under the bus. He should not have done that. And then the other one is, did your stream just shit out?
I don't think so, guys. Are you hello?
Okay. All right. Never mind. It did for me. It did for me. I had to refresh.
Okay.
That was interesting. And then the ICE thing, the Gavin Newsom press office thing, and then he didn't push back enough when Shapiro did it again. He did it to Stephen, and then he's doing it to Gavin. He's done to others, like this whole I grade Trump on a curve thing. Like what Trump says doesn't matter. It's just so fucking dumb. He pushed back a little bit. I wish he would have pushed back more. And then before that, there was a profile he had in the Atlantic where towards the end they were like, okay, well, if you become president, what would that look like? And he hinted that, maybe this tit for tat shit will be done by then and the country will be exhausted and it'll be time to just move forward. And that freaked me out. And I commented on it. I made a bunch of posts about it a couple of weeks ago. Mehdi retweeted it and other things. It's like, that's not good. Like that is precisely what Obama did. It's precisely what President Biden did to a lesser extent. Because they ultimately did try to prosecute.
He was
Trump,
less naive than Obama. Yeah, they were less naive. Yeah.
Yes, and it sounds like from that Newsom is leaning in the right, and it's like no. We've tried that. And it's not even just Obama and Biden. It's President Ford and Richard Nixon. It's President Lincoln. The aftermath of the Civil War and shit like that. And Jackson, we've tried this whole in moments of dealing with rogue authoritarian.
You mean Johnson?
Andrew
Johnson, right? You meant Andrew Johnson?
Oh yeah, Andrew Johnson. Who followed Lincoln.
Yeah.
We've tried this whole turn the other cheek bullshit. Pardon Nixon. Don't go after. Don't prosecute. Potential. Bush war crimes or civil liberties violations.
Yeah, that shit has to go.
Yada. Yeah, we just can't do that. We need to try a different approach. And so, it freaks me out when he says shit like that, and I think that's worth calling out.
Yeah, I 2 points on that. The first is the point on the strong rhetoric. Yeah, I love the strong rhetoric in terms of what you covered in your little video post. I thought that was a lot of it was good rhetoric. I get
Oh,
concerned.
and somebody points out he was also dog walked on Israel Palestine.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
like that either. Yeah.
I'll have to watch it
Yeah.
at some point. They striked or claimed the video when I reviewed his last stuff with Charlie Kirk, and it was only like 5 minutes of it, so I might do it offline.
Yeah.
But I want him to carry forward that energy when he's talking to conservatives that he has when he's like being called on a spot or giving a press conference with like a reporter or some shit like that. So I want that. But there was a point that Richard Hanania made, which I think is a good one, and that's that whoever the Democrats pick, this like je ne sais quoi charisma it factor is really important. Trump has it, Obama had it, Newsom has it, AOC has it, not everyone has it. And I'm curious, I guess I will take you as long as you want, but I know that I'm using up a lot of your time. At least could you answer, what do you think about that? The it factor, the charisma factor, how much is that weighing into your decision?
Yeah, I think it's got to. I mean, I think we live in a social media celebrity environment, which brings us all the way back to Jon Stewart. You know, not that he's this like titan of, you know, pop culture, but quite frankly, neither really was Trump at the time. Like, yeah, Trump had a successful reality TV show, but like when people talk about how Trump's the most famous person in the world, he is now as a consequence of being president. He was not the most famous person in the world when he got elected, right? I mean, like he was not an A tier celebrity. He was B tier, right? And I think Jon Stewart might be C tier, might be B tier, whatever. But I do think that I would be surprised if the public is clamoring for a more conventional politician. I mean, maybe they will because it's the whipsaw effect. You know, they wanted to change from Obama, Biden, so they went with Trump, and they went right back to Obama, Biden in 2020. So, I mean, maybe this is just like the schizophrenic voting public. But I think, again, we should be bold and at least field candidates in the 2028 primary who are unconventional in that respect, who are celebrities. And so, you know, again, getting back to Jon Stewart, I'd be excited if he entered the race. And it's interesting that when he was asked by Mehdi, he was asked by a member of the audience recently, and it's like 2 or 3 times in the past 6 months, he is no longer saying no. He's no longer saying no.
Yeah, that was notable to me.
Yeah. So I don't know. I do think there has to be a Riz factor there, kind of a more unconventional, not standard politician Riz, yeah, and I mean at this point, I don't even know who I favor in the primary. I mean, I think for the longest time because, yeah, but I mean like, you know, full cards on the table. I mean, I think you talked about this with me the last time we talked about like how much does policy shape my preferences at this point. Like, I mean, full cards on the table. At this point, policy is secondary to me to accountability and fucking with the institutions. Like to me, like. You know, as a guy who watched his mother at age 49 die of small cell lung cancer and for her to be worried at the time about covering the cost of her treatment and shit like that, you know, that really radicalized me on healthcare. Like, I do believe that healthcare is a human right, and I don't care if it's got to be government mandated Medicare for all or a Pete Buttigieg Medicare for all who want it or whatever. But I think that it really radicalized me on this idea.
Is that his slogan on it? Medicare for all who want it?
It was Medicare for all who want it. That was Buttigieg's back in 2020.
Got it.
Just whatever the means are, I think that we have to have universal coverage in this country where people don't have to worry about medical bankruptcy and shit like that. And the right of people to have food and shelter and healthcare is infinitely more important than the right of a person to have unlimited wealth. And I would be fine with a big dick government just saying that, like, hey, Elon, the right of you to be a trillionaire is insignificant. It pales in comparison next to the power of the force. You'll go full Darth Vader and be like, it's just not relevant. And if we have to take your fucking money to give it to poor people to avoid medical bankruptcy, I'm cool with that. And I'll happily do it as I take you from approaching $1 trillion down to, you know, 100 billion or whatever it is.
But you think, so I do, that those accomplishments are contingent on and rely on structural protections and reforms, including
100%
and et cetera.
100%. Yes, and that's why like, and I know some people disagree. Like, there's still a lot of people, and I just don't buy it. Where as long as you deliver for Americans, then that's all you need to win elections in perpetuity. And then over the long term, you can make the structural reforms. I just don't buy that. I don't buy it. And I know that like a lot of the Biden accomplishments never actually made, like we talk about the the Chips and Science Act or the infrastructure law and all the shit. And it's not like the bridges were built overnight. And I have to remind myself of that. Like they have an argument to make where they're like, look, yes, he did all these amazing legislative things. And yes, he is the most legislatively accomplished president since LBJ. Yes, yes, yes. But how can you expect the American people to vote on that record when the bridges that are being funded are not actually there? They're not driving on the text of the act. They need to drive on the fucking bridges that are not yet built. And I think that's a fair point. And so I think it's also why I'm sympathetic to what Ezra Klein about like we got to deliver and deliver fast.
Unfortunately, right? Like the politics is a reflection of like a polity and a people, and the people of America, they get their news very quickly. Everything moves very fast, and the time horizon on expectations is insane. And a politics which doesn't reflect that, unfortunately, I think is somewhat doomed or severely limited. But I am unfortunately still of the opinion that the structural changes that need to happen are like a necessary precondition to doing things fast. Like the court's going to stop all sorts of shit and like the filibuster, etc. You know it.
Yes. No, 100%. Like that's why, like I just, when people ask me to game it out, it's like, well, I mean, you need a trifecta in 2028, and I think like you would just have to pass like first, because your first 100 days, that's when you have the most political capital. Like most experts agree, that's when you have the most flexibility to pass major initiatives. And you do have to emulate certain things from Trump, and one of them is hitting the ground running. So like there are some things from the Trump playbook that I think the next Democrat is going to have to do. So first things first, every time they put pen to paper on anything, there needs to be a fucking camera there, and the press needs to be in the room.
Oh,
it needs to be a fucking show.
Yeah, 100%.
Yes, it needs to be a fucking show. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. Now you got to be smarter than Trump, able to articulate the shit better than Trump, because Trump wasn't able to do that. He'd have to defer to some asshole standing, off stage. But they need to adopt the showmanship and improve on it. And they need to act quickly and aggressively. And so like you'd almost need like an omnibus bill that would also include as a provision, a separate thing to expand the court, which is, as you know, governed by federal statute. I am convinced that court expansion, like some people say, well, what about term limits? It's not immediate enough, and maybe term limits should be a part of it, but you need a constitutional amendment, right? And that's not going to happen. And so I think court reform is the necessary first step, because the thing I keep telling people is, and Soy Pill did a thing with Progressive Victory the other day where he was talking to progressive candidates, and I sent a couple of super chats because one was about, are you prepared to do court reform or whatever? And most of them said yes, but there were a few who were like, but that's not the priority. The priority is single payer health care. It's, minimum wage increase or whatever.
But here's the question, Isaiah.
Right.
Do they have to, this is the Hutch point, right?
Right.
Do they have to say that? Don't they have to say that?
I mean, maybe. I don't see. That's the thing. If they could blink in Morse code with their eyes, if I had the confidence that they would just not need to campaign on the issue and they would just take the opportunity.
Oh, I don't mean that. No. Wait. Yeah. All I mean is not that they don't campaign on it, not that they don't, when asked like you asked, right, answer it. It's in the optics that they're going to say yes, but of course our priority is helping on affordability or something. And that's just I would take that answer. I would take that answer.
I mean, I don't know, like, because I think part of the problem is it's setting the wrong expectation, because if you tell the public that, I mean, maybe it's necessary. I mean, I haven't thought about it, but then the public will expect that, because this is how I look at it. Okay. You say, okay, court reform has to be secondary. We got to do X, Y, and Z first by way of federal statute. And if we have a trifecta, we can do that. Except what's going to happen. That they're going to go to fucking Amarillo, Texas. Republicans will file suit in Judge Kaczmarek's district.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's gonna make its way up to the Supreme Court, and then this right-wing court's going to block it, because I'm sorry, I don't believe that they have a principled and consistent view of unitary executive theory. And people cite, well, that's not true. Look at how the Supreme Court had Biden's back back during the Biden v. Texas lawsuit there. I mean, like, even then, it was a fairly narrow ruling.
It was
like,
fairly narrow.
It was like,
and
it was like, yeah, Texas, you can obstruct the Biden administration, but then they can take fucking clippers and cut the wire down. And it's like, if the facts were totally flipped, if it were if it were California, because California is a border state, and they were obstructing the Trump administration, it wouldn't be, California has the right to put up this, that, and the other, and the Trump administration can just cut it down. It would be like, California, you're Donald Trump's bitch when it comes to foreign policy. You don't get a seat at the table. You can't even put the shit up in the first place. Like, I just don't fucking buy it. And so this court will absolutely strike down anything passed by federal statute that they deem too liberal. And so you have to deal with the court first, in my opinion. And so I think you got to set that expectation, or be prepared to just defy the expectations, campaign on, first things first, we're going to do healthcare reform and minimum wage increase and all this other shit that, ranks popular. And then when you actually get power, this is the first thing we got to do is expand the court first, so that when we pass all this other shit, it's not struck down by a 6-3 conservative supermajority. So you're either going to have to set the expectation, or you're going to have to do a bait and switch. Or if you follow through on the wrong expectation, you just got to be prepared to lose in court.
To lose, No, I think the priority matrix for us is get in power, first priority. Second priority is the structural reforms, including judicial reform, because they're necessary for the downstream change that we want. So it's all tailored towards good ends of government, right? It's all tailored to policies that we want, but they're just like necessary things in order to get there, which is A, win the election, B, have structural reforms such that the progress can be made, and then C, institute the progress reforms. And I think we're aligned on that. And the only question is like, strategically, tactically, how to do it. You're convincing me more and more that it needs to be more of a dominant issue. I think that's right. And it needs to just, for me, it's broader than just the judicial reform. It's right to vote for Congress people in D.C. and giving the franchise to people in Puerto Rico and these other different places. It's enforcing Section 3. It's all this other stuff.
I think the court's the bottleneck there. And so I agree. It's not it's necessary, but not
sufficient.
What's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, it's not. You're right. It's necessary, but not sufficient to just deal with court expansion and court reform. But I think it's the bottleneck. It's the first major component. And then expanding the franchise, passing the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Puerto Rico, DC, exactly. Dealing with that, a national ban on gerrymander, because that's the other thing too. I mean, that David Plouffe article in the New York Times, I sent it to Hutch a couple of days ago. It's really scary. I mean, this idea that he's talking about how 2028 is going to be an uphill climb based on the composition of the Senate, the census that's going to be coming out soon.
And explain who David Plouffe is. David Plouffe is was the former campaign manager of Obama.
For President Obama, and then he was one of the co-managers for Vice President Harris after she took over the nomination.
Yeah.
And so he's just looking at the math here, and it's like the way that demographics are shifting, the way that the Senate is increasingly minoritarian, not just in terms of its processes like the filibuster, but also, I mean, like when we had a split Senate in 2021, it was 50-50 with Vice President Harris breaking the tie, but the Democrats represented 40 million more people.
Yeah.
That's not within the margin of error. That is, that's like what, 20%, 15-20% advantage in terms of population, and we can barely squeak a 50-50. In the Senate or the House, where, for years everyone said, okay, listen, sure, the Senate advantages rural conservative states, but blue states have the advantage in the House, and that's the great compromise, except because of gerrymandering. It's easier for Republicans to win the House, which is supposed to be, again, by conventional wisdom, dominated by populist blue states, than it is for Democrats to win the Senate. And so even here, the Republicans have min-maxed their advantage exceptionally well. They've narrowed the gap in the House, and the gap in the Senate is ever widening. And then, of course, with the Electoral College, Plouffe makes the case
it
that
incorporates those same biases. Yeah.
Yeah. The way that things are going, she could win the next candidate could win the blue wall and still not and still not win the presidency. And so, like, yeah, there have to be some.
But that's post 28
changes.
though. That's post 28, but it is true.
No, he was making the case that even in 2028, as
blue
well,
wall wouldn't be enough.
So,
I think that's not right. I think the
you
current census will stand. I'll read the article.
Yeah, you check the article, but it's a big problem, and either way, that's a very narrow time horizon for us, and that's why I posted, like, I'm not very optimistic, and I'll just wrap up with this. Like, I'm thinking about doing a video about this too, just kind of get it off my chest. Which is, I'm not saying it's not possible, but I don't think the odds are with us. I think the odds are against us, because what Trump is doing now in 4 years, it's going to take a hell of a lot more than 4 years to undo. It's easier. The metaphor I use all the time is a Lego Death Star, because I love Legos. Don't get to play
Easier
with
to break the Death Star than to build it.
Yeah, exactly. And so what Trump can do in 4 years, it could take 12, 14. It could take who knows how long it could take to undo this shit. Then the major institutional changes that need to occur on top of it. And so, and that requires us to get and keep a trifecta, and also have in that trifecta the people who are willing to make the changes, which leaves no room for a Kyrsten Sinema or Joe Manchin, who are willing to, cock block major necessary reform. But then, to Hutch's point, if you're not willing to, run these more moderate candidates in red states and red districts, you're not going to get the fucking trifecta in the first place. And so
it's like trying to balance like 1,000 plates at the same time.
Yep.
No, I totally agree with that.
It's scary.
2 quick super chats, and then we'll let you go. It is not logical to talk. This is from Ben Riley. It is not logical to talk about a system for what it doesn't do as opposed to what it does. If your system allows for Trump, for example, and bad Democrats, then the system needs to change. I think that's in line with what Josiah said. And then another one that says, Pisco, I think you hand wave Gavin's issues more than Stewart's initial reaction to Trump's first few days, which he was still negative overall. I believe you'd align more with him than Gavin on policies. That's possible. That's possible in oversight. And I think maybe I should reassess, and just because, again, Gavin had that initial I had that initial annoyance factor with Gavin as well. The thing is, Gavin has come out like guns blazing on the rhetoric, and maybe I'm just missing. Maybe I should watch more of Stewart's content to make sure that I'm giving him proper consideration for like reassessment. So I think that's a good point.
I think no. I mean, I think when it comes to the comparison would be if you're looking to see who is more consistently accurate and sober about the landscape we're in, then I think Newsom's rhetoric is more accurate than Stewart. Right. Like if the one who's going to both sides more, and I don't think either of them really both sides, but if you're saying who both sides more, it's obviously Jon Stewart. Like, Jon Stewart does not go as hard on Republicans
as Newsom does.
In
certain contexts.
And he goes harder on Democrats certainly than Newsom does. So I would give Newsom the advantage there. But yeah, no.
I'm being
Listen, man, I'm excited for what you're going to do.
Thank you so much
this year. So hopefully you keep
I'm
doing
excited as well, and I want to keep doing these like the breaking point stuff. There was one point in the Majority Report where Emma said she wanted to have me on. So maybe I think I reached out to the producer at one point, but maybe I'll reach out again to see that. But I would also love to like do other stuff with Lib people. And yeah, I just think that
Did you get a chance to talk on because I haven't watched your full breaking points thing yet. Have you? It was just coming on when I super chatted you. Sagar, I didn't see him on the panel, but what about Emily? Did you get a chance to talk to her?
Emily was there. Yeah, Emily was there. And she actually had some good conceptual points that she brought up in the context of the
not
FACE
a fan
Act.
of her. Not a fan of her at all. I much prefer Sagar to her.
I hear that. I hear that for sure. Yeah. And she, I think, is much more deferential to Trump in a way that pisses us off.
100%. The most she'll push back on, like and she gets roasted in the breaking points comment section, and as well she should, because the most she'll do is like awkwardly giggle when Donald Trump, like that's her go-to shtick. Just like anytime Trump does something insane or deranged, that's the extent of her pushback. At least Sagar, as frustrating as I find him, he will give much more comprehensive and forceful, like he'll say, it's fucking stupid. This is, this is unconstitutional. This is authoritarian.
Right, he's plain spoken in a way that engenders more, like at least if we would disagree, he seems to be committed to a position.
Right. Well, and again, just like I would actually prefer if Emily just stood on business and defended Trump than doing what she does, which is she knows that Trump is.
Yeah, that's why the Ryan stuff triggers us more than.
Yeah.
I want people to get an insight. Like that's why the Ryan Mullally stuff triggers us so much. Is we think that it's just hiding, or it's like playing fast and loose with critical support for Trump, masquerading as as an objective analysis. And I think that triggers you and I, like people who Sitch and Adam, same thing. By the way, speaking of the fascism stuff, I think Sitch and Adam are like the worst on that analysis. They're so unprincipled and so stupid.
I've not been fought because Adam blocked me a long time ago on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm blocked as well.
Sitch never did. I've been on their show since I can't even remember the last time. I think it was with Hutch, and this was, I guess, right before the election or something like that. So it's been a while. So I don't keep track of their shit.
I think I watched when Wick came on or something. Yeah.
Adam's just really, really dumb. I shouldn't say that, because for all I know, he's had some sort of grand epiphany, or he's more critical of Trump than the Adam that I remember is incredibly dumb and unprincipled. Ryan's not dumb. I do think he's unprincipled. I've lost a lot of respect for Ryan, quite candidly. That's why I say, like, there are only two principled conservatives I know. But that's also because I'm sorry, I don't think you can be a principled conservative and a Trump supporter. I think they are mutually exclusive. Like Philip Bunn, Eucharist, is by far the most principled conservative I know. And he is a conservative, and he's deeply thought about his positions and all these things, but he's not a Trump apologist. And I can't remember who I said the other one. Brad Palumbo is the other one, and that's it. But Trump himself is not a principled conservative, so it makes sense that a principled conservative couldn't be a Trump supporter, because he's an ideologically inconsistent, fascist. It's not really about conservatism. So I've just kind of made my peace with that. There again, I'd grab a beer with Ryan. He seems. It
was fun to grab a beer with him.
Husband and a good.
That all seems fine. I do think he's bad faith. I continue to believe that. Just as one point before you leave, one point of reference. So we were doing like originalism, and we were talking about birthright citizenship. And I'm like, every dictionary agrees with my definition of subject to jurisdiction thereof. Like all of them do that. And I'm like, including Black's Law Dictionary, right? And Ryan has found with this FedSoc lawyer that Black, who wrote the dictionary, who started, now it's been iterated over time, had a view on the 14th Amendment clause, that is to say, a personal view on it, on what it meant. But of course, we don't cite a dictionary for the personal views of the person who writes the dictionary, right? Like, we're not citing Black's dictionary to be like, because Black is this authoritative source himself. It's because he's a compiler of what the meaning of a term is, and that's what we're citing it for. But that in of itself, and he knows that,
that defies his own interpretation of
original public meaning. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
And because that's how you know it's bad faith, because he knows that under my interpretive philosophy that I'm not citing Black's Law Dictionary for Black's specific personal views. He knows that his interpretive method of original public meaning, that his vision wouldn't consider
because if that's the case, then he auto loses the Trump immunity debate every time. It's an auto loss for him. You might as well just concede in perpetuity.
But notwithstanding that, he goes back and says, "Oh, it was an epic dunk," even though I in the moment completely explained why that point makes no sense on the view of original public meaning. And so that is the definition of bad faith. And there's so many examples of this kind of shit happening where it's something that he must know. He must know that on his own view, this doesn't make any sense. Or when I got him on his definition of political allegiance, and whether it's to the draft card, he knows he was cooked on those points. But for him to continue to act as though he wasn't cooked on those points, or that the Black quotation is contrary to anything I said, or his own interpretive philosophy, I think is definition of bad faith. He knows it. And so he is a bad faith debater, 100%.
No, one of the things, and it's not so much about Ryan but it did feature in a Ryan conversation, was one thing I really appreciated that you did was I think you were finally able to crack the code in a way which beautifully articulates the difference. I would argue a substantive. It's not a distinction without. It's not a difference without a distinction, or just a distinction without a difference. It's substantive. The difference between immunity versus the lack of authority of Congress to regulate or prosecute something.
Correct.
So if I'm trying to think of how I'd say this. So was it the Fourth Amendment on unconstitutional searches and seizures? Is that what it is?
So the example was.
Well, no, I'm asking you. Is that the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution? Which one bars against unconstitutional? Okay, I'm not immune from unconstitutional. I don't get criminal immunity or whatever from unconstitutional searches and seizures. I'm not immune from it. It is that Congress doesn't have the ability to affect unconstitutional searches and seizures, right? This to me, it's an important distinction. That's why so many originalist scholars, when it came to the immunity decision, even they disagreed with the Supreme Court about the pardon power. I can't remember who it was. It was a famous originalist scholar who said in a debate with Michael McConnell, who's a conservative, really respected conservative lawyer. I think he worked in the Bush administration. I'll try to find it.
Yeah.
But it was he was like, when they talked about the pardon power, McConnell's like, I think the pardon power is absolute, even for corrupt purposes. And the originalist was like, I don't think there would be any law prohibiting or any reason in the Constitution that would prohibit Congress from prosecuting a president for corruptly abusing the pardon power. And they got back into this back and forth about, the Congress can't take away the pardon power from the president, but he was making the case that Congress would absolutely have the authority to criminalize criminal abuses of power, right? This idea that the president is just absolutely immune on the grounds that Congress doesn't have the authority to regulate certain things. They're two separate things.
Yeah,
they're two separate things.
I totally agree with that. They're very different. And the example,
if Congress passes a law that's unconstitutional that applies to me, it's not that I have immunity. It's just that the law is unconstitutional. Like you said, the important distinction is your interpretation would allow for a court to actually probe it,
the legality or Congress' ability as applied to regulate in the area. And the best example of this is using religion and proposing an investigation that said, go investigate that person. For whatever reason, the black people example doesn't work on people's heads, and they'll just do whatever. But just make it Jewish or make it Muslim or make it Christian. All right, let's make it Christian.
Right.
The religion stuff for whatever reason hits home. So let's say that an officer the president says, order this investigation because this person is a Jew or because he's a Christian. No one would have a problem saying that this was an illegal act for which he does not have authority, right? You don't have authority to the Equal Protection Clause applies to the federal government, and they don't have authority to order investigations on the basis of someone's religion. That is banned. That's a religious persecution definitionally, right? That's inquisition shit. But notwithstanding that, the doctrine by the Supreme Court says at a general level, the power to order prosecutions or at least interface with your attorney general, about investigations, that is core and exclusive. And so trivially, the immunity clause would cover conduct which is outside of the authority of the president, outside his own authority. And the immunity, in other words, extends farther than the legal prohibition. And it works that way if you think about it from the congressional perspective as well. That just because something is not within legislative authority for Congress doesn't mean that conduct related to that subject has anything to do with immunity. They're just different concepts. They're different concepts. Now, it could be the case that they lead to the same result, which is you dismiss the indictment, but that doesn't mean that the concepts are the same. And his conflation, as well as the courts, is so fucking annoying.
No,
and aggravating.
like I said, I've never seen a person be able to, because this is one of those brain glitch moments for me where I'm trying to put into words the substantive difference between immunity and just the lack of congressional authority to regulate a certain thing, and how it can be truly a case by case basis. Because I'm listening to you and I go back to, it might have been Akil Reed Amar, who is one of the foremost originalist scholar.
He influences me a lot.
I'll
have you know.
Yeah.
I use an example from Akil in the debate. It was the importation of slave example. So Akil Amar influences me a lot.
Yeah, and so like it may have been him debating McConnell, and when he said like, listen, I don't see anything in the Constitution that would prohibit Congress from criminalizing corrupt abuses of the pardon power, like whatever, pardon for a commission of a crime or whatever. Like that was the go-to example in Trump immunity, to the extent that the Trump immunity decision, to the extent that the pardon power was discussed. Like, could the president dangle a pardon power to commission a crime?
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure it was Akil Reed-Amar who was like, there's nothing in the Constitution to me that on its face would prevent Congress from being able to do that. And some, to appeal to, well, you can't have Congress intruding on the pardon power. I mean, Congress intrudes upon the executive all the time. It's right. And so obviously some intrusions should be forbidden. Yeah. And then other intrusions I think are wildly acceptable. How the fuck can it be? Like, how is that not a suicide pact? Like, I remember, in hindsight, so many people, and there seems to be a consensus from liberal lawyers to conservative lawyers, that when President Lincoln defied one of the justices on, was it habeas corpus? Yeah.
This was, Chief Justice Taney riding circuit, I think.
Right, and he was making the case, Lincoln was, that the Constitution can't be a suicide. It just can't be. Well, maybe the examples are less dire because of the scale, but when you combine their view, the right wing's view of presidential immunity, with the right wing's view of unitary executive theory, how is that anything other than a giant suicide pact?
I brought that up with Crystal, and Crystal was like, I didn't put that together. And I now saw her mention it twice, that she didn't put it together the following. J.D. Vance claims that Officer or Agent Ross has absolute immunity for the conduct.
Right.
And she's like, she was like puzzled. She's like, is J.D. Vance just saying this randomly because it's just some sort of flourish? That's what she said. I'm like, no. J.D. Vance is a Yale-trained lawyer, and what he's citing is Trump versus United States. And the theory is 1 + 1 = 2, right? If all executive power is vested in one president, and Trump's power contains immunity, then obviously, well, like what would be the reason that uses of the power, which is all vested in the president, wouldn't contain the very immunity, right? In what sense aren't you directly regulating the president's power by trying to regulate the conduct of officials who are just borrowing that power?
I'd go one further and say, how does it not entail that that's the case? Not only can't this be the case, but if the logic of unitary executive theory is taken to its natural conclusion, Pisco, can't you make the argument that that is necessary? If I am an agent of the executive, and that is if all the authority of my specific office as attorney general or whatever derives solely from the executive, solely because all the executive power,
is vested in one unitary. Yes.
How it should be. I think you make the argument that it should be by that logic.
That's what I said to Crystal and Kyle. Now, people in the chat will be like, well, then aren't you saying that J.D. Vance is a good argument? Well, no, because I deny the unitary executive theory, and I deny absolute immunity. Yeah, I deny the theory.
You reject the premise.
Yes,
but if you accept the premise, how can that not follow? How can it not follow? Like, well, yeah, you can't get the president, but you could prosecute the attorney general. How and why should that be the case?
Yeah, because think about it, folks. Suppose that Congress passes a law that says anyone who does actions which effectuate a corrupt pardon are hereby criminally liable, or anyone who does actions to facilitate a corrupt investigation initiated by the president is liable. Well, you're not criminalizing the president's conduct, but you're still kind of regulating the president. If all the power is the president's, you're like directly regulating his use of the power through his subordinates. So yeah, I don't think that the idea given the premises doesn't make sense. The idea is essentially that when the ICE agent is arresting some person in Minnesota, it's like Trump himself is there doing the arrest. Right. That's like the theory.
Precisely. He's an alter ego of the president.
Correct. That's their theory.
Yeah, I think, I agree. I think when he said it wasn't like a miscalculation. He was floating like an even more absurdly he was stretching the perimeter of unitary executive theory even further than I think what a lot of people accept. And so I agree.
Yeah.
And I've watched that conversation with Crystal where she said the same thing, where she was like, that was a good putting two and two together. But yeah, I really appreciated you articulating that difference, because it's a hard one to convey with words. Like, I haven't seen Steven's tried. I think he has even tried in conversations with Ryan.
I think he does a decent job. Yeah. I think that Ryan dishonestly misconstrues something Steven said as a concession. But I do think that Steven conceptualizes the difference between lack of legislative authority and immunity.
I think you
just mean communicating it.
Yeah, communicating. I think
okay.
it's difficult because and it's not just like, take it outside of like the Twitch poll sphere or whatever. Like, it's, I've just not heard people articulate it very well, and that the substantive difference is you should want courts to be able to probe the legality of a certain thing. Like, again, even if they come down on the idea that actually, no, this is a perfectly legitimate use of the president's constitutional power and we can't criminalize it, you at least want there to be like some sort of like, fact finding
as to whether it was in fact illegal.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why it would not apply in the context of impeachment or civil inquiries. Like, why is the immunity like for criminal stuff more powerful than some kind of inquiry as to equitable relief for in the context of a civil action? Like, why are you able to order with a civil remedy the attorney general to stop doing something within the core and exclusive domain of the president? So I don't know why this doesn't swallow the rule. Now, and for impeachment as well, like, why? Because how the court construes it in Trump v. United States is Congress can't touch it from separation of powers concerns. Well, if Congress can't touch it with legislation, why can't they touch it with impeachment? Right? Why is it the case that Congress can touch it with impeachment?
To your point, that what is impeachment if not the ultimate, the ultimate expression of checks and balances or separation of powers? It may not carry a criminal liability, but it is. You can argue like it would defang the president. You're literally removing him from power.
It's exactly. It's the same sort of like policy argument about incentives, but for whatever reason, arbitrarily, the court's like, I assume the court would say this, that when Congress exercises its legislative authority to try to regulate the president, that's not okay. But when Congress exercises its impeachment authority to regulate the president's core and exclusive powers, that would be okay. Or they would just like they'd just say it's unreviewable by the courts or some shit. Or
but
some
wouldn't people just say like impeachment is a function of Congress's legislative authority?
Well, I don't know if it's legislative. I think it's something else. I do agree it's something else. But like, why? If the question
Why not?
is,
There's legislation involved. I mean, I would argue it's an expression of legislative.
I don't think it is. I think it's a little. I think it's a little different. But it's almost like, I don't even know if it fits under one of the headings of judicial power, legislative, or executive. It almost seems maybe it's legislative. I don't know. Maybe it's an expression of that. But even if it's not, right? Even if it's not, the court's argument in Trump v. United States didn't deal with a specific power. It dealt with the fact that the executive branch needs to maintain control over the decisions. It was a question of the competency of Congress at all to involve itself in that decision. That the president needs to be untrammeled in his ability to do so. But here's the kicker, right? And the ultimate prediction I would have is if this came up to the court would say, of course he doesn't have immunity, the lower official. And they would come up with some bullshit.
Of course.
Because they just don't want that
It'd
rule.
Be prudential.
Yeah.
It'd be purely prudential. It'd be the same. It's basically the same thing what they're doing very likely in this Fed decision, right? I mean, if there's no
bingo.
This
is the Roberts Court at work. There's no reason, analytically sound, constitutionally sound, to separate the Federal Reserve from all these other agencies. We're in the middle of Kavanaugh's questions, which are all excellent questions.
Yeah.
But they apply equally to the other agencies, which the SCOTUS is gutting their protections.
Right. No, 100%. Like, yeah, it's so bizarre. But and then the other thing too, I mean, you touched on it there is, so much of the immunity decision, was they use language like, about a vigorous and energetic executive, and we need a president who need not fear the consequences of his decision. But what is the impeachment clause if not the ultimate? Yes. Yeah, like that was the framers and the founders saying, of course, the president should be concerned about the consequences of his conduct and his decisions, because we can just yank his ass out of office. And there's no veto of the impeachment process. We're the final hand on top.
Yep.
If we decide that he has committed an impeachable offense, we can impeach him. He can't stop us. We can convict him. He can't stop us. It's just a function of whether or not we have the numbers. And then as an automatic self-executing thing, he loses the powers of the presidency. He can do nothing but pray that we don't have the numbers to effectuate a successful impeachment. That was supposed to be the fundamental difference between that and the British monarch. There was no way to you'd have to take him to the guillotine. You'd have to take the monarch to the guillotine in that respect.
Yeah, law emanates.
Him.
Law emanates from the king in the monarchical system. Yeah,
he has sovereign immunity. Like people talk about that. Like that's the law derives from the crown. It can't be
ultimately
from
God, because God, of course, puts the mandate of heaven. Yeah.
It's just it's so frustrating. Like when people vigorous energy, as if that means if that is mutually exclusive with an executive who has to worry about the political and legal consequences of the shit he does. I don't know, man. But that's why going all the way back, I think there's got to be serious court reform, because short of constitutional amendment, the only way to overrule presidential immunity is with another court decision.
Yeah,
but,
which there ought to be.
Well,
thank
bro,
you so much for joining.
Yeah, this was fun. I was excited to hear you listen, and I was also trying to procrastinate.
No,
so
I get
didn't have to go back to work.
No,
didn't have to go back to work.
But you're grinding, and everyone should follow Pondering Politics. I'm sure you guys all do already. I mean, his videos they're my personal favorite in terms of getting the news to your feed, so you'll be informed, but then you'll also get his position on it. And
there's also the obvious sex appeal.
And
there's that too.
And it's all done kind of in one take. It's very clean.
Mm-hmm.
And so I couldn't recommend it more highly.
I appreciate that, bro. Listen, you enjoy the rest of your stream unpacking this, and then do you think they're going to rule against Trump on the Fed and tariffs?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Okay.
I'm not over for the tariff thing. For this, I think that they are going to rule against Trump 100%. Or I'll put it at 95%. On tariffs, I'm at a 68, something like that. But yeah, that's my position.
Well, fingers crossed. I hope you're right. All right, buddy. I'll talk to you later.
Have a good one. Thank you. Have a good one. Later.
Bye.
What a great combo, man. I have to go soon, but we're just going to finish real quick Kavanaugh's questions, and then we'll be done. Well, we might even finish the whole SG stuff, because they're just going through all the justices now. What Roberts has done is at the end of the question time, he'll go through every justice in order of seniority. But thank you guys, and thank you, Josiah, and appreciate you guys. Like the stream, you're gonna like the stream. Sub to the channel if you can.
Around, and I think that's what we have to make sure that can't drive the decision necessarily. We have to be aware of what we're doing and the consequences of your position for the structure of the government.
2 points there.
And remember what Kavanaugh is asking? He's like, what if Democrats get in charge? What if they use this power? What's going to happen? But although he's absolutely right that the consequences of this kind of thing is that there's literally no protection. Now, whether Democrats would do it, I think that Kavanaugh presumes too much. The Democrats are as suicidal and corrupt as Trump is with respect to the economy. But no, that would be no protection whatsoever. So if a Democratic administration wanted to do that, there'd be nothing preventing them from doing it.
I dispute the characterization that these tools have been unleashed. The president has always had this tool to remove governors for...
You know what he's talking about, dude. What he's talking about is the actual consequences, not your own theory here.
For financial improprieties. Now, the history is, including twice in the last 4 years, governors who have been credibly accused of financial improprieties have resigned. They haven't forced the president to remove them. And I think the more sort of fundamental point is that cause is a standard that is quite deferential to the president. Congress consciously adopted that instead of a more restrictive standard like INM. That was, by all appearances, a legislative compromise between two camps, one of which wanted to give the president complete control.
I agree with you that there's a balance here, and so I understand that. I'm not saying there's no interests on the other side here. I get that. But again, thinking about the real world and the brief of the former governors of the Federal Reserve, your position, again, because you say, well, the president can't say it's for policy reasons, which may be what's really, again, in not talking about the current situation and other situations in the future, what's really driving it.
Oh, you're not talking about the current situation, Mr. Kavanaugh? The kid gloves these people have for Trump. I'm not saying that it's policy that's what's driving it. Dude, do we really have to pretend to be blind? I understand why, but like it pisses me off, man.
It incentivizes a president to come up with what, as the Federal Reserve former governors say.
Not Trump, though. It would incentivize trivial or inconsequential or old allegations that are difficult to disprove. You would know something about that, wouldn't you, Kavanaugh? According to Kavanaugh's view, right? That's basically what we have here, right, Cav?
Trivial or inconsequential or old allegations that are very difficult to disprove. It incentivizes kind of the search and destroy and find something and just put that on a piece of paper, no judicial review, no process, nothing, you're done.
Right, like what happened here.
What are we doing when we have a system
like what happened here.
That incentive
like what happened here, like what happened with the FTC, like what happened with the special counsel, et cetera, et cetera.
Advises that and leads to that. Now, again, you can dispute that you think it's going to lead to that. And again, I'm not talking about the facts of this case. I don't know the facts of this case.
We know. You're not talking bad about Trump. You're not talking bad about Daddy Trump.
I'm taking no position on that.
This court has, since Martin against Mott, running all the way through Trump against the United States, Trump against Hawaii, a whole host of decisions.
Very different cases. Trump against Hawaii is a suspension clause under the INA. And even there, they're applying judicial review at a bare minimum, like rational basis or this other standard from a different case. So it's not just no discretion whatsoever, even in that. And Martin v. Mott, inapplicable and overstated for reasons already given.
It consistently afforded the president the presumption of regularity in his action and consistently declined to probe a president's actions for their subjective motivations. And so in the hypothetical question that you pose, that hypothetical future president should also be afforded the very same sort of deference and
that leads.
And look at Kavanaugh citing the great dissent by Scalia.
I mean, that amicus brief cites Justice Scalia's dissent in Morrison, which is always a good place to look for wisdom.
Oh, my God. You unitary executive theorists. The dissent in Morrison, signaling that he also, Morrison v. Olson is essentially dead letter, even though it's not been officially overturned. There's no more independent counsel statute, but the notion that this court wouldn't be absolutely voracious to destroy Morrison v. Olson. And you can see just openly, the dissent is is a good place to look for wisdom. That means we eviscerated any constraint on the president. That's why it's good to look at the dissent for wisdom.
And the concern that you're putting all these resources, because you can't say it's for policy, but all these resources, let's find anything about this person. And then we're good. And by the way, there's no judicial review, so we're really good. And there's no administrative process.
And again, I disagree with that. I think that that argument, that presumption, when it applied to the president, contradicts some two very strong strains in this court's jurisprudence that go back to the founding.
And what's the fear of more process here? In the sense that process protects you, in the sense of helping you make better, more accurate decisions, and process helps you then convince people on the outside that you've made a considered, thorough, appropriate decision. What's the concern about more process?
I don't think we think that process is necessarily bad. In this case, there's two reasons why process is not the right answer, among others. One is in Vermont Yankee. This court said we're not going to dictate procedures to executive agencies. A fortiori, you should dictate procedures to the president. Our contention is that there already has been a process. There was a social media post. These two documents contradict each other. And the response was defiance. So there was a chance to tell, in the words of Laura, to tell her side of the story, and it wasn't adopted.
Because she didn't go on a Twitter Spaces. That's why there was an opportunity to be heard. You could just shout into the wind.
And in fact, there hasn't been for months since then any clear explanation other than it was an invert notation. It's just the kind of invert notation that ordinary people can be indicted for.
And again, none of my questions or comments are about the facts of this case. I don't know.
Dude, we get it. You don't want to criticize Trump.
The facts of this case, but thank you.
Justice Barrett?
I want to pick up on that question about why, and Justice Kavanaugh said, why are you afraid of a hearing, or what would there be that would be wrong with process? I mean, you spent a lot of time litigating the case. It's gone up from the district court to the Court of Appeals, and now we're here. And if there isn't anything to fear from a hearing, and if you have the evidence, why couldn't those resources have been put into a hearing? I understand you think that you don't have to provide one, either because of the statute or because of the due process clause, and that's fine. But in thinking about it...
And you can see that Barrett is focused, and I think this is to her credit, on the actual legal test before them, the stay factors, because they're considering a stay. And so she is speaking in terms of the irreparable harm aspect. So I respect that.
Irreparable harm to the government, if one step you could take to reduce your irreparable harm, to show that there really was cause, is just to have a hearing. Why not?
I don't think it's a question of resource allocation. It's our position that adequate process was already provided. So if it's a question of the district court's ordering us to go further and then go further and go further again, all without any legal or constitutional authority, in our view, we think that imposes irreparable injury on the executive.
Well, they told you to go farther, but not that much farther. I mean, okay, so there's the Truth Social post and then, burden on her to come back in 5 days. I understand that's your position. But, Justice Gorsuch posited sit down across the table in the Roosevelt room. Where the president provides Ms. Cook, Governor Cook, with the evidence and waits to hear what her response is, gives her a chance to defend herself. I mean, that just wouldn't be that big a deal, it seems, if that's enough.
Again, it's an intrusion on the executive branch to dictate what procedures it ought to provide. So
it's standing on principle.
The president, and our position is he has provided process. He's provided adequate process. If the district court said, well, that wasn't quite good enough, try again, and then we try again, and the district court says, no, that wasn't quite good enough, try again, we have gone left Vermont Yankee way in the rearview mirror.
Do you concede that if the statute was an INM statute, that under Shurtleff you would have to provide process?
Notice and hearing, yes.
Yes.
We don't dispute that.
And I want to go back to one of Justice Kagan's questions. She said, well, in Shurtleff, the statute itself didn't say that you got notice and a hearing for INM, but the court said that you did. Here, the statute does say cause. Cause isn't as specific, maybe, as INM, but it does identify the grounds that the president must have for removal. Why shouldn't we do the same thing that the Shurtleff court did and say that, well, as we said in Shurtleff, when a statute specifies the grounds for removal, there must be notice and a hearing given?
Because the case law, presumably Shurtleff, when it said that as to INM, notice you get notice and a hearing, was relying on what we don't dispute is as far as I can tell, pretty consistent strain in the case law that's what that means. It gives you specified causes like that INM, give you notice and a hearing. The case.
So then why do for cause then? If you don't get any opportunity to air it out, like what is this for cause thing doing? I don't understand how that follows. Well, because it's more specific than for cause, therefore no notice and opportunity to be heard. But it's just like, well, then why would they have put for cause in there? Just so that you can write some bullshit memo?
Law and cause is the opposite. I mean, look at the lower court opinion in Reagan, the court of claims opinion, where they say cause does not mean you get a notice in a hearing. And we cite a strong line in the background case law as well. Now, they dispute. They say there's some cases going the other way. However, the notion that they are making an old soil argument. They're saying, in order to prevail on that, it has to be so well settled and clearly established that there really wasn't a dispute about it. And you look, I can't emphasize enough, what, for example, the Tuttle Michigan Law Review article from 1905 that's heavily relied on, for example, in the Manners amicus brief that they rely heavily on in their supplemental brief. It says the case law is all over the map on all of these issues. That treaty says the courts differ on almost every conceivable part of this question. The only point of consistency is that specified cause is INM, which also, as we can see, is a holding of the court in Shurtleff. Whereas cause just doesn't mean that. We cite all these cases, they dispute, and there's this battle about what did the 19th century case law mean. Keep in mind, in the context of that battle, they bear the burden of making the old soil argument.
Justice Jackson?
Just following up really quickly on that point, isn't the case law all over the map because the statutes were different? I mean, I understand the Manners brief, which they rely upon to really drill down on the various statutes related to removal and to have identified ones, for example, that have a fixed term but allowed removal only for cause, or had a fixed term and provided for removal at the president's discretion, or didn't have a fixed cause, a fixed term, et cetera, et cetera. There's like a series of permutations, and in those different circumstances, courts, which asterisk, we're actually reviewing this. So
right, there was review.
In the first instance, makes me question your view that courts couldn't review it. But setting that aside, we have a bunch of cases that come out different ways because the statutes are different.
You understand? Like there's case law specifically because the courts were reviewing them.
Professor Manners says that when you drill down in this situation with respect to fixed term and removability for cause, as of 1913, it was well established, everybody agreed, that required at least notice and an opportunity to be heard. So what is your response to that? We're looking at a particular statute that does two things, fixes the term and has for cause. She says everybody said got to have a notice in a hearing. So why is the government saying different right now?
Respectfully to her, that contention is plainly incorrect. So if you go to our supplemental brief, page 9, footnote 4 in the accompanying text, we cite Ulrich, and then 13 more cases in that footnote for the proposition that for cause does not require notice in a hearing. Her argument is
I'm talking about the combination.
Yes, the combination.
Combination, for cause and a fixed term. So when I look at those cases, I'm going to find that combination, and people are all over the map, you say?
By our count, in 7 of those 14 cases, it's a combination. There's also a fixed term. So that argument just, again, that brief, read the Tuttle article that it relies so heavily on, and you'll see this argument. They're nowhere near meeting the burden of an old soil argument. Right. And that's what they need to change the plain text of the statute.
Well, let me talk about the plain text of the statute in light of its purposes. You explored with Justice Kavanaugh, and I appreciated this, that Congress put the four-clause provision in there for a reason. And you conceded that the reason was to try to ensure the independence of the Federal Reserve, that Congress had decided that this particular agency, because of the sensitive information and policy determinations that it has to make, needs to not have the pressure of having all of its governors be fireable at the whim of the president. So in goes for-cause removal for that purpose. And you agree.
Right.
So I guess what I'm trying to understand is
how does this do that?
How does reading the statute to give the president broad discretion, which you've said many times, with respect to his removability of these governors, how does that further the aims of the statute?
It directly furthers the aim of protecting them for removal for policy disagreement, which would be the key protection.
No, but you've conceded that the aim is actually broader. The aim is to ensure that this institution is not being pressured by the executive branch, by the president, with respect to its determinations, that people can't just be fired because the president wants them to. And so what I'm now asking is, if we read for cause to ultimately reduce to the president can pick some fact that has nothing to do with their actual...
Right. So this is a kind of like absurd reading that if they were so concerned enough to do this kind of setup because they were insanely scared of the abuse of monetary policy, why have your Senate? It's kind of like repeating the same questions in different ways to the SG here.
Tenure in office, something that happened way before, and use that and say that's cause, and it's not reviewable, and he doesn't have to show any evidence and doesn't have to give the person a hearing. Basically, the president is just making the determination that Congress apparently didn't want him to have the power to make because they put for cause in the statute. So how do you reconcile your vision of presidential discretion with a statute that was clearly designed to limit the president's discretion in this regard?
It was designed to limit the president's discretion just as far as the plain text of the statute goes. The statute was a hard-fought compromise between two influential and insistent camps, as Justice Alito recently wrote. One of them thought there should be complete presidential control of the Federal Reserve. The other thought it should essentially be a private entity. They met in the middle with a removal standard that protects governors from removal.
But it only protects them insofar as the president's determination about cause is reviewable and based on actual
Otherwise,
evidence
it doesn't protect
that's been
them,
established. It doesn't protect them if the president can just make it up.
It also provides a legislative determination that governors could be and perhaps should be removed if they engage in financial improprieties that undercut the Federal Reserve's credibility in the eyes of ordinary Americans.
All right,
nice
one
pivot.
more question.
Has nothing to do with what she just asked. It's that it is not a protection. Yeah, assume that that is allowed. Should that determination carry with it some level of showing for which courts can review?
Just about this idea of the district court's power. You've talked a lot about mandamus being the remedy, but as I read the cases in the law, mandamus was the remedy for courts of law that were being asked to reinstate removed officers. And this was back at a time in which courts of law and courts of equity were separate. We now have a fused system. Courts of equity could always be asked to step in and prevent the removal of this person. To the extent the person was claiming that they were not removable, say because the statute says they could only be removed for cause, a court of equity could be invited through this claim to come in and pause the circumstances, not allow this person to be removed until the courts of law had actually litigated the claim of removability. I think that's the world we're in. This was the very first question that Justice Sotomayor asked you. And so can you just...
So understand that there's some like distinction between courts of equity and courts of law. And you'll often see reference to equitable relief, equity, a court of equity, all right? Nowadays, there's not really that distinction. It exists in a few places, courts of equity versus courts of law. Law usually involving like damages, those kinds of things. Equity usually involving like injunctions, court orders to do or not do something. But that distinction has now kind of is less relevant. But some of the framing still exists. Courts of equity, equitable, and usually equitable and equity is just references to the kinds of things that courts of equity would either do or the kinds of cases that they would hear. And so Jackson is saying basically mandamus, yeah, that was limited but that was only for the courts of law, but courts of equity did have this power, and now we're kind of fused. And so how can you say mandamus is the only relief, given that we don't have that same sort of delineation of courts of law and equity that we used to have?
Explain why you're insisting that mandamus is the only...
Yeah, so balance of equities is a different concept than equitable power of courts, and that so they're kind of different. Balance of equities is like which side, although it's somewhat related, they're kind of different in this context. The balance of equities, as for me, is a reference to some of the factors, the stay factors, not like the authorities of the courts from the equitable versus law perspective.
Thing available to the district court in this situation when this is an equitable decision in the interim in the way that I discussed.
It is. The preliminary injunction is an equitable determination, and it's one that the district court plainly, under Sawyer, plainly lacked jurisdiction to enter. And again, I also, in addition to the holding of this court in Sawyer, that a temporary restraining order purporting to restore a public officer.
Right. My question posits that we're not talking about restoration. We're talking about Ms. Cook's application to the court before she was terminated to prevent being terminated because her claim is that I'm not removable. That's an equitable determination. It's being made in the interim. She's not yet been removed because the court prevented that with its preliminary injunction. Courts of equity did that all the time. So I don't understand why you're saying it's inappropriate for that to be done now.
Sawyer, in addition to that, as I alluded to before, there's this strong tradition of recognizing the president's authority to engage in suspensory removals pending the final determination. And that alone is enough to point out that there's no power to do the preliminary injunction that was entered here.
Thank you.
Thank you, General. Mr. Clement?
Okay, I have to go have a meeting, but I appreciate you guys watching. Do like the stream. Do appreciate the Breaking Points thing I was on. So go ahead and give that a like. I'm going to cut up that portion of me on there and put it on this channel. So if you want to wait for that, you can do that too and like that one. But I appreciate your guys' support. We'll be back. We'll probably try to finish this or at least review some of the Jack Smith stuff. But yeah, I have some thoughts on it and I gave them throughout the review of it. But appreciate you. Shout out Josiah. Shout out Hutch. Shout out the Peace Squad. Stay cool.